Just a couple of housekeeping remarks. We are live streaming this event, so please avoid flash photography. If you do need to step out, kindly do so between sessions. Please stay around the periphery of the room if you do need to move around, so you do not obstruct anyone's vision. During the sessions, we will have opportunities for audience members to ask questions. We ask that you keep your questions concise so we can respect our speakers' time. We ask that we do have a lot of different individuals with varying perspectives. We do ask that folks maintain decorum and listen to all panelists with an open mind. And finally, specifically for speakers, if all speakers could kindly go to the audio area to get mic'd up prior to, just 10 minutes prior to their panel, that would be much appreciated. Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram, Sujalam, Subhalam, Malaya Jashitalam, Sasya Shamalam, Mataram, Vande Mataram, Shubhra Jyotsna Pulakitayamini, Pullakusumita Drumadura Shobhini, Suhasini, Sumadhura Bhashini, Sukhadam Varadam, Mataram, Vande Mataram, Vande Mataram. Thank you, everyone. I bow to that mother from whom I draw my heritage and that motherland that shelters me today. Today, as we gather here for the Stanford India Conference, we honor both the roots that shape us and the future we are building together. Namaste, I'm Samyukta. I'm a PhD student in Civil and Environmental Engineering and the co-president of the Stanford India Policy and Economics Club.
Namaste, I am Jatin and I'm also a PhD student and I'm a co-president of SciPEC. And I would like to say that we would like to welcome you all for this conference and we are very thrilled to have you here. Just to give a brief background about the organization, so Stanford India Policy and Economic Club was started in 2021 with the idea that we want to bring the students to engage them in the discussions around India policy and economics reforms or policy landscape with a particular focus that we keep around in US and India. And as India is racing towards becoming the world's third largest economy by 2030, and the US-India ties are becoming stronger, this mission of SciPEC has not been more important to the community. And with this idea, we started this inaugural conference last year, where we brought this people from Stanford as well as the wider Bay community under the one platform to champion the idea of bringing India to the world stage. I would hand over to you.
Thank you. Today, our mission is more vital than ever. We stand together today at quite a somber moment in India's story. The horrific massacre of civilians in Pahalgam, Kashmir on April 22nd, 2025 by Pakistan-backed Islamist terrorists has shaken us deeply. In the face of such brutality, the SciPEC team reaffirms our commitment to using our platform to advocate for stronger ties between the US and India to combat all the challenges that we face today, including the scourge of terrorism. In the memory of the innocent lives lost, we will now observe a minute of silence. Please do rise if you are able to do so.
So, yep, yeah, you can take the seats. So now we would like to invite our faculty advisor, who has been guiding us through over past 4 years, 5 years, and who have helped us make this conference even more successful, even more better, even more wider than the last year. So I would like to call Mr. Professor Anurag Marel, who is adjunct professor in Stanford School of Medicine, and he is also director of Global Outreach Program at Stanford Biodesign. And he has been a steady source of support for me, Sam, and all the SciPac members who have been trying to convey the idea of India on the global stage through this conference and other events across the year. And we would like to now invite Professor Marel. Thank you.
Let's do a huge round of applause for Sam and Jatin and all the other volunteers that have played such an important role in putting this event together. An event of this scale, this magnitude, doesn't happen easily. Of course, the journey started last year with the first conference, but actually journey really started even earlier than that, about 5 years back, when the idea of SciPac was born. There were a group of students who approached some of us in the faculty that they wanted to do this. And the question was, what does this gathering, this club, this group intend to do? What is really the mission of this? And the point that they made was that there's quite a bit of engagement, people-to-people engagement that's already happening between Indian American community, in Indian diaspora here and India, as well as broader community, beyond Indian diaspora as well. Unfortunately, a lot of that doesn't get reflected very well in academia. In academia, there are certain parts of academia that tend to still have India viewed in a very old world lens, and it comes in the way of partnership between US and India, and especially if the students in institutions like Stanford and other leading institutions are going to be running the world tomorrow, they better know soon to be the third largest economy and the most populous nation in the world. So that was really the context. It was constructive engagement between US and India anchored at Stanford. That was really the vision. And it was a privilege for me to have to sort of start advising them, and it's been a journey. And the students have done a phenomenal job. These are undergrad and graduate students who have worked very hard to build a sizable community around it. Thousands of students across the campus and community members, Stanford community members that come together. The purpose of the conference, though, as Jatin and Sam were saying, is very specific. It's to bring senior-most thought leaders from the US, from India, other parts of the world, to directly engage with the students, to have that intimate conversation between them and between these leaders and the students, so that we can train them directly. So education is not just in the classrooms. I'm a professor here. I teach classes So there's a lot of classroom teaching that happens, but that teaching that education has to continue beyond the classroom. So this today, think of yourselves, those of you who are invited guests, speakers, roundtable discussion leaders, think of yourselves as teachers yourselves. I am co-opting you all as my fellow faculty members, and please engage with the students and share your knowledge. The other thing that I want to point out is this is a very difficult period in the geopolitics and geopolitical environment. We just had, as Sam said, this gruesome massacre in Kashmir, and problems like terrorism really affect us deeply. It affects us not just in India, it affects us around the world, and definitely affects us right here. We have our friends and family there, but we also have been victims in the US of terrorism. How do you address those problems? How do you sort of move ahead and create a constructive solution set? Discussions like these will help us do that. And then the last comment I want to make is that there's a sizable group of folks at Stanford, faculty members, center directors, deans, that are supporting SciPEC and part of the faculty advisory board. We do have an advisory board outside, external advisory board it's called appropriately, and we have a number of folks who have really done a phenomenal job of supporting SciPEC as an organization, which in effect is supporting all of the student body, Indian origin students as well as non-Indian origin students, having them get access to a community, a broader global community that enhances that mission that SciPEC has. So that's the other ask that I have from all of you. Some of you are already on the external advisory board, but please make yourselves available when students approach you and they want to engage with you. Please do give your time to them. And then the last comment I'll very quickly make is today's conference, there's going to be lots of discussion. One of the key features I really love, you have amazing panels and you've seen the agenda and programming. The one hidden gem that you have not heard too much about is the roundtable discussions that happens during lunch. Last year, it was one of the most active sessions for that close interaction. All of the folks that are going to be speaking on the podium, as well as folks that have been added to roundtable, they're all going to be at your tables. Rare opportunity to have a very intimate discussion, 4-on-4 kind of discussion during those roundtables. Starting this year, the team is actually going to start to put together white papers on the basis of the discussion that happens at the roundtable. So they're putting a lot more rigor around it. So lots of amazing things that are happening. Again, a huge round of applause for SciPEC students and the leaders. And a huge round of applause for all of you for being here, making your time available. So thank you. Actually, it's also my privilege now to introduce our next speaker, His Excellency Deputy Consul General of India, Mr. Rakesh Adlakha. Mr. Rakesh Adlakha is the Deputy Consul General at the Consulate General of India in San Francisco. He has vast experience of working in various capacities in Ministry of External Affairs, both in India and its missions around the world. Mr. Adlakha joined his duties at the CGI-SF in January 2023, but before that, he was Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of India, Muscat, Oman, where he also was, he served as interim Consul General, as interim ambassador, actually. He has also served in diplomatic missions in France, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and United Nations. So he's really tremendous amount of experience across the world. And those of us who engage with him quite frequently, we are just amazed by his positive energy, his willingness to give time to the community, and his willingness to engage with the students as well. It's appropriate to mention that he's a graduate from Delhi University. He loves reading and music. And he's got two amazing sons who are graduate students or working in information technology in government of UK, one of them, and one of them is a graduate student at a leading institution in Paris. So remarkable family and remarkable leader, Mr. Rakesh Laga, please.
Thank you, Professor Anurag Mairal, for this wonderful introduction. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Consulate General of India in San Francisco, it is an honor and privilege for me to be here with you all for this Stanford India Conference. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Stanford India Policy and Economics Club for organizing this wonderful event and bringing together such a distinguished gathering of minds. Under the able guidance of Professor Anurag Mairal, SciPEC's dedication to fostering dialogue on India's role in the global landscape is truly commendable. Stanford, with its rich academic tradition and forward-thinking ethos, is a fitting stage for this important conversation. This conference is a celebration of ideas, collaboration, and the power of dialogue to shape the future. Events like these strengthen the ties between institutions, between nations, and most importantly, between people. I must say that during my visits to other universities in California and other states of US, I have been continuously inspired by the vibrant community of Indian students. These young individuals are not only excelling in academics, but are also contributing to innovation, research, and campus leadership. They bring with them a sense of curiosity, resilience, and a strong desire to make a difference, not just in their chosen fields, but also in the world around them. Friends, Indian students are the largest group of international students in the US, with over 330,000 enrolled in the 2023-24 academic year. They now constitute 29% of the international student population. This is not merely a statistic, but it is a symbol of India's demographic energy, the aspirations of our youth, and the enduring strength of our educational and cultural exchanges with the United States. These students are our ambassadors. Their achievements add to India's global image, and their experiences abroad enrich their perspectives. In them, we see the seeds of future leadership of a globally connected yet deeply rooted generation. Coming to the US-India relations, I would like to share a brief perspective from my own experience of being with the Indian Consulate in San Francisco for the last over 2 years. I won't delve into history, but we can all agree that while certain aspects of our relationship, such as people-to-people exchanges, have always been robust, the India-US partnership has grown and evolved over time. It hasn't always been as strong, as rich as it is today. Back in 2016, when Prime Minister Modi visited USA, he had aptly summarized our relationship by stating that our two countries have now overcome the hesitations of history. This has been a direct consequence of the trust we have built by working together and recognizing each other's value. Today, we can confidently say that India-US collaboration not only benefits our two countries, but also contributes to global good. The visit of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to US in February this year, when he was among the first few world leaders to have been invited to the White House, was very successful and instrumental in taking the existing bilateral relationship to even higher levels. There are many solid examples of the India-US partnership in every aspect of human endeavor. It is very hard to choose a few, but I will highlight 5 key areas: defense, high technology, space, energy, and education. In defense, to advance the ties further, the two sides have announced plans to sign a new 10-year framework for the US-India major defense partnership in the 21st century. In high technology, the two countries have announced the launch of US-India Trust Initiative, which is transforming the relationship utilizing strategic technology, which will catalyze government-to-government, academia, and private sector collaboration to promote application of critical and emerging technologies in areas like defense, artificial intelligence, semiconductors, quantum, biotechnology, energy, and space. Already, a number of US companies have invested in semiconductor industry in India. In space, a prime example of India-US collaboration is the NASA-ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar, NISAR, the world's most advanced radar satellite. Half of its complex payload was built by Indian scientists at ISRO in Ahmedabad, while the other half was built by American scientists at NASA JPL in Pasadena. This satellite will generate valuable data on climate change and disaster management, etc. In energy sector, this area offers massive opportunities. The energy trade, which was negligible a few years ago, is now over $15 billion, generating excitement among companies on both sides. During PM Modi's visit in February this year, the two sides underscored the tremendous scope and opportunity to increase trade in the hydrocarbon sector, including natural gas, ethane, and petroleum products, as part of efforts to ensure supply diversification and energy security. The two sides have also committed to enhance investments, particularly in oil and gas infrastructure, and facilitate greater cooperation between the energy companies of the two countries. In education, as I mentioned earlier, we currently have around 330,000 Indian students studying in the United States, a sharp increase from about 50,000 at the turn of the century. We are hopeful that in the coming weeks and months, we will see excellent collaboration between the most elite institutions and the next tier of educational establishments in India and the US, fostering research, collaborations, and industry exchanges. At the heart of all these relationships is the people-to-people ties. Last year, India opened a new consulate in Seattle, and we are now looking forward to opening 2 more consulates in the next few months, one in Boston and the other one in LA. As I close, I want to emphasize that both countries have willingness to engage in dialogue on all issues and understand each other's perspectives. This hallmark of our conversations will take us to even greater heights in the years to come. I once again thank SciPEC for hosting this wonderful conference and for inviting the consulate. I wish you all a very productive day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rakesh ji, for your inspiring words. We would like to invite Professor Mehral to present a token of our appreciation from SciPEC. Before we start the conference, it is extremely important for us to thank some of our seniors who were instrumental in starting SciPEC and have been key to this entire conference. I would like to thank Devansh Sharma. Hopefully he is watching from Delhi. He has been at every meeting at all odd hours of the day, and we've been truly appreciative of all the support we've received from him. And we also would like to thank Arman Sharma. We've got a couple of really great SciPEC folks, and it is our we are very, very grateful for the support we've got from them. While we wait for our keynote speaker, I believe that this keynote speaker actually needs very, very little introduction, but it is my honor to introduce him anyway. From making his mark on India with the signature phrase, "The nation wants to know," at Times Now, to his groundbreaking role as founder and editor-in-chief of the Republic Media Network, Mr. Arnab Goswami has shaped the landscape of Indian journalism over the past 2 decades. He is known for his fearless interviews, no-holds-barred debates, and signature energy on screen. He is, of course, one of the most watched and talked about news anchors in the country. Beyond the headlines, he sparked national conversations, challenged the status quo, and brought political discourse into everyday living rooms. We are truly privileged to have him here, albeit virtually, but we are truly privileged to have his support in our event, and are privileged to have him open today with his keynote. We are in the process of getting Mr. Goswami up and ready. 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Okay.
Actually, while we are waiting for Arnab to sort of join, I just wanted to thank Ghanshyamji. I just wanted to thank all the amazing folks that have traveled from around the world to attend this. In particular, I would love to call out a few folks right now. This is not an exclusive list, but Mr. Annamalai, he's in the room. he flew in exclusively for this event at, we were trying to figure out whether his travel schedule, and he was able to make it, which is wonderful. Mr. J. Sai Deepak is in the room. So he should be coming in soon. Mr. Ghansham Tiwari, GT. Yeah, there he is. I think you know their backgrounds, but they will be introduced. I'm just not gonna. Mr. Mohandas Pai. Mr. Pranav Pai. So if you notice, I'm calling out folks that have actually traveled here all the way. There are other folks I'll call out in between whenever there's an opportunity. But just making sure that, is Arnab ready now? Okay. Can I ask how many of the folks here are from other parts of the US, that are visiting here from other parts of the US? There you go. We have, oh my goodness, please stand up, all of you. Thank you. Lots of young people, which is wonderful. This is kind of becomes a really good engagement. I also want to thank two of our advisory board members. Actually three. I don't know if Asha ji is here yet. But the two that are here, Anil Advani, are you here? Anil Advani is not here yet. And then of course, Pranav Pai is our chair of the External Advisory Board. Really appreciate the, yeah? Okay. Back to Sam.
So I'd like to know how many people did show up here because Arnab ji was going to be one of our keynote speakers. Thank you. We'd like to provide a little more context because Republic TV has been a key player in our journey and will hopefully be a supporter of SciPec in the future as well. So a little bit about the Republic Media Network because they are a key partner of ours and we did need to introduce them. They are a diversified broadcast and digital company, India's only and biggest independent news network with broadcast operations in Hindi, English, Bangla, a number of languages. I think everyone, we have all seen the Republic TV kind of from ground up, the first generation news entrepreneur. We've seen kind of Mr. Goswami and his work sort of build up from the bottom, and we are so excited to have Republic TV and Republic TV partner with us, and with that, we will turn it over to Mr. Arnab Goswami. Sorry, Arnabji, can you hear us? Can you hear us? Okay, so we're good. We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and very sorry that I could not be with you in person. I think, even if I wanted to, the circumstances in our country are such that it would be unfair to leave my newsroom at this very critical time. But I would like to begin by saying that I'm honored that you have called me and invited me to speak at this event. And you have many great speakers in this event, with people who have been mentors of mine like Mohandas Pai, who are there, and I wish I could be with all of you, but nevertheless, I want to start by thanking you. Now, a lot is said, and I know the subject of your conference is the broad ambit of the India and US relationship. A lot is said of what America expects from India. And I would like to focus in in my address on what we legitimately expect from America, because a relationship of equals must have a deep understanding of the expectations on both sides. What happened in Pahalgam on the 22nd of April is something that needs elaboration in a global context. On the 22nd of April, there were tourists on honeymoons, there were families on surprise birthday vacations, and they were wiped out while eating at the snack stalls. And on the 22nd of April, men standing alongside their children and wives, they were asked about their religion, and they were asked to recite the Kalma, Islamic verses, as a test. And if they could not recite the Islamic verses, then they were made to kneel, ISIS style, Hamas style, and shot close range right in the head. And on the 22nd of April, the men were stripped, waist down, to check whether they were circumcised and whether they were Hindu or Muslim or non-Muslim, and then identified as non-Muslim and then executed. And then the wives of the terrorists, one of them came on my program, Pallavi Rao, that's her name, and she said that, and I spoke to her about 4 or 5 hours after her husband was killed. And she said that after my husband was killed, I went to the terrorists and I said, you killed my husband and my son, and I told the husband, why didn't you kill us too? And then the terrorists came close to her and said, we won't, because we want you to go and tell Modi what we have done. And the children were lying next to their dead fathers. They were saying, some of them in their nightmares are saying, Mama, I see fire, and Papa is dead. And that is what happened on the 22nd of April. That should sink in. The similarities with what happened on October 7th in Israel are shockingly similar. The problem is that when Pahalgam happens, there is very little coverage and very little interest in sections of the global media which have become far too woke and which do not want to focus on Pahalgam because they won't want to come to terms with the larger threats, the civilizational threats that the world is facing. And so you may ask, why am I saying this in the context of a dialogue which is India-America? Because we must state what we expect from America very clearly. America cannot insulate itself to the point that it does not look at the threats that will continue to target America itself. America should not pretend these issues will not hit it. 9/11 happened. And the Pahalgam attack that happened in Kashmir happened precisely 75 days after senior Hamas leaders were in Pakistan. So there is a direct connection. And about 90 to 100 terrorists, mostly from foreign countries, were present at a global terrorism conclave at Rawalkot in Pakistan, occupied Kashmir. This global terrorism conclave happens, and it happens to happen in Pakistan. And Hamas leaders such as Dr. Khalid Kadumi, Dr. Naji Zahir, and Mufti Azam and 5 others were present there. Therefore, I see a contiguity between what happened on October 7th, 2023 in Israel, when Hamas terrorists killed 1,100 people, mostly civilians, and what happened in Pahalgam in a popular tourist spot. You see, both these attacks involved identifying victims on the basis of their religious identity to amplify the divisive impact. Both these attacks involved synchronized multi-pronged tactics. The Hamas relies on small, highly mobile teams to execute the attacks. And in the case of Pahalgam, there were 6 attackers who operated as a compact unit, using the terrain to their advantage and escaping post-attack, indicating that they were trained and agile operatives. The reason I'm drawing a constant link between what happened in Pahalgam and what happened on October 7th is because it is part of the same pattern. I don't want to mince my words today, but when all of these things happen, it is very important for the United States of America to understand the harm that it has done to part of this world. America has strategically tinkered with this part of the world. And Donald Trump must understand the damage that previous administrations have done by encouraging, supporting, sponsoring, directly or indirectly, the number of terrorist groups in this part of the world, from the Middle East to South Asia. They have different names. Some call themselves the Mujahideen, some call themselves the Jaish today, some call themselves the TRF, some call themselves the Lashkar. But the fact is, all of this is a residue of what the United States has done by using, breeding, and cultivating all through the years, through 3 decades, these groups as strategic assets, initially and predominantly in their ground battle with the Soviets. And this realization must come. And therefore, America must realize that if they want a strong relationship with India, they must acknowledge that the mistakes they have done by encouraging these groups over the years must stop. They must watch the statement of Khwaja Asif very, very carefully. I think he said it to Sky News. Khwaja Asif is the defense minister. He was asked aggressively by Sky News 3 days back, rightly so, that would you acknowledge that you've supported terrorism? The Khwaja Yusuf said that, yes, we have been doing America's dirty work for decades. Why does the Pakistan defense minister say that? Of course, it is an acknowledgement that Pakistan is a gun on hire. It is a country that simply wants to use terrorism as policy. But it also underlines another fact, that the Pakistanis are looking the Americans and the Western world in the eye and saying that we were doing this on behalf of you. So when America now wants to look upon India as an investment destination and put in foreign direct investment and make us part of the China Plus One strategy and look upon us as a counterweight to China, it is very, very, very important. But as the founder of India's largest news network, I would like to say that the relationship with America cannot be purely commercial. It has to be strategic. Americans must understand, Donald Trump must understand, that you cannot change the foreign policy of just Ukraine. You have to relook at your policy, your strategic foreign policy with the rest of the world as well, on fundamentals with India. And right now, the baseline for India, in the given context that we are having this dialogue, and I'm sure pretty much this is going to remain the context till we sign our agreement with America, which I'm sure will happen, the baseline of the geostrategic agreement with the United States of America has to be terrorism. And just lip service or condemnations or a blank response of a war of terror in terms of generic terms is not a fundamental commitment to a strategic cohesion between our nations. I did see the comment yesterday or day before of Donald Trump where he tried to build an equivalence between India and the United States. He must not do that. He kept saying that, yes, I know there's a problem and I think they'll sort it out. I think that's very generic. I think that's very unthought. America will have to think about whether the relationship they want to have with us, with India, is restricted to tariff negotiations and persuasions of arms deals. I have once been to the American embassy many years back for a conversation. I think it was an interview with the American ambassador, and after that we were almost accosted. The American diplomats asking great details about the MMRCA deal, and of course it's not for journalists to give the, but I felt somewhere that the relationship with America has simply been based upon defense deals. We are looking for a deeper commitment between our nations. It is not one or the other. It has to be both. It has to be strategic and commercial. And if America thinks that we have too much at stake, it's not true. We can talk about the trade deal, we can talk about the commercials and all those other things, but the fact is that India's exports to the US are accounting only for about 15% of the total. America does not have that kind of leverage on us. We can pretend and make Trump feel that they have the leverage. The fact is, in 2024, we exported goods worth only $89 billion to the US. We do not have, Americans do not have the leverage on us. Now, what does that mean? That means that America needs us as much as we need America. So Trump cannot be casual in his comments on Pahalgam, which he has said today. This is not a floozy relationship. We can't balance with the Hamas.
There is no balancing on Pahalgam. Trump cannot strike equivalence between India and Pakistan if there is anything that is beyond a commercial relationship between our nations. There are two things I want to add. It is in America's interest to have a relationship with India. With or without America, we will take on China. If America thinks that we need America to take on China, they are mistaken. And so there is no leverage that America has on India in that sense either. We are not insecure vis-a-vis China. We have held our ground. America has not fought a war with China. We have fought wars with China. We continue to be in a military standoff with them. We're the only country that has given China a bloody nose in military terms. That's a huge accomplishment. There was a 73-day standoff in 2017. It was a bloody military fight. And India did it without looking left, right, west, or east, or to America, or to Russia for either help or approval. So when America looks upon us as a strategic partner, it has to accept that we are dealing with the only country in this whole planet which has taken on China and continues to take on China. We're a very strong country, militarily and economically. See, I'm not trying to undermine the need for an America-India relationship. All I'm trying to say, and I have some practical experience, I run the largest news network in the country, that looking at it from the West, one might get a feeling that India has more skin in the game. No, America has more skin in the game as well. And so I will conclude by saying this, that the United States has to look at its own interests. I accept that. I believe that India is part of the US's interests, not the other way around. That's point number one. And the question, therefore, is not whether India will be on Trump's side after what has happened in Kashmir. The question is more fundamental. The question is whether Trump will be on India's side, because India is in your interest if Trump is serious on the China plus one game. But pure economics will not do anymore. It has to be much more than that. It has to be a deep, cohesive relationship based upon mutual understanding and not just tariff and transactional conversations. So I hope I've communicated the sort of sense that we have here in India. I believe in a very strong India-US relationship. I believe India should work very closely with the West. We've all been very, very happy with the close working between the West, between the United Kingdom, between the US and India. But I think that what we are asking for again is a fundamental commitment to a strategic cohesion between our two nations. And I'm sure your conversations in Stanford will only extend that. I thank you very, very much. Maybe the next time we'll get to meet. And I wish you luck for the rest of your conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Arnabji. We truly appreciate your words and the clarity with which you speak of these topics. We really set the tone for a very engaging and impactful conference. A sincere gratitude. Would you have the time to entertain a question or two, or is that beyond your capacity at the moment? Okay, I understand. Thank you so much. We will now move on to our first panel. This is Navigating India's Constitutional Evolution post the 2014 election. This topic delves into the evolving political and legal landscape of India, particularly after the landmark 2014 general elections, which have had profound implications on India's constitutional framework and governance. We are fortunate to have with us today a very esteemed panel of experts whom I'm sure are unfamiliar to almost nobody in this room, who bring a wealth of experience from both legal and political spheres. We have Mr. Jesai Deepak, who is a senior advocate at the Supreme Court of India and prolific author.
I can take questions if I can't hear actually.
Oh, sorry.
But if you'd like me to take questions, I can.
Oh.
I can't hear. I'm not getting the audio back.
So
but I can take questions if you wish me to.
Gosh, okay. Yeah.
Can you unmute yourself on your side?
Oh, apologies.
Yeah, I can hear now.
So I think we have time for one question. We have two questions. Okay. Who are the two people who want to ask? I think I see one hand over here.
अर्णव, सबसे पहले आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपने इंडियन जर्नलिज्म में बहुत अच्छा काम किया है। और तो एक प्रश्न ये है कि अभी भी भारतीय पत्रकारिता में बहुत सारी गंदगी मिलती है और बहुत ही पक्षधरता दिखती है, एजेंडा और वेंडेटा ज़्यादा दिखता है। उसको साफ करने का क्या उपाय है?
के लिए धन्यवाद। आपने जो बात कही, इसके दो पहलू हैं। जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि हमारा सौभाग्य है कि हम आज सिर्फ अंग्रेजी में नहीं बल्कि भारत के अन्य जितने लैंग्वेज हैं उनमें हम ब्रॉडकास्ट करते हैं। हिंदी में करते हैं, बांग्ला में करते हैं, कन्नड़ में करते हैं। और आज ही मैं गोरखपुर से वापस आया। मैं पिछले 24 घंटे गोरखपुर में था। तो मुझे लगता है कि जिस तरह का सपोर्ट और प्यार हमारे नेटवर्क को मिला है, वो भी एक प्रतीक है कि जो राष्ट्रवादी पत्रकारिता की बात हम करते हैं और हम कहते हैं राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि, हम ये कभी नहीं कहते कि न्यूज़ फर्स्ट। वी प्राउडली से नेशन फर्स्ट। तो अलग अलग नैरेटिव जरूर होते हैं एक देश में, मगर जो हमारी नैरेटिव है वो पॉपुलर ही नहीं, वो मेजॉरिटी ही नहीं। आई कैन कॉन्फिडेंटली टेल यू मोर देन 90% ऑफ द पीपल ऑफ द कंट्री सपोर्ट आवर नैरेटिव। रही बात जो अलग फॉर्म्स ऑफ जर्नलिज्म होते हैं, मैं दूसरों के बारे में नहीं कहना चाहता, मैं सिर्फ अपने बारे में कहूंगा और रिपब्लिक के बारे में कहूंगा कि we have brought in a new change in journalism in our country. We don't expect everybody to like it, but we do speak the truth. और हम छुपकर नहीं कहते। अभी पहलगाम में जो हुआ उसके बाद जितनी स्यूडो सेक्युलर मीडिया है हमारे देश में, वो एक हफ्ते से छुपी हुई है, वो कुछ कहना नहीं चाह रही। They are hiding for the last 4 or 5 days. And the reality is that they must understand the feelings of the people on the ground in this country. आपके इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में अलग अलग धारा, अलग अलग आइडियोलॉजी के लोग होंगे। यू प्लीज आस्क देम whether they will confidently say that we need nationalism in our country. इसके साथ साथ मैं आपके स्टैनफोर्ड इंडिया कॉन्फ्रेंस में एक अनाउंसमेंट भी करना चाहता हूं कि इस हफ्ते यानी कि सोमवार से हमारी नेटवर्क जो रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क है, वी आर अनाउंसिंग द फॉर्मेशन ऑफ द नेशनलिस्ट कलेक्टिव. It is going to be a Rashtravadi Samuh, because attempts to put nationalism into a corner must be defeated in country. There are a lot of people in our country who are nervous about the growth of nationalism in our country. If there should be anyone who should be in a minority, it is people who are against nationalism. There should be only 2 waves of people in this country who must ask everyone, are you a nationalist or are you not a nationalist? And if you're not a nationalist, give me reasons why you're not a nationalist. And I can tell you, you confidently look at those people in the eye, they will run away from you. Therefore, we are announcing the formation of the Nationalist Collective. We are an ideologically driven network, and the only ideology we are wedded to is that of nationalism, जिसको simply कहा जाता है राष्ट्रवाद. I am confident our efforts will succeed, and the support that Republic Media Network has got from people of the country over the last 7 to 8 years, and the growth of our network is proof of the fact that people support us. I am sure within your conference there'll be some people who are for or against us, but I feel most people will be for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arnab ji. Truly appreciate you taking the time. Unfortunately, we are running a little short on time, folks, so we will have to skip the next question. Really sorry about that, but we do have a really exciting panel. We do have Jai Sai Deepak ji. Thank you for being here. And Arnab ji, sincere gratitude to you and Republic TV. Oh my gosh, I don't know. I think there is an issue with hearing.
No, I can hear you now.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay. I just wanted to say we sincerely thank you so much for your time and your comments. We really appreciate all you've given to this conference, and we wish you the very best in your venture. And I'm sure many of us are looking forward to seeing that play out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You'll be.
So I'd like to invite the next panelist. We have Mr. K. Annamalai, who is a prominent who's a prominent BJP party member, a Bharatiya Janata Party member, and a former president of BJP in Tamil Nadu. We have Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, who is the national spokesperson for the
So good to see you again. Nice to meet you. Nice meeting you. Thank you.
And joining us virtually from Delhi, we have Mr. Verghese George, who is the resident editor at the Hindu. And I have the distinct honor of moderating this panel and look forward to hearing your insights. So, am I audible? Am I audible?
Switch it on.
Sorry, am I audible?
You can use this one.
Thank you. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us today. We sincerely appreciate it. So, given that we're talking about constitutional evolution, I guess the best place to start is at the very beginning. So, we look at the Constitution. We see we, the people of India, having solemnly resolved to constitute India into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, and to secure all its citizens justice. So, I will start with the first word there. So, sovereign. And I think that's particularly relevant in the case of Pahalgam. I'd like to start with Verghese George ji. You have talked about Kashmir and the two kind of opposing views. So the broad question I'd like to ask the panelists is, how does the contest over Kashmir, thinking about the two different perspectives, kind of that Verghese George ji has, kind of Nehruvian secularism and kind of Hindutva civilizational claims, shape the understanding of constitutional sovereignty? And I'd like to hear Verghese George ji's work on that first. And yeah.
Well, I think you've just jumped to a rather several years old an argument which I had made, which is essentially in one line. The argument is that the imagination about Kashmir in India's overall strategy has broadly can be viewed in two kind of visions, I would say. On the one hand, what I've called the Hindutva strategy, Kashmir is a kind of a last frontier which has to be integrated in a manner which consolidates nationhood, and that becomes the sort of a final frontier of the consolidation of India's nation-building project. So it is about the strength of the nation demonstrated in that manner. In a Nehruvian imagination, what I've called Kashmir is kind of the crown of India's multi-religious nationalism, where the defeat of two-nation theory, the idea that India is a Hindu country and therefore the Muslims have no place, that was Jinnah's idea. That is a new, the two-nation theory, which the Pakistani army chief actually spoke about in a very controversial manner a week ago, almost as a prelude to what happened in Pahalgam. The notion that Hindus and Muslims are two nations that cannot be together, that is a two-nation. So in the Nehruvian vision, the fact that a Muslim majority state or region could be part of India and was part of India and will be part of India was the epitome of India's idea of being a multi-religious, multi-ethnic, pluralist nation. That is the argument that I made, if I recall correctly. But yeah, as I said, it's a few years old.
Thank you. So I'd like to draw a little bit more on that. J. Sai Deepak ji, you've done a lot of work about civilizational narratives. I'd like to hear, how do you see this shaping kind of our understanding of constitutional sovereignty, especially in the wakes of security challenges like we faced recently?
So, if I have to weigh in on the question of, is there a conflict between the Nehruvian position as well as, and the civilizational position or the Hindutvaite position, there is a certain degree of conflict. The Nehruvian position starts off with a certain secularization or the negation of Bharat's civilizational history. And then it proceeds under the assumption that the history of Bharat is otherwise a clean slate, and therefore it proceeds to make the claim that all communities have always been indigenous to Bharat, or at least all worldviews and faith systems have been indigenous to Bharat. Whereas on the other hand, the Hindutvaite position basically takes the position that you don't need to deny the fundamental identity of Bharat's civilization in order to find a respectable place for other worldviews and faith systems within its rubric. And that is not the same as recognizing a two-nation theory. A two-nation theory operates under the assumption that Hindus and Muslims are like water and oil, and therefore they are not miscible at all under any circumstances. That it is possible for both communities to live together, provided there is a clear acknowledgement and admission of Bharat's civilizational identity, without anyone taking a position that not only denies but actively seeks to exterminate the existence of that identity. As long as that social contract and compact is in place, I think we are all on the same page. Now, a lot of people tend to draw a mischievous parallel between the Jinnite position and the Hindutvaite position to say both of them are actually two sides of the same coin. They are not. Because if that were to be the case, then the fact of the matter is, in the last 11 years or since 2014, we should have seen waves of that particular movement resulting in displacement of people who don't share India's civilizational identity. If anything, on the contrary, what has happened is those who belong to or who are adherents of India's civilizational identity have come under greater attack in the last 11 years. That seems to be the situation. So, I am clearly of the view that even if we had to peg this argument or place this argument within the four corners of the Constitution, it is capable of being successfully accommodated as a constitutionally valid argument without doing injustice to the promise of equality, equal justice and equal treatment in the eyes of law and under the law to all communities. So sometimes what happens is, in our public discourse, we see an invented conflict between constitutional morality and civilizational identity. That conflict, according to me, is manufactured, and its primary goal is to cleanse and exterminate and pixelate our fundamental identity, which has serious consequences for perhaps the last standing dharmic civilization, which has withstood waves of invasions and colonial, let's say, settler colonialism. So I will have to firmly reject the Nehruvian approach. I have taken a very clear position against it. And the rejection of Nehruvian approach doesn't automatically translate to adoption or embracing of Jinnah's two-nation theory. There is a path in between, and that path in between happens to be Hindutva civilizationalism. That would be my position.
Ghanshyamji, I'd love to hear your thoughts. You've spoken a lot about how certain views kind of I think the term you used was artificial intolerance, when others are thinking about artificial intelligence. I'd love to hear your thoughts on J. Sai Deepak ji's point.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Let me start by paying tribute to the victims of the Dastardly Act in Pahalgam. I think every one of us across the world feel that it could be us, it could be our family members, and every one of such violent activities pains us, strengthens our humanity, and then it brings to the fore the most important question that India faces in such moments. That is this a moment to rise as a nation together, or is this a moment to rise as a religion? Because religion is often pivoted as an anchor in such tragedies. As far as what respected J. Sai Deepak ji said, I believe in facts. And in the world of artificial intelligence, that is going to be even more important. I cannot compare Nehru to a phantom or to a ghost. The British Empire sucked the blood, the economics, the social fabric of India. No empire has killed as many people in any part of the world as the British Empire. So we can go on to fight the Aurangzebs and Akbars and Humayus, but the fact stays as is. And the people who fought that empire are the true founding fathers of India: Gandhi, Nehru, Patel, Bose, Bhagat Singh, and countless more people. I believe that these people came up with a constitution, and at that time there was an equal opportunity for everybody, those who believed in any other ideology, civilizational journey of India, to stand up, be counted first as freedom fighters for India, fighting this powerful empire. Second, as thought leaders whose thoughts will last and build the architecture of India for the next 75 years and more. Our institutions have lasted, the IITs have lasted, the systems have lasted, the preamble of our constitution has lasted. So for anyone to come and say that this is the ideology that I use to contradict Nehru, I believe such ideologies don't have anybody but ghosts to stand on. The reality is that counterfactuals don't run the future of a nation. In front of us, there was one team who fought for the foundation of modern India, and the ideas of that team has lasted. My final point, if one has to look at last 11 years and think about one person, just one person, because I don't believe in phantoms running the ideology. One leader who stood out and said, this is my ideology and this is how I'm going to defend it. Did you see that leader stand up in parliament and defend it or speak about it? No. In many years, in the last 11 years, after parliament has, our parliament has less sittings than number of Sundays in a year. We have had a time when the government in power decided not to convene parliament because of a state election, or the parliament was disrupted by the government in power. So these are important questions that has to be dealt with in the frame of our constitution. Just to conclude on what was said earlier, nationalistic and non-nationalistic. My father served Indian Air Force. I grew up traveling across 7-8 different states in the country, lived in towns and villages, and never ever, from Tamil Nadu, where I did my schooling, to Rajasthan, when the parliament was attacked, to Punjab, when there was terrorism in Punjab, never ever in a village, in a town, in a city have I found anybody waiting for somebody from outside to come and give anybody a certificate of nationalism. We believe that every citizen, especially in the 2024 election, when constitution became the centerpiece of the center focus of the election, every citizen, wherever they are nationalistic in their own ways, and the constitution becomes the framework by which our nationalism comes together and takes the nation forward. Thank you.
Annamalai sir, I'd love to get your thoughts on that. I think the challenges in Tamil Nadu that Ghanshyamji brought up are slightly different, but relate very closely to what we're discussing. So I'd love to hear your on-ground kind of real-world, on-ground political experience in that.
Thank you, Samyukta. I'll take some time to just get into the topic. And you marked a very important year called 2014 and the constitutional evolution. Many times when you go to the Western institutions, it might send a different message that there is something happening in Indian constitution post-2014, and what is happening is the current government trying to distort the constitution. This is a general feeling that at the Western side I keep seeing it, be it in Oxford and other places. We have to understand, if at all we are talking about constitution, the ethos of constitution, protecting the constitution, it is more in the last few years. I'm going to make certain comparisons post-2014 and before that. Our constitution is amended about 106 times, 106 times till now. And post-2014, we have done it 8 times, starting from 99th Amendment, 100 till 106. If somebody is carefully studying what are those last 8 amendments post-2014 we have done. We did an amendment, the first amendment we did after 2014 is to exchange certain territories with Bangladesh because we had an agreement. We took some land from them, we have to give a land. Then we brought GST. we extended the reservation in the country for another 10 years. That is one amendment. We gave 1/3 reservation to our mothers and sisters, one amendment. We empowered the state governments to decide who should be the OBCs of our country. That is one amendment. We gave a constitutional mandate to the OBC Commission. These are the 8 amendments we have done post 2014, which each of those single amendment has actually strengthened the Constitution, taken the Constitution forward, so that what you mentioned about the preamble of the Constitution, it is strengthening. If you go slightly previously, the kind of distortions we have seen, I'm only mentioning a couple of amendments, 24th, 25th, 29th, 39th, 42nd. These amendments I'm mentioning in particular because these are classics. When somebody talk about, oh, we preserved the identity of Bharat post-2000, post-1947 till about 2014, now everything is distorted, people should just go and read the 39th Amendment, which was simply brought in on a Thursday in the Parliament, August 7, 1975, which is a Thursday in the Lok Sabha. They brought an amendment to say nobody can question the election of a Prime Minister, the President, the Vice President, and the Speaker on a Thursday. August 8, 1975, which is a Friday, the Lok Sabha passes. August 9, 1975, which is a Saturday, 17 legislative assemblies of our country, suddenly they call for a session in the Legislative Assembly, they endorse it. August 11, 1975, which is a Sunday, the President signs it. Because August 12, 1975, the case against Indira Gandhi ji madam is coming in the Supreme Court. Have you seen this kind of distortion? 42nd Amendment. When we talk about the preamble now, certain insertion of words, the word called secular. Now the problem in our country is there is a syndrome that many of our folks have. It is called the over-secularization syndrome. They want to go overboard to prove they are secular. That is uncalled for, unfair. And they, with a distorted lens, they want to see whatever is happening to say that, oh, secularism is getting distorted. Even the recent attack that happened in Pahalgam, which Arnabji very evocatively spoke, if you look at some of the narratives that is happening, they say, no, among the 26 killed, 25 are Hindus, 1 is Muslim, which means the terrorist folk did not see a difference between Hindu and Muslim. But none of them carefully study the modus operandi. None of them carefully study what he said, what was actually happening in the field that particular day. I would say it is a very unfair defense. Many a times I keep facing it. 4 months when I did a small fellowship in Oxford, every single day, and the professors in UK, my only job from morning till night was defending that we are not doing anything wrong in our country. It is not a kangaroo court that is running our country. We are elected by the people. We have a mandate. I am just ending my argument with one more. 2013, the UPA government brought a bill. Luckily, it did not become an act. If I'm recalling that bill for you, it says, Prevention of Targeted Violence, Communal Violence, 2013. If somebody is reading that bill, it came into the parliament. It was debated in parliament. If you read that bill, it says, a communal violence can be done only by a majority community against a minority community. It says only Hindus can always be the aggressor. It is all the time the Muslims are the people who are suffering at the hands of Hindus. Luckily, the Congress government withdrew in 2013 because the elections were coming, it was becoming a big blowback. This kind of bills, this kind of debates happening. When my friend says that our parliament hasn't sat much, people just have to compare the dates. If people's job coming into the parliament is to oppose one man for the sake of opposing from morning till evening, not allowing the business of the house to happen, and then squarely putting the blame on the government. Did any point of time the government of the day now not call the parliament? Did they not invite the president to come and give the address? Did they prorogue the parliament endlessly to say that the parliament will not sit on a particular date? It is every elected person of this country has got a common wisdom to make sure the institutions of different government function normally. And that is very unfair. I'm very happy that you are starting this particular conclave with this topic so that people should understand what happened for the last 250 years was like a speed bump, a roadblock. Now we are only trying to set things in right historical context, because in my table also you have mentioned Vikshit Bharat and the promise of a civilizational state. It is important that India should progress towards something called a civilizational state. And a lot of steps is happening in the last 11 years to make sure that is going to happen right in the times you are going to live. Thank you.
Thank you. So you brought up 2 points, and I'd like to pull on that a little bit. So you brought up one, kind of the defense of kangaroo courts. I know, Ghanshyamji, you've expressed a lot of opinions about that, so I'd love to hear that about that from you, given that it's been an interest.
I think in the interest of brevity and time, let me pivot the discussion to the future. We are at Stanford, the birthplace of foundational technologies that shape the future. So artificial intelligence is here. And if we have to judge, and the future generations will actually judge, it will be on their fingertips. Every one of us have mobile phones these days. What any speaker, whether it's the Prime Minister, whether it is journalist, nationalist journalist, or any other journalist, whoever it is, it's only a matter of time that the AI will judge everyone based on the content you have created. You can give your mobile phone to some kind of technology, and it will tell you that the content on your mobile phone, is it true? Is it hateful? Is it harmonious? Is it based on false propaganda? And there could be multiple sections. Professor Myra is there, so many professors would be there. I'm sure this will be scientific, and it will be factual. And at that juncture, people will not have a place to hide. Because when a future person interested in history of India will read a lot of things that have been thrown out through various platforms, through media. I'll give you one simple statistics because we spoke about it. If you look at Google Trends and search for the word Hindu and Muslim, India is 80% Hindu. The internet imprint of the word Muslim sometimes is more than the word Hindu. Where is this content coming from? This is just in the last 11 years. This is not a by chance activity. This is a design. So when you analyze this mobile data, you will realize that who are generators of this content that technology will start classifying as hateful, untruthful, disharmonious, not for the Constitution. Final point, why do I pivot to the future? What is India? We talk about civilization. What is India? If you look at the census, whenever it comes out, the number of people under the age of 14, children under the age of 14, will be over 400 million, more than the population of United States. The number of people between age of 14 and 35, 15 and 35, another 400 million. This is where the future belongs to. What are the challenges? Those between 15 and 35, the challenges is what kind of skills they will have, what kind of universities they will go to, what kind of jobs they will have, and who are the people who will shape their thoughts as future citizens of India. People under 14, their challenges will be what kind of nutrition they will have, what kind of education, early education they will have, what kind of schooling they will have, will they be healthy or not healthy? And if any discourse, 800 million people, if the Prime Minister of the country doesn't talk about it day in, day out, if the Vice President of the country doesn't talk about it day in, day out, if members of Parliament don't talk about it day in, day out, they are not doing their duty. If members of media don't talk about it day in, day out, they are not doing their duty, because today Indian universities don't rank in top 100. At the rate we are going, they are not going to be in top 100. So I think unless we pivot the conversation to the future, we will be battling the ghosts, whether it is ghost of Nehru, or whether it is ghost of Akbar or Aurangzeb. They are not pivoted in the future. And I think that is why it is important that as we reflect on all the things that are being spoken about, we reflect that a moment of truth is right across the corner in the world of artificial intelligence. And as a result, every content will have its impact. And that is where we will come back to our Constitution and see that did this person, as a thought leader in society, create or speak in a matter that brought equality, in a matter that brought liberty, in a matter that held sovereignty of the country, in a matter that brought fraternity. These are the most important guiding parts of our Constitution. And finally, socialism was socialist and secular. Again, as far as socialist is concerned, final point, when you look at these 400 million children, think about what their economic background is. How many of them will have a parent who has a college degree or a job? How many of them have assets? How many of us here can ever be here if our parents did not have basic assets to fulfill our education? And it is there the idea of socialism versus crony capitalism come in contest. And when in politics the power of money rises, that contest becomes much more significant. I come to a university not to answer all the questions, but actually ask questions, because I think this is the birthplace of the thinking, the ideas that shape the centuries ahead of us. As a result, I'm just laying out some questions. I'm sure many of the things that I've said will be contested and may be poor answers. And some of my friends are more erudite to come up with better answers. But I do think that if there is one word that will ultimately get added in the world of artificial intelligence to the constitution of the things that we read in the preamble, is the truth. Constitutions of future will have to promise to their citizens an extra word called truth, because truth will be contested in the world of AI. Thank you.
I will pass it to Sai Deepak ji, I think I see. And then I will pass it to Verghese ji, because I think the media angle of this is also particularly interesting, and Ghanshyam ji did bring that up.
You'll have to give me a bit of a leeway to actually address some of the points that Mr. Annamalai and Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari addressed. You know, the funny part is every time we discuss the history of this country or the history of Bharat, it's almost as if we are being told any discussion on the history of Bharat is futile because it comes in the way of our economic progress. Because if you look at the most advanced nations in the country or the ones who are upwardly mobile, each one of them has managed to go down the highway of economic progress only after having resolved identity crisis. Whether it's China, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, whoever it may be. Unless and until you have a clear understanding of the self, for you to hope to actually hurtle down the path of, rush down the path of material progress, I think is a fundamental misunderstanding of human psychology. Second, I think it is a grave mistake and is a denial of the victimhood of Bharat when you actually say that the discussion about Aurangzeb is a discussion of ghosts and it is a discussion in phantomhood, for the simple reason that it's not about a person, it's about the continuity of the very same mindset that we saw in Pahalgam. The fact of the matter is, two-nation theory did not end or did not result or stop only in the creation of Pakistan and therefore East Pakistan and currently Bangladesh. It continues to play itself out, and who better than Kashmiri Pandits to actually vouch for it, that even after the amendment, not abrogation of Article 370, we continue to see that bloody two-nation theory play itself out on a daily basis. 3, this is something that's very crucial. When somebody says that artificial intelligence will only look at truth, it will only look at facts, whether it is a document or artificial intelligence, it depends on the kind of prejudices that people load that particular system with at the outset. It is the kind of biases that people load it with. Artificial intelligence in itself is not the touchstone of truth. The fact that it is capable of fabricating truth, I think, is playing itself out on a daily basis. So let's be clear that whether it is a document such as the Constitution or artificial intelligence, it is capable of being fed a certain, let's say, worldview which loads the dice against others. Okay, now let's come to the question of truth, equality. Is a discussion on Article 370, which gives equal rights to everyone to become citizens of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, a discussion on equality or inequality? Is a discussion on giving fair treatment to the Dalits of Kashmir a discussion of equality or inequality? Is the abrogation of Article 35A, which resulted in mass discrimination of both women as well as Dalits in Kashmir, is it a discussion on equality or inequality? After close to 400 years of contestation, if one piece of religious worship is finally given to a particular community, that to a majority community, after 3 rounds of battles in the Supreme Court and the High Court and other places, tell me what does it say about the constitutional security of this country? 3, why is it that a discussion on uniformity in secular civil laws, how is that unequal, how is that unfair? Which of these conversations results in inequality? And how is it that the ones who take a position against Uniform Civil Code, against the amendment to 370, against a judgment of the Constitutional Bench of the Supreme Court on Ram Janmabhoomi, how do they get to hold forth on equality and fairness, while the rest of us who are batting for it are somehow seen as purveyors of inequality and unfairness? 3, and I think this is extremely crucial, please understand. The fact of the matter is, there is a serious contestation with respect to Bharat's pre-independent history as well as post-independent history, and especially on the constitutional history, because Mr. Annamalai gave a couple of examples. I'll just give one example and close it with that. What is the First Amendment of the American Constitution? It is meant to be a pro-free speech amendment. The Second Amendment speaks of gun control. It speaks of right to bear arms. Do you know what is the First Amendment of the Indian Constitution? It is the truncation of free speech, not expansion of free speech. And exactly how did this happen? Because we are constantly being told that someone built this, someone built that. So let me exactly contribute to this particular conversation on how they truncated free speech in this country, in Bharat. The original restrictions on free speech were very narrow under Article 19 as it existed, Article 19(2) of the Constitution as it existed in the 1950 version. Now, the fount of all that is good and great with Bharat, Shri Pandit Nehru, was embarking on a journey of land reform laws, which was met with stiff opposition by the communists of his period, who said what you're doing is not right, it is not constitutional, and it is elitist. And they were writing tomes and tomes of articles criticizing his land reform initiatives across the board. One of them was Romesh Thapar, a communist. And why is this important? Romesh Thapar versus Union of India is the very first judgment that you will read on free speech. So what did Shri Nehru do? All his land reform initiatives were put in a particular schedule of the Constitution, the 9th schedule, and 9th schedule, any law that is placed in the 9th schedule is rendered immune from a constitutional challenge before any court. That was the first promulgation. The second thing that was done was to expand the scope of restrictions on free speech by making it as vague and broad as possible. Now, the person who aided him and who was the lawyer of the government at that point, the law minister, was Dr. Ambedkar, who aided Mr. Nehru's initiatives in expanding the scope of limitations on free speech. And till date, unfortunately, nobody has brought or dragged the First Amendment to the Indian Constitution to the court, challenging its own constitutionality, saying, how did this even happen in the first place? So to actually hold forth on how they've built institutions, if somebody has a problem with the extent and the state of free speech in Bharat today, then go back to the prime mover, the root cause, the first cause of all that is great and good with Bharat, Shri Nehru. This is the reality of it. The reason why the word secular was even kept outside the purvey of our preamble when the framers of the Constitution, we don't have a founding father, we have founding fathers and mothers. That is the egalitarianism of the Indian Constitution. They said secularism is a word that is capable of multiple interpretations, some of which are rank mischievous, so keep it out. It was brought in during the emergency surreptitiously, and ask yourself whether the mischief that was anticipated stands validated today on a daily basis when secularism becomes the touchstone of every policy. So I must say that please never approach constitutionalism or artificial intelligence with blinkers on as if it is free of any kind of biases or it is fundamentally neutral at the outset. It is a document, it is a man-made document, it is a man-made system. It is therefore informed by the biases of the people who create it. Finally, I'd only want to say this. The fact of the matter is, in the last 11 years, as much as I have a lot to say in terms of criticism of the current dispensation at the center, I will be the first person to say it is this dispensation that has managed to finally shape the world's positive attitude towards Bharat after decades of being associated with snake charmership. The fact of the matter is that the Indian passport today carries a lot more value since 2014 as it did before, than it did before. 3, people must constantly speak of equality, people must constantly speak of development. The fact of the matter is a politician must not just speak, the politician must do and act. Garibi Hatao became a symbol and a slogan for decades, and Garibi was never Hatao-fied until 2014, because that is the way you keep and cultivate a vote bank. Whereas the digital stack has done two things in Bharat. It has broken the notion that access to digital technologies must be limited only to elite spaces. 2, it shows that Indians have fundamentally high degrees of native intelligence that makes it possible for them to use these technologies. 3, it has managed to make government transfers accessible directly so that there is no slip between the cup, namely the government, and the lip, namely the people. Now tell me who's done more as opposed to speaking more. I'll leave it to the audience to decide.
but History, I'd like you to weigh in on specifically Sai Deepak Ji's comments on free speech. I think that's something that you've spoken extensively about in your book on the Trump-US, Trump and Modi kind of relationship.
I think I will very briefly touch upon that. As Sai Deepak is very correct in analyzing the fact, but the only additional point I would add to that thing is that there is a logic of the state, which is a very secular process, for the lack of another word. The logic of the state is that the state wants to control what is said, what is not said, what is censored, and what is propagated. So what is the syllabus? What is the national media? We all know about how information ecosystems are built and how it thrives. What are the business models? Therefore, yes, the state actually interferes in what is legitimate speech and what is legitimate politics. In fact, I had argued elsewhere that there is politics that is extraordinary and there is ordinary politics. Extraordinary politics is what creates or what dismantles existing order and establishes a new order. The creation of a constitution is through extraordinary politics. When the adoption of the constitution, Dr. Ambedkar says civil disobedience was good until today. But now that we have a constitution that is we have given to ourselves, we the people, the sovereign, has acted and we given to ourselves, there is no longer do you have the liberty of civil disobedience. That should be junked. That should not be a legitimate way of doing politics. This is how India's constitutional history begins. In the very quick minutes that we have before this session concludes, I really want to touch upon the original theme of the session, that is the evolution of the Indian Constitution and what actually happens in 2014. So you have to note one thing. So everybody, the BJP, the Congress, all the entire spectrum of Indian politicians and politics, they are actually united in one argument, that everybody says that they are on the side of the Constitution. You would be familiar, living in the United States, you would be very familiar with that argument, both the Democrats and the Republicans. Donald Trump and his critics, all of them say, we are the real guardians of the US Constitution. All politicians in India today claim that they are the real guardians of Indian Constitution. When you go all the way back to the 1950s, pretty much nobody accepted Indian Constitution. That's reality. Though we celebrated, everybody had something to say critical about the Constitution. The Marxists had one view, the Jan Sangh had a different view, the Congress itself, Nehru himself, Ambedkar himself would be looking at the Constitution, the freshly made Constitution, and looking for reasons or things that they thought were inadequately drafted or required amendment, and that is the whole thing began. But now everybody swears by Constitution. But in the interim, we have at least 3 occasions when insurrections actually challenge the constitutional order and try to rebuild what is order. One was the JP movement, the second was Ayodhya movement, and the third, Ayodhya movement, and particularly the demolition of the Babri Masjid, and third was Anna Hazare movement. All these 3 phases in India's political evolution actually challenge the existing constitutional order and try to bring in a new order. I would say 2014 was the culmination in a way of restructuring the order. In fact, if you go back and actually listen to the speeches made at the inauguration of the Ram Janmabhoomi temple in early 2014, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister actually says the singularity of that moment. This is a moment that we had waited for hundreds of years. So there is a singularity of time and there is a singularity of the place. So a new order has been created. So what does a new order mean? There is a different way in which we define we the people. In fact, there is a very interesting segment in the Supreme Court judgment. So this is not only the BJP or the political process alone. In fact, it's also through judicial interpretation. When you look at the Supreme Court judgment on Article 370, what it actually interprets we the people. The question was whether Kashmir had any residual sovereignty left, because you had raised the question of sovereignty in the early part of this conversation. The Supreme Court concluded that Kashmir has no residual sovereignty which is separate from we the people and India as a whole. So what the implication of that interpretation is that, so you can have a majority that is one from any place, and you can change the structure or the rules or the rights of, of everybody, or particularly in another place. The point being that both in changing the structure of Kashmir's constitutional status, and in the recent Waqf Act, what actually happens is that there is no representation of the most affected people in that process. It is true that it is through a constitutionally valid mechanism of parliamentary majority how it is affected. But this actually compares with the original scheme of how, when Sardar Patel himself was heading a special committee which was to address the special requirements of tribals, excluded communities, religious minorities, and it actually goes on to say that how their representation will have to be, their voices will have to be heard before you actually write the provisions that affect them. That is a significant change when you say people as a whole, the entire country as a whole, and that majority out of that thing, I fear that actually borders on the risk of majoritarianism as opposed to a representative parliamentary constitution. That is one thing. And I don't agreement with the fact, argument about civilization identity and its heritage. But the only caveat we try to explore is civilization is also a journey. There is, when we speak about specific binaries, I would as much be in disagreement with the argument that the nation of India begins on 1947 or 1950 or 1952, as much as to say that there is a particular mode of Indian civilization, because we all know the modern Indian history is about Shuddhi movement. We want to actually know what actually is the purest of the civilization. There is the idea of Indian Islam being not authentic Islam because it has had local influences, local Hindu influences. So to civilization itself, whether you call it Hindu, Indic, Indian, whatever it is, that itself is an evolutionary process. You of you people who are sitting in Stanford, living in the United States, you would actually appreciate the fact that the idea of Indian civilization evolves. If you actually go and read very recent book of Manu S. Pillai's The Making of Modern Hindu Consciousness, or you go back to Diana Heck's Sacred Geography, or R. Chambagalashmi. So the idea of what we called Hindu religion or Hindu faith or Hindu civilization, that is evolving over centuries and millennia. So when we take that aspect into account, I think we can have a much more exploratory, inclusive notion of what civilization is, what our nationhood is, what our notion of the self is, etc. So I would say in 2014, yes, what happens is there is a shift in the way we understand Constitution, with the way we understand the idea of people, the way we significantly shifted the emphasis or the role of the state from a provider and guardian of the rights of the citizen to enforcer of duties of that nuance across here. But there is a shift, and we are actually, I think Mr. Annamalai or somebody referred to, or Sai Deepak referred to the idea of a social contract. I would argue that we are in the midst of trying to renegotiate the social contract as it existed. There is nothing bad about it, but only thing that we have to be mindful is that renegotiation or relitigation of social contract will have to be civilized, non-violent, very accommodative, with a larger purpose of making India stronger and equipped for the challenges of the day.
Thank you so much, Verghese ji. I think now we'll open it up for questions. I'm sure a lot of people...
Can I just respond to a few points? Yeah, I think it's important to respond to that. A lot of words are thrown now, majoritarianism, this, that, constitutional distortion. One of the preeminent historian of our time, Arnold Toynbee, in 1971, in a lecture in Delhi, the Azad Memorial Lecture, he compared two countries, state of two countries, Poland under the occupation of Russia, 1600 to 1915, to India, continuous occupation, Bharat, by different powers to be. He said the first thing the Poles did in 1915, once they got independence from Russia, the first thing they did is, they went to their central square. Russians during the invasion have put up the Russian Orthodox Church, a symbol right in the central square, because they felt every day the Poles should see. That should be an ocular symbol of the aggressor. The Poles, first day they came, they removed that, they threw it away. They said, we are Roman Catholics, we'll put our symbol. He compared that to what is happening in our country for a long, long time. When you talk about, I'm not getting into the Ram temple now, that is resolved. I'm taking about 2-3 other issues. It is not to ponder or to take the ghost out or the phantoms out, like my brother said. I'm just taking 2-3 examples. If you don't resolve it, you become an economic powerhouse. Where is your rootedness? Of course, you are going to be an economic powerhouse. It is not that India is decelerated economically. We're only progressing. That is another chapter or for another day. I'm just taking the Benares Kasi temple. 1100, Qutbuddin Aibak destroyed. Khiljis, Goris. During the Babur time, a temple was built. Aurangzeb time, again destroyed. 1809, in the communal right, again destroyed. From 1835, a court case pending to accurately say where is the temple. On top of the temple, a mosque is built. 1991, conveniently, we bring a law, because it is in the Congress manifesto. 1991, we bring a law and we say, places of worship at 1991, nobody should get into.
Which was debated for 2 days.
2 days.
Without a debate.
Nobody can get into any of this as a debate, because we, the Congress party, we have decided, because we have a majority. 1947, when we got independence, post that date, only Ram temple is an unresolved issue. Other things are resolved issue. 1,000 years people are fighting. People are given life. It is a continuous battle. You bring a parliament law in 1991 to say nobody can debate about the Benares temple and the Gyanvapi mosque. When suddenly, when people want to talk about it, we are called as Hindutvaist, majoritarianism, and we are trying to distort the constitution. That is very unfair. Without resolving, you as a country, how are you going to move forward? Now, Mr. Chandrachud, the previous Chief Justice of our country, in one of his last judgment, he said, yes, right. We have to reopen and see the character of the mosque, whether a temple pre-existed. I think it is important now as a country, we get into a lot of these unresolved issues and start resolving in a peaceful way, in a sense of brotherhood, in a sense of fraternity, in a sense of respectfulness for all the community. There cannot be one single community which says that, no, we are the sole guardians of secularism in our country. In our country, Samyukta, you should be knowing this. There are 13,764 minority institutions. 13,764. The Constitution gives them a mandate. In this 13,764 minority institutions, no reservation is applied. But in Tamil Nadu, the state in which I belong to, 478,000 acre of temple land is under government control. If I question that, they will say you're against the Constitution. But nobody will talk about 13,000 and not minority institutions where no reservation is applied. We accept it, fine. It's a Supreme Court judgment. But all over our country, 7.5 lakh acre of land is occupied by governments, temple lands. And how are you going to resolve it? Again, I'm coming to the Waqf issue. When you want to talk about Waqf, a lot of our friends will say, no, why are you opening a Pandora's box? Till 2013, you had 18 lakh acres under the Waqf management. Last 10 years, 21 lakh acres got added. Last 10 years. 39 lakh acres under the Waqf board, that too from 2013, you're talking of Waqf by user. Anybody can come and say, this is my land. The temple lands are classified as Waqf land. Last 10 years, we have added 21 lakh acres. What stops you and me, the people of our country, from bringing a law in the parliament to clarify how a land should be classified as Waqf? Again, if you do this, people call majoritarian. No, since you are in power, you are using a majority brute force. If you want to use the majority brute force, we might not have waited for the Supreme Court judgment. You would have brought something called a Ram Temple Act in the parliament and built a Ram Temple. Why did we wait for the Supreme Court to resolve it? That is a sign of maturity, a wisdom of a country. The same way, unless you don't resolve the Madura, unless you don't resolve the Benares, unless you don't resolve all this, like my brother said, the ghost will be hiding under his bedroom, under his bathroom. One day the ghost is going to come out. It is better you allow all the ghosts and phantoms to come out now. Resolve it. Once for all, you clean your slate and then you move forward.
Okay, I really apologize. We do need to, we'll take one question because I know people really want to. I'm going to leave it to Gauri because I'm not. There are a lot of people.
Hello, namaste. My name is Sparsh. So just to point specifically to the 2024 election. So in the run-up to that, we had the campaign by the BJP-led government where we were paving a way for Viksit Bharat. And we had PM Modi come on multiple occasions saying we want to pave a way for Bharat that is strong and like well developed by year 2047. On the other hand, we had a very dangerous game being played by the opposition, Congress-led alliance, where they were sort of forming a caste-based narrative and saying we should have caste-based reservation, we should drive forward for a caste census and so on. Ever since 2014, we have seen that PM Modi and the BJP-led government has done a lot in consolidating the Hindu votes and consolidating the Hindu society. But caste-based reservation policy still continues to take place.
Can we get to the question, please?
Yeah. So my question is, leading to 2047, is there ever a way where we can have independence of caste-based reservation and a meritocratic society?
Who's the question?
We request that we keep the comments short, please.
Well, I think I'll link it to ghosts and others, phantoms. I think everything that has been said, I start with the point that I made. If there was one person, we speak about Nehru, we speak about Nehruvian ideology, we speak about Gandhiji, we speak about his ideology. If there was one person in the BJP so far that would stand up and say, this is my ideology, this is how I'll build institutions in the country. One person, say it in parliament, do a press conference. January 2014 was the last time an Indian Prime Minister did a press conference, if I'm not right. Please point it out. Do a press conference. There are a number of unresolved issues. I'm sure a Prime Minister who is very popular can do a press conference and answer that. So on the idea of merit-based society, caste-based society, I think there's a long list of social justice movement that one has to read about and ask some very basic questions. What amount of, talk about caste census, what amount of land in India, somebody spoke about land, is held by the over 20% scheduled castes who are in India? What amount of land is held by the scheduled tribes who are in India? What amount of land is held by, if you look at the British Empire, one of the way they sucked the lifeblood out of India was absentee landlordism. That ensured that people who had nothing to do with land owned the land. That is one way India will be destroyed, if people who don't use the land for the right purpose own the land. So this is an extensive topic. I just want to say that finally, whenever a Prime Minister is elected, a new parliament is elected, we are like batsmen. There's a huge total we are chasing, which is a total that will take India to a developed status. Every batsman, whether it was Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, or whether it is Prime Minister Modi, every batsman plays their shots, make their scores. And there are others who are responsible for future generation to take that score forward. Someday a batsman will get out, and it is fair to discuss whether the batsman played the number of balls they played in a fair way or not. I believe that if the batsmen of today don't speak about the future of the country in the world of artificial intelligence era, and they keep talking about ghosts of the past, they are missing the balls.
I'll respond to that. I personally believe that we have elected the Prime Minister of our country to govern and not to do press conference and increase the TRP of television channels. We're very clear about that. And when I sit here, I talk for the Prime Minister because we belong to the same party. All of us are Karyakata. That is how we see it. And I am responsibly sure whoever is there, each of the words that we speak, we're very careful with respect to what we speak. And we expect the Prime Minister to come and do press conference. It is our only job to increase all the TRPs and to answer a select group of people, 50 people. Who are those 50 people? So I'm not getting into that. I'm sure we have a collective wisdom to tide over that and look at Prime Minister in terms of the performance he's doing. Now, with respect to the reservation, we have to understand, The Constitution extends the reservation for every 10 years. Reservation is not in perpetuity. You keep extending it for 10 years. With an understanding that people should keep quickly coming up, and you have a measurable value in which you can see whether people are improving. Recently, when a Supreme Court gave a judgment with respect to the SC and ST, with respect to the reservation policy, it might not be applicable to every single person, because if somebody has utilized it once, then probably we have to take a relook at it. Then our government, the current government in power, we said we don't agree with the wisdom of the Supreme Court, and we said further, no, the situation is not conducive. The socioeconomic conditions are not conducive for us to just go back and say we are going to limit reservation to a certain segment. As we speak, we have to understand historically as we speak now, if you look at the socioeconomic indicators, OBC, SC and ST, in whatever context they have suffered, there is an historical problem. Even now, it is not that they all on the same platform, they all do a same 100-meter running race. It is still there. I think it is our duty, all of us as common citizens, to make sure still that level of equality is met. We have to handhold and keep pushing and keep taking them along. That is the response I can give. But having said it, I am very sure one fine day as a country, we all look at it. And even right now, reservation is not there for every single thing. And even anybody coming through reservation, we should not put our head down and say, oh, they came through the reservation, probably the quality is not good. No, it is not. People who have come through the reservation channel, be it the civil services, they are fantastic administrators. It is just that some point of time they need a leg up, somebody need to pull their hand and give them a fair opportunity. Yes.
I know Vachichi had some final comments, but I know we could probably discuss.
Student question, one student question. I was told Jatin to take.
Okay, yeah. one question, but please keep it short.
Hi, my name is Vasant. I am a sophomore at the University of Houston, and my question is actually directed to Mr. Tiwari. With due respect, Gandhi and Nehru did fight against the British, but while fighting against the British, they stripped India of their civilizational Hindu identity. While fighting external colonialism, they left Hindus defenseless in their own homeland. How do you justify continuing to defend their legacy today? Thanks.
The greatest civilizational battle that India has fought, we as Indians, our forefathers fought, obviously is against the one who dealt the most bloody blows on India, economically, socially, the thought of India, and that were the British. And the people who fought them successfully, I will always see them as heroes. Do not forget that there was a parallel organization who stood shoulder to shoulder with the British, did not fight them. And when Gandhi was assassinated by one of their own, they distributed sweets. They celebrated. They ensured, they were accused in the court as a co-conspirator. Sardar Patel banned them. So to go back, as I said, counterfactuals don't run the nation's future. Anyone could have been there and stood up and become the hero, founding father of a modern India. But Gandhi did, Nehru did. Nehru spent more than 10 years in jail, as much time that the current Indian Prime Minister has been the Prime Minister. He went to jail not knowing that whether India would gain freedom or not. So I will not find any way to belittle the contribution of anyone who fought the British and won us the freedom. We are here standing tall on the sacrifices they have made.
Can I take a shot at that? I think it's important to actually make this point. And it ties into the previous point. When a particular ideological position chooses to benchmark itself as the neutral position, there is no greater mischief that is actually committed. When you choose to make yourself as the benchmark, when you actually have an ideological bias, then you actually do grave injustice to everybody else's position. And here I think people need to revisit this entire history. Who made Mr. Mahatma Gandhi, or let's say Mohandas Karamchand Gandhi, the father of India? Where did this title come from? And why are we expected to buy this lock, stock and barrel, hook, line and sinker, that all of them shed blood or they were political prisoners? The one thing that I think the scholarship of the last decade has established very clearly, irrefutably if I may say so, is They were political elites who enjoyed the best of conditions in these jails, when the fact of the matter is, the true movement of the revolutionaries was continuously sidelined, and they were the ones to suffer incarceration of the worst possible kind in the cellular jail. And the fact of the matter is, be it the Congress or the movement that was led by it, please read into the history of it. They started off by clearly saying that they only wanted the dominion status within the British Empire. That was the stated position until the revolutionaries said, this cannot be the position, we want Purna Swaraj, complete independence. So the so-called party that was established by Alan O. Hume, specifically under the instructions that if the revolutionary movement prior to that was not curbed, or it was not given a particular voice through a political platform, then India would erupt. The Congress was set up in the language of the British as a safety valve to ensure that this anger is directed towards British interests as opposed to against British interests. This is the history, which is why I keep saying, the history of the last 11 years since 2014 is the so-called status quo that all of us are expected to buy and which has become the gospel truth, has been challenged over and over again. And we are the ones who are trying to exercise free speech, dissenting against an established narrative, and we are the ones who are called fascists. That is the so-called hypocrisy of the ongoing public discourse. Unfortunately, it just so happens that certain Western publications are in cahoots with the establishment when it comes to pushing this narrative over and over again, as opposed to giving us dissenters a platform and a space to explain what is the true nature of it. To put it in the language of, let's say, certain popular movements here, we are the true indigenous voices. We are finally getting to tell our story. Let us tell our story.
Samyukta, I'll just take a minute to respond. Now, who banned RSS? The government of the day. The government bans it. Because Nehruji, if anybody had the opportunity to read the will of Mr. Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the last will, he says, I should not be given a Hindu religious ceremony when I die. This is Mr. Nehru. When Rajendra Prasad ji wanted to go and attend the ceremony in Somnath, the Kumbhabhisheka that is happening, the Prime Minister of our country said this is called Hindu revivalism. How can the president go and attend? I'm just putting things in context. Even today, our government can ban Congress Sevadal and say it is anti-national. Anybody in the government can do that. Just sense of whitewashing history and the Congress banning RSS multiple times and saying that, oh, they're banned. Which court has convicted them? Which court has said that they are involved in the assassination of the great Mahatma Gandhi ji? And I think we have to move beyond it and still taking recourse to whatever has happened. This false truth, this pseudo-truth, and trying to spin this argument out of this again and again and again. That is the problem. From 2014, we are trying our best as a country to address it, to move away from this half-truth and pseudo-truth and false truth so that we get a sense of history. I'm sure the students at Stanford, by scheduling this topic early in the morning, you're clearly showing that you want to read, understand, make your own mind. Mohandas Pai ji is sitting here from his own state. One of the greatest preeminent, the current writer, Mr. Bhairappa is there, historian. Somebody has got time, please read his foreword. He has written to Vikram Sampath's Tipu Sultan book. Just read his foreword. He says, I worked in the education department for a long time. When they want to even do some minor alteration to the history of Tipu Sultan, the education secretary used to ban saying, why do you want to do it? We have a certain sense of history that from 1947, let us continue. Why do you want to bring new things into Indian history? That is the problem. That is why Mr. Sai Deepakar, Vikram Sampath and others, they're trying to tell a story that is true, that is original, that got distorted for a long time from 1947. Let us respect those voices also. I'm not taking offense to my brother. That voice is important. But let us put our mind to also understand the other voice so that you make your judgment, your decision by listening to both sides of the coin. Thank you so much.
We will have really two sentences. Please, Varghese ji, a quick finisher to this very firebrand of a panel.
Well, I think thank you for allowing me to be with these esteemed colleagues and at the Stanford conference where, so only 2 lines as you put the limit on. So the question of caste reservation, that is a point of disagreement, point of agreement across all these opinions here and across India's political spectrum. Everybody agrees that caste-based reservation continues. That is an amendment which gets extended every 10 years. without any controversy, without any debate. The last time when we had a debate on it was in 2015, when the RSS chief, during the, said that there should be a debate on caste-based reservation. And in subsequent years, the chief himself has said that considering the historic particularities of India, this is not time to open a debate on it. It will have to continue as long as it takes. So that is a point of agreement, I think, everybody on this panel, and I think across all political parties and opinions, everybody in India seems to be on agreement on that.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate everybody's participation in this panel. Everyone, I know it's quite a heavy-duty panel. We will be moving on. Could everyone please take their seats? I know this has been a very exciting panel, but we do have a lot of really great speakers also lined up, so we would really appreciate it if everyone would please settle down. If we could, we will be having sessions with the speakers, so we would really appreciate it if everybody could keep the post-panel discussions to a minimum. That would be really appreciated.
Maybe, may I request all of you to please take a seat? Our next panel is going to be starting. Please have a seat. Everyone, we'll have a chance during lunchtime to catch up. Please have a seat. Our next panel, Sam, do you want to announce? Yeah, please, yeah.
So our next panel is titled Innovation, Sustainability and Energy, Developments in the US-India Corridor. This is as crucial a topic as the world continues to focus on sustainability and clean energy, and the US-India Corridor is at the heart of this transformation. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers. I call upon Meera, a student in Civil and Environmental Engineering, to introduce our next panel.
Namaste, everyone. Firstly, thank you for the distinguished honor to moderate this panel on the field that is like ever globally relevant and across all temporal and spatial scales. So the panel topic is Innovation in Sustainability and Energy, Developments in the US-India Corridor. As the world confronts the dual imperatives of sustainable development and energy security, cross-border innovation and collaboration have become more critical than ever. This panel brings together leaders at the forefront of the US-India energy corridor to explore emerging opportunities, innovations, and investment pathways that are shaping the future of sustainable energy. We have Dr. Nikit Abhyankar. He is a faculty at University of California, Berkeley, and co-director of the India Energy and Climate Center. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Priyank Garg, managing partner at Ion Alpha Fund, who offers a venture capital lens on fostering innovation and entrepreneurship across borders. Warm welcome you, sir. Next, on the panel, we have Rohit Jain, investor, Harvard Business School Angels, and mentor at Harvard Innovation Lab. Together, they will discuss how public-private partnerships, policy innovations, and technological advancements are accelerating the energy transition in both countries and creating a blueprint for global collaboration in the era of climate resilience. Warm welcome you all, sir. So I think without much delay, let's set the stage and dive into what's actually driving this change. So the US and India are at different stages of their energy transition journeys, but both are facing growing urgency. What do you see as the most transformative force shaping the future of energy in this corridor, and what role does collaboration play in this? I would like to know all of your perspectives.
You can pass the mic on, and you can use this.
How is everybody doing? First of all, thank you so much for having me. I'm a faculty at UC Berkeley, so I'm going to tell you some numbers, and we're going to do some mental math together, okay? And that can essentially kind of show the transformative scale that India's energy sector is going to face over the next 2 or 3 decades. I'm going to tell you 3 numbers, okay? 30, 500, 900. 30, 500, 900. 900 are the number of cars per 1,000 people in the US. 500 are the number of cars per 1,000 people in Germany, Japan, UK, France. Some are 450, some are 550, approximately 500. The countries with some of the most advanced public transportation infrastructure. And 30 are the number of cars per 1,000 people in India. So it really doesn't matter which development pathway India chooses, whether it's public transport heavy, whether it's private transport heavy like the US, a massive growth in the energy consumption is going to happen in India over the next 20, 25 years. And you can tell the same story about power sector, you can tell the same story about air conditioning use, and so on and so forth. So this is where India truly has a unique opportunity. Nearly 70% of the energy infrastructure that will exist in India by 2047, the time when we finish 100 years of our independence, is yet to be built. So there is a huge opportunity to do things right the first time, and this is also the first time in history where environmental sustainability, economic viability, and technical feasibility of our energy solutions are all pointing in the same direction, which is more clean energy focused. And which is where I truly believe India can truly be a leader in the world and in collaboration with the US in clean energy revolution in the world in general. And this is quite different from the US, this is quite different from Europe, this is also quite different from China, where bulk of the infrastructure is already built.
Thanks, Nikit. Hi, everybody. Moving on from a very intense conversation to start the day, we are now talking about 2047, and this panel is about also Viksit Bharat, but we are focusing on the word Viksit. And while we work on the Bharat history and the identity which is fundamental to it, I do think that India and the US are not at the same place in terms of the energy transition. India is an energy deficit infrastructure, 85% still importing our oil, even importing coal. The US is energy surplus in many dimensions. The political and the economic imperatives around the transition are different in the countries, even though both recognize at different levels of political acceptance this is happening. But it is very important to understand how this shapes policy in the country. Let's take the example of India, because I've been there for the last 16 years. The first 10 years before that, I was in the US, which was pre-energy transition conversation. But you see, think about India. If you look at the Indian energy ecosystem, I don't know how many of you know that the most transformative impact on Indian carbon emissions, does anyone have an idea what change in India has done the maximum carbon impact onto the Indian emission landscape? Well, the first step before electrification, the Indian government in 2015 launched what is called the Ujala scheme, Unnat Jyoti by Affordable LED for All. And before 2015-14 versus now, India has shifted entirely to LED, lighting. That by itself has reduced energy demand for lighting to such an extent that today India saves 4 terawatt hours of electricity demand because it is using LED lighting. In fact, it was one of the key enablers of 100% rural electrification in India, because without incandescent bulbs going to LED, you actually needed much lower electricity and demand on the grid to get electricity to the villages. The current carbon savings, the energy savings of LED bulbs on an annual basis till 2024, may not be true in 25, but until 2024, was actually more than the entire solar output of the country. It was equivalent to taking a 500 megawatt coal plant off the grid. It was equivalent to taking 27 lakh cars off the grid. And this kind of transition, whether it be the Ujala scheme or the another transformational policy, the Ujjwala scheme, which is on the LPG gas, these kind of policy imperatives are much more strongly coming out in India, because the economic imperative, this strategic autonomy imperative is quite more strongly clear, at least at the policy level. As an investor, and I've been an entrepreneur, a builder before, and an investor for some years now, what I see is a lot more technological innovation that is enabling the energy transition to move forward at a pace that every prediction gets beaten, even though we think that we have to move faster, but we still beat every prediction, whether it be on battery technology, whether it be on solar deployment, etc. But the technology progress, that definitely is something that is across the US-India corridor, both in terms of innovation as well as deployment and finances. So it is something on which India and US align, though the policy imperatives and clarity is very, very different between the two countries.
If I could just add a bit on that. When you think of the energy infrastructure today in India, compare that to the US, because that's the topic on hand. And compare that to the cellular and the phone technology infrastructure that exists. India really skipped a generation when it came to the phone technology, from wire drawn to a cell phone technology, and then now to the internet technology. The same thing, if you take that and move it to the energy sector, that's what's happening. Till some time back, it was dirty energy, and now suddenly we are talking like what Priyank was talking, or what you were talking about, how the leap has been made from that energy to a solar energy, and also people are talking about lower carbon footprint. So really, that leap has been so predominantly focused, and those are the policies that are coming in place. Now, why do I say that, and how do I relate that back to the US policies? Without getting into the political discussion, which we had a very good discussion, thank you for that, earlier this morning, and without getting into the US politics as well, here we seem to be taking a step back and going back to dirty energy, right? So now, over a period of time, if you go on looking at this differences that would exist between these two energy forms that as countries we focus on, guess who wins in 2047, right? So that's something that as investors we always look for, are long-term gains. And that would be my request here as well as students who are coming out and saying, how do we build the next Bloom Energy, or how do we build the next Tesla? Think of the long-term gains. Don't think of saying, how do I solve a problem for today, but how do I solve a problem for the next 30 years, 50 years? Sustainable, right? So.
Thank you so much for setting the context so wonderfully well. And I think we also discussed about how India was and how successfully it is doing and would definitely continue to do. It's also equally important to talk about scaling this innovation across borders. And we also have a venture capitalist, we also have an investor and the scientist also on our panel. So it's important to pose this question, like innovation generally often happens in silos. And what do you see as the key enablers for this scalable cross-border innovation between the US and India in both public and private sectors? Also given that public-private partnerships are seen as the vital for scaling clean energy in the current generation.
Now, this may be a little bit a matter of my perspective and my exposure, but while I see people-to-people connections across borders very intensely and in innovation, we see university collaborations like SciPec and other relationships that are there. I think the policy alignments at the government level are not enabling the cross-border collaboration. Now, public-private partnerships in India and the US are doing what they are doing, but there has unfortunately been a direction towards capital boundaries of capital and boundaries now even of innovation. The goal ultimately that the governments have does not seem to be wrong. It's about autonomy, technological self-sufficiency. But I think the isolationist attitude towards that how it's been taken up is creating these difficulties that make it harder for innovation collaborations to happen or capital to move across these boundaries. We have very little ability as an investor fund out of India to invest outside of India. And moving money from outside India to India is also become harder. But on at the policy level, you do see governments enabling things, whether it is technology transfers, whether it is bringing technology from the West to be deployed and built in India. So there is effort to do that, but it is not necessarily as smooth as it can be at the grassroots level. And so I think the velocity in the cross-border collaboration is, has a lot of speed bumps currently. And I think this is more than what it was even 10 years ago. It has actually increased. The hurdles have gone up.
Good. So, when you think of energy by itself, and you think of cross-border collaboration, it's very easy to say maybe solar energy cross-border innovation and cross-border innovation for the solar industry might be easier compared to nuclear energy. So you have to really put that perspective in and say, at what level are we expecting collaboration to happen today and over the next decade and so on and so forth. From a policy standpoint, my perspective is really when you think of cross-border collaboration, it could be government-private partnership, like a private entity here with a government entity in India. And if it was to be in the nuclear energy space, might be very, very difficult to execute. However, if it was at a solar panel manufacturing type industry, might be very easy to execute. So it's always good to maybe quantify it in the right lens and then try to move forward. The next step really to that would be to say, as we think of a more porous innovation system, because right now we are sadly, when it comes to the energy field, energy industries, we are really talking of two different big, huge monoliths, right? So I think it takes a while to uncover that. Think of what happened with the IT industry. It took a while before it became so easy to collaborate. So I think to Priyank's point, it's not easy today, but I think if the right intent is there, it might come up very, very quickly.
This works. No, I think I generally definitely tend to agree with both of you. So I would kind of broadly characterize this collaboration on 4 different dimensions, right? One is a collaboration on policy. The other is collaboration on technology. The third is collaboration on financing. And fourth, and most important in today's time and age, is more strategic collaboration, particularly on supply chains. And that is critically important, I mean, pun intended, for clean energy industry. And let's analyze one by one, right? Policy collaboration. US has had some incredible success when it comes to clean energy policy for increasing the deployment of solar, wind, and batteries, and so on and so forth, EVs as well. India, on the other hand, especially in the last 10 to 15 years, has had some incredible policy innovation that has led not only to increase in deployment of these clean energy resources, but also a massive reduction in the prices. For example, if you take a solar panel from China, the same solar panel, and if you bring that solar panel to the US and install that solar panel into a solar power plant, and take the same solar panel from China and install it in India, the cost of installing in India is less than half that of installing in the US. Obviously, there's the import cost and the tariffs and so on and so forth doesn't explain any of this cost differential. There is a significant, obviously the cost of labor is low in India, but there are also a lot of policy innovation that India has done. I'll be happy to talk later. That collaboration can happen, and that collaboration, by the way, and that flow of knowledge, it's not going to be from US to India, but that flow of knowledge is actually from India to the US, okay? The second on technology. So there is a good news and a bad news there. For the short to medium term, over the next 5 to 10 years, largely bulk of the technology is already commercialized. There is, for example, batteries, electric vehicles, solar panels, windmills, and so on and so forth. That technology is largely commercialized. The question is really on the long-term technology viability, 20, 30, 40 years down the line. Nuclear fusion, as you rightly said, and several other technologies where you would, green hydrogen, where you would need some technology collaboration between the two. And that flow will be bidirectional, but largely dominated by US technology flowing into India. The third is on finance. I think that is very clear. India has enough finance to support its energy infrastructure, but at the same time, Indian finance is also very expensive at 7%, 8%, 9% interest rate. This is where US finance can play a big role at 5% or 6%. Thankfully, if things go right at 3 or 4%, can eventually finance some of the risky ventures, which otherwise may not be financed so well with the Indian financing. And fourth and most important is more strategic collaboration on building the supply chains. Bulk of the battery manufacturing, bulk of solar panels, etc., are still manufactured either in China or by companies that are directly controlled by the Chinese companies. And so this is where a more strategic collaboration, not just between US and India, but also in Quad, like US, Japan, China, US, Japan, India, and Australia. Also allied countries like Indonesia that are mineral rich, coming together and creating more secure supply chains is also equally important.
Actually, thanks for that segue, Nikit. I just wanted to share some information around the supply chain security and as well as the PPP/policy aspect of that. Today, the world has around 1,100 gigawatts of solar module manufacturing capacity. Now, India has about 80 gigawatts out of that. The US has 40 gigawatts of the module manufacturing capacity. India has about 25 gigawatts of cell manufacturing capacity. So the US has very little of that. But you have to recognize that this has come from a time when, even when I was putting solar on rooftops for various industries and institutions, and I did about 7 megawatts of that, everything came from China. So today, India has about 5% of the world capacity, hugely enabled by the PLI schemes and the government support and the various non-tariff barriers that were implemented to support Indian manufacturing capacity. The US has gone to 40, 50 gigawatts significantly in the last 2-3 years, highly supported by the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, of course, it's an acronym for what they really did differently. But the point is that the supply chain security is happened at the module stage to a certain level. I mean, 80 gigawatts in India is more than annual installations in India. So it needs export markets like the US and Europe. Europe has hardly any manufacturing capacity on panels. But the cells are still, India does not have enough for itself. And then the wafers are like practically non-existent outside of China as of today. Like 97% is in China. But there, on the wafer side, India doesn't even have the fundamental skills and infrastructure which the US has thanks to its semiconductor background. So you can see various codependency opportunities, partnership opportunities, which are creating security in supply chains, autonomy in supply chains, and also scale that allows the energy infrastructure to move forward in future. One aspect on the nuclear side, which I did want to say to what Rohit referred to, I think that is an area where, due to various concerns, we have boundaries and difficulty in collaborating. But I personally hope and wish that is a place where India and the US find a way to collaborate, because the SMR development, which can be led out of the US, will be one of the ways to create a new clean baseload capacity that the world needs for all our electrification that's coming on ahead in the future. A lot more to be done there, but that's what I look for in the next 10 years.
I'm sorry, just one additional point, and 100% agree with you, what Priyank, you said. So 2024, by the way, is a historic landmark year where the renewable capacity addition in India was almost at par with the renewable capacity addition in the US, despite all the policy and the subsidy and the Inflation Reduction Act and other support that the US renewable developers get. Indian renewable developers and Indian governments achieve this almost the same level of capacity addition in renewable sector than that the US achieved. And India currently ranks number 3 or number 4, depending on which year and how you cross-section it, in terms of renewable capacity additions globally. So Indian renewable capacity additions are bigger than even European capacity additions, which are always touted as one of the most strongest proponents of renewable energy.
I think this would be my last segment of question. We talked about what is driving the change, about collaboration, about scaling up, and it would be wrong if we definitely didn't touch upon making it accessible to every sections of the society. So laying that foundations for a just transition. So what are the most critical policy reforms or market mechanisms needed today to accelerate a just and inclusive energy transition in both the countries? And how do we ensure rural and even the underserved communities benefit too?
I don't want to get into the underserved and so on, because that becomes a big political debate by itself, right? But however, if you keep that aside and say, how do we serve India, the largest population base, and how can US be a partner in that? Maybe I'll take that question and answer it as such, in saying that from an investment standpoint, like was already said, there's such a big, tremendous opportunity to invest, not only as from a manufacturing or supply chain standpoint, but from an overall innovation standpoint. One is to say, how do we really decrease the last mile for energy serve? And energy serve today, when you talk to a common person on the street, right, in India, what do they need energy for? Electricity and to cook food, predominantly, right? However, as you go up the value chain in the society, the energy needs are different, right? Like Priyank started off with cars, or like you started off as well, right? So how do you really encompass that? And I think that's a big opportunity for the US investors, US companies, to have a ready market. How do you enable that? And that should really answer your question, is at a policy level, that is something that I think is still a big barrier. Not from an innovation level, not from an investment standpoint, it's only the, okay, we got 5 minutes, I'll turn it over. I can go on.
Okay, so yeah, thanks a lot for this question. And I think it's very fundamental, important. I'll go back to the scheme I referred to in the beginning, not the Ujala scheme, but the Ujjwala scheme. So in India today, there are about 300 million households, 325 million households using LPG cylinders or LPG gas for cooking, LPG/PNG put together, piped natural gas or liquefied petroleum gas cylinders. Out of these 325 million, around 100 million were actually enabled by the Ujjwala scheme by the government in 2018. The Ujjwala scheme basically gives a free cylinder to these households in the country. And that scheme by itself increased LPG gas consumption in India by 20%. Why is this important? It's a win-win-win-win, I don't know how many win situation. You have ladies in these rural households who are cooking with fuel wood from the forests, so they had to spend time to collect the fuel wood. They were suffering under the pollution in their chulhas. The country was, we are estimated to about 1 lakh annual deaths attributable to such cooking pollution in India. Deforestation, 1.5 million hectares of deforestation attributed to fuel wood. Pollution, you had, life of the ladies in the household spent collecting fuel wood and cooking, no time left for themselves. Just by increasing the LPG consumption, the total gas-based cooking in India increased by 20%. This, if you totally eliminate it, is expected to can potentially reduce Indian greenhouse gas carbon dioxide emissions by 200 million tons. It's not going electric, it's just going to LPG, but going from biofuels to LPG, 200 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions, some estimate even go up to 300 million tons, can be removed just by going fully gas-based. Currently, with this change, we probably have reached an estimated 60% gas-based cooking, from which was around 45–50% earlier. So this kind of a change becomes a just transition enabler. But then the technology and ventures and finance are what is required to scale it further. There are ventures I have seen which are bringing ideas like these households who have what is called the PMUI scheme households, 100 million households, they can't pay the 900 rupees or the 500 rupees for the cylinder upfront. That upfront money is a problem. So why don't we sachetize it like we do the small 10 rupee shampoo and find ways to do that so that people can buy it more easily and take their consumption of energy from around 4 kgs per year to 8 kgs, which is a more normal. And that by itself will reduce biofuel demand. So the innovation can be in this side, in the financial side, on the business model side, but can also be in other ways to get either solar cooking or other adoption happen in the country. Combined with things like the solar rooftop subsidy that the government introduced recently that has accelerated the rooftop adoption, rooftop solar adoption in the country, that is direct subsidy. And India has less than 15% of its solar power being done on rooftops. Most of it being utility scale, because utility scale, you are selling to the grid, you're having a business model through various, various government schemes and scaling that has become economically self-sustaining. The developers don't need a subsidy anymore. They're selling electricity. I sold electricity at 4 rupees to the buyers versus the grid being for 8 rupees or something like that. But the households, adopting them, getting them to adopt in the remote places, having solar power, where it is not viable for a builder or a developer to do electricity, that can be a government transition or a enabled movement of the grid system. And just to close on this, one of the things that I feel very encouraged by, one of the new policies that the government has come out with, Indian government is now through its SECI, which is the Solar Energy Corporation of India, they were the ones who started reverse auction sales of solar grid, where they created demand and developers offered electricity at lower and lower rates per unit of electricity. Now they're offering tenders which say, I don't want just solar, I want 24-hour power. You take solar, you take wind, you take battery storage, you do whatever you want. You build the technology stack, I give you the market demand. And instead of paying 3 rupees, I'll pay 4.5 rupees or 5 rupees, but or whatever lowest you bid. But what that is creating, and I hope it will enable, is adoption of battery energy storage to counter the intermittent nature of solar and wind and to create more stable grid supply of electricity. I've had calls from companies which are what would be medium-sized companies, people who are doing different types of businesses, maybe battery components, now saying, oh, I can make lithium batteries for BESS, how do I do this business? And so when the market demand gets created by policy enablement, then the innovation can follow behind it. And that's where the technology and the finance and the policy all work together to create magic. The change, when it happens much faster, and I don't know how many times this has been said, but we always overestimate the change in the short term, but always underestimate the change in the long term.
Sir, if you could be concise, and then we can discuss more on the roundtable.
Yes. So I think I'll just focus on the just transitions part of it, because just transitions essentially implies potential losses in jobs in the fossil fuel industry, say in states like Odisha, Jharkhand, and so on and so forth, and that creates some deep political economic issues. This is where India has a unique advantage because of the pace of growth of energy demand. Most of the existing fossil fuel losses in the country will not be lost by 2035. So India has that 10-year runway to plan for that transition. And of course, because of the kind of energy investments one needs, those potential job losses could also be absorbed in other forms of energy investments beyond 2035 or so. And second point is technology essentially has enabled deep cost reductions. So one can still have, for example, those coal power plants operating as babysitting assets. We are not really, see, retirement doesn't mean death, right? So we essentially treat those old coal power plants as our grandparents. They would essentially take care of the grid when new kids on the block, such as solar and wind, are essentially not generating, not producing. You still have coal power plants as backup, and there is still a place for coexistence, which is truly the mantra of India's existence as well, of all sources of energy going forward, at least for the next 25 to 30 years.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for just one question, and it's a question, not a comment. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Naman. This question is largely for Professor Abhyankar and for the panel as well. But any conversation around sustainability tends to anchor on the supply side. We tend to forget the demand. And this is also coming from your interview recently with NDTV about appliance efficiencies in India. Where do we stand in terms of making efficient appliances in India for the world? And what will drive some of those policy changes that are required for the companies to start taking efficiency seriously in India?
Energy efficiency is the most, is the cheapest form of energy, right? So let me begin by saying that. So I think India, unfortunately, does lag in terms of using its energy most efficiently. And that is because of several reasons. So I believe there are three things that really need to happen. One, the role of government policy is absolutely critical in making sure all the energy efficiency standards, et cetera, are up to date and to the global level. Second is there has to be significant consumer adoption as well. And consumer adoption can range, can result in multiple, can be a result of multiple things, but the most important driver for consumer adoption is a quality product, and this is exactly what Tesla did. So if the product gives you the same quality, then people will adopt that product, not because of efficiency, but because how good that product is. And third, and most important, is how industries, for example, respond to this challenge as well.
So I'll just add to that with an example, right? The Ujala scheme is an example of efficiency. We went from heaters that often to end of throwing light, which is incandescent bulbs, to LEDs. But another example is like in air conditioning. The second largest demand source in the country, or the fastest growing demand source in the country, particularly in a tropical place like India. So ASHRAE, or Indian Society for Heating, Refrigeration and Air Conditioning Engineers, which I have happen to be part of, they've brought together new policies to building codes in the country for building efficiency, as well as 5-star or 4-star labeling for energy efficiency of air conditioning systems. But the difficulty that also needs to be understood is everyday decisions of people are not driven by moral goals, right? They're driven by economics. So we need to translate the total cost ownership advantages of efficiency into benefits to the consumers that are realized. In India, as Nikit also referred, cost of capital is much higher. India is a capital-starved country. So there are very high level of rate of discounting for future benefits. So that discounts down pretty quickly and people are much more looking at immediate benefits. Plus there's also an initial capacity to pay question. So I believe there is some opportunity to think about policy support where you change the way the payment or the cash flow moves for the individual, where maybe he pays less for the energy efficient appliance upfront, but gets the energy savings payout for the appliance and then over time gets benefit, or some other such ways to increase adoption of energy efficient appliances. For example, in air conditioning, where you have now 4-star, 5-star appliances, but when I try to buy, I see the price difference and I see why people don't buy them as much as the government would like it. Of course, the information has now come in, certification has come in, which is good, but the adoption needs to be supported in ways to address the particular dynamics of the Indian consumer or the Indian customer that the government is trying to get them to buy this stuff.
Thank you so much. We are running late, and you can ask more questions at the round tables. And I would take this opportunity to thank our distinguished panelists for inspiring us with their expertise, and also for all the audience for your participation in such a relevant dialogue. And yeah, I would also take this moment to say that not all of us have to be technologically highly sound or intellectually professional to build that connection, to protect, conserve, or preserve our environment. All it takes is just trying to be more, better, ecologically conscious every day, every moment as a human being. So thank you. And
Thank you, panelists, for the powerful and engaging discussion. So moving on, we will now like to pivot to ever-increasing global relevance of geopolitics and defense in the changing world, India's role in the global security. As India and the world faces the shifting alliances, regional conflicts, and ever-security challenge, India's role as a regional and the global security player continues to grow. So to explore this critical issue, we have honored to join an exceptional panel of, I would like to call Ms. Asha Jadeja. She is a venture capitalist and founder of Motwani Jadeja Foundation. Thank you. Then I would like to first one. Then I would like to call Sumit Gongli, Senior Fellow at Hoover Institution. And finally, I would like to call Arzan Tarapore, South Asian Research Scholar at Walter H. Soreston Asia Pacific Research Center at Stanford University. Thank you. So moderating this session is Radhe, whose passion for international affairs and security makes her an ideal choice for this panel. And I would like to hand over the mic to her.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this timely and important conversation on geopolitics and defense in the changing world and India's role in global security. To introduce myself briefly, my name is Radhe, and I'm from Chennai. I did my business and law degree from Gujarat National Law University, worked for a couple of years in Mumbai as a lawyer, and now doing my master's at Stanford Law. I'm so proud and happy to share the dais with our eminent guests today on a topic very close to my heart, India. We live in a very interesting time today. In so many ways, we're at an inflection point in global affairs, marked by great power rivalries, regional conflicts, technological disruptions, and evolving alliances. As the world grapples with shifting centers of power, India stands at a fascinating crossroads. It's a rapidly rising economic and strategic force, but deeply rooted in non-alignment, yet increasingly being drawn into global security frameworks. Important questions. What does warfare mean in today's world? What does defense against war or threats to security mean? Does it mean aggression? Does it mean self-defense? Or does it mean equipping yourself with tools of aggression so one day maybe you could self-defend? To help unpack these pivotal questions, I'm honored to be joined by three distinguished voices. You heard a bit about each of them, but I'm happy to give you some background on why they're here today. Dr. Arzan is a leading expert and scholar on Indian military strategy and regional security issues in the Indo-Pacific region. Prior to his scholarly career, he served for 13 years in the Australian Defense Department in various analytical and liaison positions, including a diplomatic posting to the Australian Embassy in DC. He earned a PhD in war studies from the King's College London and an MSc from the London School of Economics. He's now a research scholar with us at Stanford Center for International Security and Cooperation. We're also honored to be joined by Asha Jadeja, who's a Silicon-based tech investor, entrepreneur, and who has deep insights into the role of innovation and technology in building community. She was also one of the pioneering Indian women venture capitalists in Silicon Valley. And Professor Dr. Sumit, who is the senior fellow at Hoover Institution and director of the US-Indian Relations at Stanford University. He's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations in New York, and he's the editor and co-editor of 20 books on the Indo-Pacific region. So thank you all for being here. Let's give our guests a round of applause. So I'd like to propose today's discussion be divided thematically to address two very pressing issues. First, shifts in global power structures, and second, warfare in the 21st century. Let's dive into our first theme. First, I have a question. We're seeing tectonic shifts in global power structures, from US-China tensions, we all know about the tariff war, the India-Pakistan tensions, the recent attacks, and major realignments in the Indo-Pacific, indicated through shifts in investment. We know more companies are setting up in different locations than perhaps what they would have preferred earlier, a couple of years ago. And in this changing landscape, how do each of you assess India's current strategic posture, response to recent incidents, and its role in terms of the Asia-Pacific as well as a global security actor? Tough question, but let's start with the hard ones. We can start with you, Arzan.
All right, thank you very much. That question basically is the question that will cover everything in this panel, I think. I was told, look, let's have a little bit of discussion, all right? So let me start off by proposing an argument that is, I'll be as quick as possible, but proposing an argument that is trying to set up what I see as a critical dichotomy in India's role in the region. Number one, exactly as you said, there are tectonic shifts in global power, and India is a key part of that. However, my argument is that as much as we in India and in the United States and in other like-minded countries want to see a powerful and active India in the region, which I think we all do, my argument, my counterpoint to that, is that that often comes up against hard physical realities. And what I mean by this is that while India's power has undeniably grown in recent decades, if you look at one particular dyad, one particular pairing of countries, that is India-China, then over the span of the 21st century, let's say, the last 2 to 3 decades, the picture is actually not good for India. China's power has actually grown faster than India's. The delta between China and India has grown, not shrunk. Now, maybe that delta will, in the future, shrink. All estimates suggest it will. But in the last couple of decades, the delta has grown on economic power, certainly on military power, I would suggest even on regional political influence. So that is the hard reality, the big reality that Indian decision makers have to face. And compounding it is the other physical reality that to India's west remains, albeit a smaller country, where the delta between India and Pakistan is actually also growing. It nevertheless retains the capacity, as we've seen this week, to capture Indian attention and focus. And when it captures Indian attention and focus, that means that Indian attention and focus and material capacity is not being used to shape the region. I'll leave it there.
I wholeheartedly agree with everything that Arzan has said. This doesn't seem to be. Okay. I wholeheartedly agree with everything that my colleague Arzan has said. And just to augment and to bolster what he said, China under Deng Xiaoping embarked on a process of economic liberalization and opening to the world in 1980. India waited till 1991, only in the wake of an unprecedented fiscal crisis, which left it little or no choice. And subsequently, its attempts at further economic reform have been fitful, which is characteristic of a democracy. You cannot, by fiat, bring about economic reform. And despite that, India has made significant progress and remains still the fastest growing economy in the world. But the problem is the lag that India suffers from, given that it started this process of economic reform much later and that the process of reform has been fitful. I also happen to agree with Arzan that India still lacks the material capabilities to tackle the PRC. This became evident in the wake of the Galwan crisis of the spring of 2020. Subsequently, India has sought to bolster its capabilities along the Himalayan border, but beyond that, it needs to start thinking about an asymmetric strategy. And that asymmetric strategy involves expanding Indian naval power. India does not have the capacity of what is called sea denial, which is what would get the attention of the PRC, because so much of the hydrocarbons that the PRC relies on comes from the Middle East, and there are important choke points that it faces in transferring those hydrocarbons back to the mainland. This is where India should be investing and developing far better capabilities to, in the event of a crisis, to make the PRC pay an extraordinarily high price on the high seas. However, that capability is only being developed incrementally, and India needs to truly expedite those capabilities if it wishes to pursue an asymmetric strategy which would jeopardize the PRC's ability to constantly and periodically exert pressure on the Himalayan border. On the Western Front, I also happen to agree with Arzan that there is this pesky neighbor which periodically comes like a gnat into your house and stings you. And the asymmetries between Pakistan and India are growing, but Pakistan retains considerable nuisance value, as it demonstrated vividly earlier this week.
Absolutely. So I fully agree with what Arzan and Sumit just mentioned so articulately.
So here is how I view the way things are reshaping, way power is getting sort of realigned and reshaped in the global arena. On the ground level, there is what Arzan plus Sumit just mentioned, along with the tariff war. That's sort of happening at the ground level and even at sort of a mid-level. But what I'm seeing right now coming out of the US, which still is a preeminent power in the geopolitical international system, it still is a very powerful entity. And it seems to have a different vision for what it wants the future, how it wants the future to unfold. To my eyes, what the US seems to want right now is, number one, to make sure that it minimizes Chinese power. And it's not just doing this through tariffs, but it's also doing it through other geopolitical means, including information warfare, making sure that they have restricted access to our chips, to our technologies, and perhaps even some propaganda wars that we might engage in going forward. So number one, we are quite laser focused in the US on getting Chinese power minimized. What does that mean? That basically means sort of preponderance of America as the one unipolar superpower on the planet. Now, for the US to once again become more of a unipolar superpower, it needs alliances which are not the usual ones. It is still, it has Europe and the Latin America and Americas, but it did not have India in the way it has now openly and including through the Biden administration, through Trump 1.0 and Biden administration. There's a clear recognition of the geostrategic importance of India being in the American orbit. And we are seeing from the Trump administration aggressive efforts to rope in India. It's India that is slow. It's the Indian bureaucracy that has its own reservations, sometimes some of them justified, some unjustified. But there is a slowness from the Indian side, which we are all trying to make sure that we allay some of those fears and make sure that India signs off on a few things, including the bilateral trade agreement, some geopolitical defense agreements, ports, shipbuilding, and the naval alliances. But I think the bigger thing that's happening, even above this sort of this suprastructure, I think is an interesting dynamic that's evolving. And I don't know if it's just me who's seeing it. Sumit, you probably give me your thoughts on this. I'm also seeing, when I see conversations between Elon Musk, Trump, Giorgia Meloni, and the AfD in Germany, when I see conversations where they are talking about, Christianity, the Western civilization, bringing power back to the Western civilization, making Western civilization great again. So when you see Giorgia Meloni and the Germans talking about a civilizational effort now to bring back the core values of the Enlightenment and speaking about, I wonder if there's a civilizational thing going on, and you guys probably see this at a high level of sort of, what does this mean? When we hear these conversations, should we attribute any meaning and any salience to this, or is this just sort of a temporary blip in the geopolitical environment? I'm not sure, but it's an interesting time, and the conversations now with Modi. So the four people that I see very, having rigorous phone calls and meetings are Musk, Giorgia Meloni, Trump, and Modi. These four are very powerful nodes in this international system. And they're speaking about some stuff which I can't connect the dots there yet. But there's something profoundly important going on there, which I'm trying to sort of see, and maybe you guys can shed some light there. But I think it will have implications for many centuries, for many generations to come, if these alliances shift.
Thank you for sharing your poignant perspectives on this very pressing issue. And as Arzan described, it's really the question, right? And I think the discussions in terms of India's role begs the second question, which is, do you think India being part of global forums like the BRICS, the Quad, the G20 is punching its weight? Or do you think that there's more ground to cover before it becomes a true global security stakeholder? Let's hear from you, Dr. Sumit, first.
Well, the short answer is no. But I'm not going to let it go at that. I'll elaborate on why I said no.
Tim for the why.
It's wonderful to host the G20, but that alone does not reflect national power. Yes, it does show that India matters in the global system, that its growing economy, the possibilities of investment in India, India's acquisition of any number of complex defense platforms are desirable. But let me start with the BRICS. The BRICS are crumbling, okay? They're crumbling because there are internal contradictions in the BRICS. Russia's economy is smaller than that of Italy, for crying out loud. If it weren't for hypersonic weapons and its nuclear weapons and petroleum resources, Russia is a declining power. Let's get this straight. All the statistical evidence tells us that Russia's prospects as a great power are pinned on those three items that I mentioned. It has a major demographic problem, which it cannot solve. I could go on and on about that, but I won't. China and India are fundamentally at odds. Anybody who believes otherwise is living in a fool's paradise. There might be a brief pause in the conflict, in the tensions, but this is merely a pause. This is an enduring rivalry that's not going to go away because the PRC sees India as an upstart. It does not recognize India as a peer, and anyone who believes otherwise is is smoking a weed I was familiar with in college. And I did inhale, unlike a president. So I let it rest at that.
All right. I'll be as quick as possible. Number one, the G20 was a spectacle. Good, a spectacle. Number two, the BRICS is a non-event. It's not even crumbling. It's a non-event. It does nothing, right? And in fact, probably the greatest utility of the BRICS for India is the fact that India can act as a spoiler to China and its ambitions to use the BRICS to enlarge its power. The minilateral that matters the most is the Quad, I would argue. I'm a little bit biased, but I think the Quad has potential, if certain actions are taken smartly, to meaningfully change regional politics and even global politics. Jaishankar is on the record as saying there is a reason we care about the Quad, that we actively participate in the Quad, and that's because the existing international architecture is not fit for purpose for the problems that confront India and the region today. The Quad is a sort of grouping that could, if it takes more material, concrete actions, especially in the security sphere, serve that role, right? But I want to conclude by addressing where we've touched on a really profound and interesting question, which is the nature of power today, right, in the international system. Asha touched on it, Sumit has touched on it. And if you'll permit, I know we're here talking about India, right, but if you'll permit me, when we say that the United States' primary focus is containing Chinese power, I think that's generally true of the US national security elite. But if you look at some of the decisions that have been taken in the last few months, that is not how the United States is acting. Things like removing American political economic influence from the global south does not serve American interests in limiting Chinese power. Ending American scientific research does not serve American interests in limiting Chinese power, okay? And when we talk about relationships between the likes of Trump and Putin and AfD, right, I don't think this is about Western civilization at all. In fact, to the extent that it is civilizational, It is a particular vision of civilization that does probably not include most of the people in this room. What we do see, however, is an impulse to carve up the world into old-style, 19th century style spheres of influence, where the United States has a sphere where Europe is different to that sphere, and the United States is no longer responsible for European security, where Russia is different, where China is different, and potentially, this is the bright spot for India, the Indian government may see this vision of power as an opportunity to carve out its own sphere of influence. I don't think India's there yet, and I'm skeptical that it will be able to, but this may be the place where people's heads are at.
Thank you, Arzan. Thank you, Dr. Sumit. I have a specific question for you, Asha. How can Indian origin innovators and investors in Silicon Valley and globally, I believe we were discussing this just before the panel too, contribute to India's defense and security ambitions, especially in areas like AI, cybersecurity, dual-use tech, and position it as a leader?
So there are a few initiatives that already were put in place in the last couple of administrations, including IMEC, the India, Middle East, Israel, Europe corridor. That's one thing which is already in place, a lot of conversations going on. If October 7 had not happened, that would have actually taken on a different shape. But it's beginning to get revived. Second is I2U2, India, US, Israel, and Europe. And so that's another, I2U2 is another initiative. So I think through some of these existing initiatives under the Quad framework, if these 3 or 4 initiatives are sort of revived, the Trump administration calls it the Trust Initiative, which is actually ISET, the initiative for critical and emerging technologies, which was crafted by Jake Sullivan in the last administration, which is still very much there in its second avatar right now. So I think if these few initiatives are looked at more seriously, then I think we are looking at enhancing Indian power in ways that we have never seen before. More importantly, and to your point, Arzan, that there is, first of all, India is not a peer power of China. India is it's a much smaller economy. It has very little power compared to China. The only thing going for India right now is that it has United States as its, as its potential ally going forward, which this opportunity is unprecedented in history. And if we grab this opportunity, I think this can bolster Indian power like no other weapon system.
Thank you, Asha, for that. That really does make sense, especially in the current context. We actually had our Honorable Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman, join us at Stanford recently discussing a lot about the India-US partnership and collaboration. So very, very on theme today. So that concludes the first part of the panel. I want to raise the temperature a little bit, move on to a very pressing and hotter topic, if you will, warfare. The nature of warfare is really undergoing a profound transformation, right? Battles are no longer being confined to tanks, trenches, traditional theaters of war. They're being fought in lines of code that are invisible, instantaneous, and often untraceable. Think things like AI, think things like cryptocurrency, that's anonymous payment systems, probably funding non-state actors as we know it. Think about silent wars that are being engaged in the cyberspace right now, propaganda strategies, and more traditional, that is in contrast to the more traditional boots on the ground kind of warfare. And I don't want to say that because of this emerging tech, boots on the ground have gone away. They haven't left us, right? They still are around, and traditional warfare is very much alive today. Ongoing conflicts such as Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine demonstrate that conventional military aggression such as tanks, artillery, trench warfare, recent attacks by India, faced by India, continues to play a devastating role in shaping geopolitics. So we are being confronted by warfare on 2 realms. We're being really confronted by the traditional warfare that we know and the non-conventional warfare that we have to know. So Given this critical and deadly dimension of global security, I would like to invite our panel to respond to the following question. With Washington increasingly viewing India as a key partner, and we discussed some of that just now, in terms of counterbalance to China, in terms of its counterbalance to maybe other threats that it sees in the world in both the traditional and non-traditional warfare front, what do you think is the most promising and problematic aspect of the US-India security partnership? And answer me in terms of not just the benefits that India could possibly have, but also how does India retain strategic autonomy in all of this, right? So we can start from Arzan and we can move on to Dr. Sumit after.
Okay. I lied. This is the question that is the whole panel. Where to begin? Okay, so first of all, let me make 2 points. You started, and indulge me for a second because I'm gonna get into semantics, but I think it's important. You started by saying, rather, that the nature of war is changing, right? I teach my students, there's a difference between the nature of war and the character of war. The character of war is changing because of new technologies. I would submit that is still largely hypothetical, right? We have these new technologies. We don't yet know how they will be used in a state-on-state, high-intensity conflict. We'll find that out, sadly, in a few years' time, probably. But for now, it's still hypothetical. The nature of war, however, is not changing. And that is that war is an awful, ugly business, and that anyone who thinks they can control it and achieve effects neatly and cleanly is delusional. And that is salient this week. Okay? My second point is on, what was the second thing you asked about?
About the strategic autonomy that India can reach.
Perfect, yeah. On strategic autonomy. This I want to juxtapose with the comment that Asha last made, with which I associate myself fully, which is that India's power and influence and capacity relies on its partnership with the United States. And that is in tension with strategic autonomy. Now, I'm not saying that it should be this or that. We just have to recognize that there is a trade-off. Okay? And India has, for its own entirely legitimate, valid political reasons, chosen to retain strategic autonomy, and that's perfectly legitimate. And in fact, in some cases, like in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, it proves that maybe there is some wisdom in that position. However, it does run up against the immovable object of building capacity in conjunction with the United States. And so there has to be a recognition that this impulse for strategic autonomy will limit the extent to which Indian power can grow in conjunction with the United States. It comes down to very material things, right? The kit that America sells to India cannot be used to its fullest potential because there are certain bits of equipment that do not work well, that are not interoperable between the US and India. And so unless those sorts of strategic autonomy impulses are overcome, Indian capacity will be limited. And that's a fair enough judgment. That's a fair enough, entirely legitimate stance that New Delhi seems to have taken.
Once again, I find myself in vehement agreement with my colleague Arzan. The quest for strategic autonomy is running up against the building of a more robust US-India strategic partnership. At some point, India needs to set aside the legacies of the Cold War when it was at odds with the United States. It needs to recognize that this is a completely different structure of world power, and India faces a long-term looming threat from the PRC, which it cannot cope with unless it finds a partner of the order of the United States. France may sell India certain forms of high technology and weaponry, but it cannot be a substitute for the United States. And frankly, I don't see any other substitute. That's number one. On the matter of the transformation of warfare, the real transformation of warfare came about in Alamogordo, New Mexico in 1945 with the development of nuclear weapons. That really constituted a revolution in warfare because there is still no mechanism that we have devised that can protect us against nuclear weapons. All you need is one nuclear weapon to be detonated and it'll ruin your day. But short of that, we have not seen a revolution in warfare, and it's too facile to say that cyber weapons constitute a revolution. I simply do not see the evidence. They are an adjunct. They can make life miserable. They can undermine critical infrastructure, but they do not constitute a revolution in warfare. Nuclear weapons did mark that revolution, and that revolution remains in place. So while I think it is important to bolster and strengthen one's defensive capabilities against cyber attacks and protect critical infrastructure, I still think that conventional warfare and nuclear weapons will continue to exert a disproportionate impact on warfare, at least in my limited lifetime.
So, on two fronts. So first of all, I agree completely with what Sumit and Arzan are talking about. But I think there is something else also brewing right now between US and India, which is number one, there is already a very strong partnership between Bangalore and Silicon Valley. Already there is a lot going on from the startup ecosystem side, also from the big company perspective, lots going on AI front, and that is clearing the air and bringing in Washington, D.C. and Delhi in ways that we had not anticipated. So for example, setting standards in artificial intelligence, setting standards for collaboration between the two countries in information and data sharing is something that we had not planned for earlier. So that's coming up, it's happening, and I think I see that again through these initiatives that I spoke about earlier, like ISET and Quad and so on. I do see some of that standard setting happening in the next few months. I also see, in case you think J.D. Vance had gone to India to see the Taj Mahal, that's not true. J.D. Vance was there for a reason. And he had gone with a contingent of people, Ricky Gill, one being, our India guy in the White House. All these people were there for a reason. They are crafting, behind the scenes agreements that we will see results of in the next few weeks, if not months. And, what we are likely to see is perhaps some agreements on communications, on telecom, on partnerships between big Indian conglomerates and the American conglomerates. I also see announcements coming out from Indian side about big Indian companies having a presence in the US now, bringing jobs into middle of America and setting up a shop in the US from the Indian side. In fact, one of the things that I'm hoping we could get Indians to talk about when President Trump visits India in September is an announcement like a Stargate. Remember we had Stargate? Does anybody remember Stargate from 2 months ago? Yes? So it was Masayoshi Son, Larry Ellison, and Sam Altman from OpenAI declaring that they will invest $500 billion into US. Similarly, we might actually see an announcement by the Ambanis, Adanis, Tatas and Infosys and a bunch of other companies. It's announcing an investment in the US. I fully expect that. If that happens, we are looking at another momentum from the business side also, which we have not seen before.
Well, amazing, amazing contributions from our panel today. It's just astounding the kind of range we have covered in our topics, from national security to international security, India's role, China, Pakistan. We have spoken about pretty much everything there's to cover for now in the current setting. I want to moderate that by saying for now, because we don't know what's hitting us next. But I would like to maybe a really short 1-2 line answer from each of you on looking 10 years ahead. Nothing too crazy, not 50 years, not 30 years, just 10 years. What headline would you like to see about India's role in global security in 2035? Just a line or two, a headline. It could be controversial, it's fine.
You go first.
I have to go first. I'd like to see a deepening of the strategic partnership between the United States and India, and one that is not subject to changes of regime, whether in New Delhi or in Washington, D.C. That this partnership should become enduring and should not be subject to the vagaries of shifts in governments.
I can go next. Can I? Should I? Let me go next. Okay, my headline is the following, 2035. Adani invests in American naval shipbuilding ports and in America and strengthens American Navy like never before.
I'll combine these two, and I'll say, see, thesis, antithesis, and I'll say, I think it would be a good thing for the world if India's vision of a multipolar world where India is an independent and powerful pole comes to fruition. It's not there yet, but in 10 years, I would like to see that.
Amazing. Well, that brings an end to our orchestrated panel discussion, but I know some people in the audience have been raging it out, waiting to ask the panel a question. Unfortunately, due to paucity of time, we can maybe accommodate just one question. So bring your brightest, most brilliant question to us. Who do we have over at the back? Wait, I can't see you. You're the one who asked a question earlier too, right? Really killing it, yeah. Yeah, we could get someone else too. Here, we see a hand.
It'll be short.
Just
It'll be short.
Professor's gonna do the honors. I'm not gonna.
It'll be short. You guys talk about the seriousness of the India-US partnership, right? And I have to be quite frank with you. How serious is it when it's the same US that's still selling Pakistan F-16s? How serious is it when it's the same US that's still giving IMF bailouts to Pakistan? How serious is it when it's the same US that's funding, that's ignoring anti-India institutions? And so I really want to ask you, when will India be recognized as a true power in its own right?
It's not over for you guys.
All right, I'll go. I'll have a first bite. When was the last time the United States sold Pakistan F-16s? The United States cut off military aid to Pakistan in 2018. All right? What you might be referring to is continued spare parts and maintenance, which is a package, a part of the initial contract, right? So, let me put it another way. The United States has quote-unquote right-sized its relationship with Pakistan after an artificial high during the war in Afghanistan. It has reduced it, now more clearly seeing the threat that Pakistan poses to regional security. But let me put it to you this way. Let's say the war kicks off soon, and let's say the war goes bad. Remember, the nature of war is to serve itself, to escalate, to become more intense, to draw in other partners. And let's say we confront a horrific situation that is unprecedented. Then who is going to be in a position to pick up the phone to Pindi? Is it going to be Beijing? Do you want Beijing to pick up the phone to Pindi? Or do you want someone in the White House to do it?
I completely agree with, again, everything Arzan has said, and the amount that the US is providing to Pakistan. By the way, the F-16s were transferred in 1981. I vividly remember. This is one of the great advantages of being old. There are very few, but this is one of them. Arzan is right that aid to Pakistan was terminated in 2018. The total amount that is being provided for weaponry is $397 million, which is a rounding error. And furthermore, in terms of the IMF loans, there are regulations that prevent the politicization of loans to countries. That's built into the IMF's charter. Now, in extremis, the US can cut off the IMF loan. But the problem with that is Pakistan is again on the brink of bankruptcy. And cutting off the IMF loan actually could have significant consequences for social instability in Pakistan. Not that it is a model of stability to begin with.
2 seconds here. If a war breaks out between Pakistan and India, India and joined by Israel will decimate Pakistan in a matter of days.
That ends our panel with a total banger, that last sentence, but she delivered. So we have had the most amazing discussion and time with our brilliant panelists here, and we're very happy to have had you and hosted you during your time here. We hope you have a great time for whatever time you're here at Stanford too. Thank you so much, all of y'all, for engaging us, for giving us your attention and time, and joining us today. This is a very important issue. I hope you have some takeaways that are important. Thank you.
Some food for thought for everybody.
Hi everyone. We will now be moving into the roundtable sessions. These are one of the most interesting and highly sought after parts of today's conference. We ask that all of you were assigned a table when you registered. We ask that you move to that table right now. And if you do not have a table, we ask that you wait and find an empty spot at a table, and please seat yourselves as soon as possible. The tables are numbered and have corresponding stickers that you should have received when you registered. Please move to the appropriate table as soon as possible. Hi, everyone. Could we please get folks to move to their tables, please? We would highly appreciate it. Thank you. We do need to move along. We really appreciate everyone's enthusiasm, but please move to your assigned table. The longer we delay, the longer lunch waits. So if you want lunch, please do get into your respective tables. Really appreciate it.
May I have everyone's attention, please? Do you guys want to have lunch? Do you want to have lunch? Then please settle down. We are going to go table by table. Lunch is not going to start until after you settle down at your tables. Lunch is not going to start. Hello, everyone. I think we Sorry? Light? Yeah.
Introduce, Dr. Sadhguru Sai Madhusudan.
Thank you. I met you that day as well. Yes, of course. So glad you're here. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Do you know which table you're going to sit on?
I just came in, so we just hang around. I'll pick some. Maybe I'll ask to sit my table.
Thank you. Here are the tables you can decide. Which tables you can decide. Hello, hello, hello. People need to sit at the table, only then we'll introduce them. They need to sit at the table, we'll send them table. Otherwise, there's no lunch. I mentioned that already. When people ask that. There will be no lunch unless we all settle down. They say there's no free lunch. Please settle down on your tables and start your roundtable discussions. And we will send you table by table to lunch.
Yes, hold on. Actually,
It is my absolute honor to introduce our keynote speaker for this plenary session. Can I get everyone's attention? This is also a really interesting second half. Guys, I'm so close to. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, clap 3 times again. Thank you. Please, can everyone direct their attention to the front? It is my absolute honor to introduce our keynote speaker for this plenary session, a visionary leader, an investor, a policymaker, a change maker who wears many hats with purpose and precision. Mr. Mohandas Pai is the chairman of RN Capital and 314 Capital and was formerly the chief financial officer of Infosys.
Folks, it's good to be here and talk about India. Let me give you some data about India so that all of us are on the same page. India is today a $4 trillion economy. In PPP terms, we are $17.9 trillion. China is the biggest economy with $39 trillion and the US $32 trillion. And India is $17.9 trillion. In 1991, when we opened up, our GDP was $275 billion. We've grown to $3.9 trillion by 2025 March, 8.11% a year in dollar terms for 34 years. Please do give an applause. GDP has grown from 5,32,000 crores, to those of us who know what is crores, to about 331 lakh crores in March 2025, which is about 12.2%, 12.11% a year in rupee terms. There's been huge growth ever since India opened. And to my friend here, I would say, we suffered for the first 40 years of India's freedom because of wrong policies by his very revered leader, Pandit Nehru. I respect Nehru for many things, but the misery that he caused by his bad policies, we are still paying for it in Kashmir, China, and the economy. In 1947, India was the largest economy in Asia. China was destroyed in the war, Southeast Asia destroyed in the war, and Japan was destroyed in the war. We had a manufacturing intact. 2.5 million Indians fought in the Second World War for the Allies. And in Asia, we are responsible for defeating the Japanese and pushing them back. Great Britain owed us 1.5 billion pounds for the war effort, and money was valuable those days. And then we brought in what is called socialism in the belief that a few set of people in Delhi knew how to rule the country of 330 million people. So at independence, white imperialists left us, brown imperialists took over, and the Indian people never felt any change. They were ruled by a ruling class in Delhi who thought they had the solution to India's ills and got us socialism. India was looted by the British. They took away $45 trillion of Indian money and wealth between 1757 to 1947. Read Utsav Patnaik's thesis on the loot of India, the drain of India. So India has been a very rich country. We are a poor people in a very, very rich country throughout our history, an old civilization which dominated the world with peace and prosperity and never conquered any other country. We must remember this. Because of bad policies between 1950 to 80, we grew at 3.5% a year, Asia at 6.5%, the world at 4.5%. We became poorer in 1980 compared to 1950. 80, we opened up, and we grew at 5.5% a year in real terms from in 80 to 90, and our foreign debt went from $20 billion to $80 billion during the time when we were broke in 91. And 91, when we opened up because we were broke, the magic started because the Indian entrepreneurs were liberated. We got economic freedom back in 1991. And that economic freedom has made India what it is, a country with the fastest growth for any large country in the world. And India is the 5th largest industrial power in the world after China United States, Germany, and Japan. In another 4 to 5 years, we'll be the third largest industrial power in the world. In steel, we make 160 million tons, second largest in the world. Cement, 445 million tons, second largest in the world after China. We make 22 million two-wheelers, largest in the world. 5.2 million four-wheelers, third largest in the world. And then we are the largest producer of spices, largest producer of sugar and cotton, alternating between the years. We make 335 million tons, grow 335 million tons of food grains, second largest in the world. We have the largest quantum of arable land for any country in the world, 50% irrigated. We have 555 million bovines in the world, which wander all about, and they got fundamental rights under the Indian Constitution. The only thing they can't do is vote when they wander about the streets. It's an unbelievably rich country with poor people, and we are going to grow very, very fast. We export $235 billion of software. 60% of global outsourcing comes here. The market value of $235 billion is $500 billion because the rates in India are quite low. In software, we have 6 million people working in software exports, 1.5 million people in the local industry. That is 7.5 million people. Of the top 10 software service companies by market value globally, 5 are Indian. Of the top 5, 3 are Indian. Of the 3.2 million people working in the top 10, 2.3 million are Indians. Of the 1 million hired for software globally last year, 500,000 are Indians. The United States has 6 million people in software. 1 million are Indians working here. Out of the 6 million for export, 60% work for American companies. Out of 10 million working for American companies, 4 million are Indians. And India is what has been a force multiplier for the American technology industry for the very many years. And you folks know about it because you are the heart at it. We don't get credit. We are abused by the left in India and by many political leaders saying we don't create value. But we have created value. We created high-quality jobs in India, and we trained all of them. As HR director in Infosys in 5 years, I recruited 200,000 people and trained 250,000 people. We set up a center in Mysore, investing 2,000 crores, where we trained 35,000 young people in software with no understanding of software for 26 weeks. And we used to spend something like about $5,000 per head per year training them. The IT industry spends $3 billion training them, and that's fantastic. On top of that, we have a startup industry with the third largest in the world, 167,000 startups, 22,000 funded, 120 unicorns, the third largest in the world, and creating value of $600 billion. But we only got $160 billion of investment in 2014 to 24. China invested $845 billion, America $2.32 trillion. So we fight with the hands bound, with the feet bound, with not much of investment coming into the area, but we have done very well. We slugged the butts out, working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we built this great country. And we built this great country so that young people could come to America, pay fees to the nose, and enrich America, and stay in America and become great entrepreneurs. Hopefully, all of you will become billionaires. And I want all of you to become billionaires. India has the third largest number of billionaires in the world after the United States and China, 257 billionaires. By 2030, we'll have 500 billionaires. And that is extraordinary. And we have created something called the India Stack over the last 15 years, a piece of public use software, and we gave the world what is called digital public infrastructure. We have Aadhaar, 1.3 billion people have a number, and they can transact. We have UPI, last month, 18.6 billion transactions, $309 billion transferred, 45% of digital payments globally is in India. We can transfer money on a mobile in 30 seconds from bank to account, bank to bank, not through wallets, by going through the formal check clearing system globally. And we got a very good financial system. We got about 130,000 bank branches. We got about $3.5 trillion of bank deposits, which is very small for a country of our size. $3.5 trillion of bank lending. Our stock market has the largest number of derivative transactions because a lot of people do day trading, night trading, whatever trading. They're bond traders. And we have a market capitalization of $5 trillion, and we must be the 4th or 5th largest. It keeps shifting all the time. And China's market value didn't grow for many years. The market grew from 8,500 index in 2014 to 8,500 index in 2024. But India has shown tremendous growth. In the entire stock market in the world, there's been only 2 countries which have given superior returns in the last 30 years, India and the United States. And every 5 years, the crown shifts. And my friend Saurabh Mukherjee will give you all the data about how value has been created. We got 5,500 companies listed in the stock exchange. And they're very good companies. We got very good corporate governance standards. There are some corporate failures, like it happened in the United States with Enron and all the nice companies. We do have our own stake too, but we don't have more, we don't have less, even though we get a bad press, because everybody thinks everything bad about India, everything is bad about India, because India has been worshipping poverty for many years. And India has yet to understand, like Mao said, power comes with the barrel of the gun and the almighty dollar. There are only two things the world respects: economic power and military power. And India has been a failure in both, but now India is growing. We are creating a lot of jobs. 16 million people enter the formal work system every year, because they have to open another account and they have to pay a subscription, because something called the EPFO, and that gives data by gender, by age group, by state, 190 industry classifications for the last 75 months. And most people in Delhi sitting in JNU don't even look at data and bemoan the lack of employment. In the south, we have no people for employment. People come from the north to come, because UP is now growing and it's very good, and we want UP to grow. Bihar is yet to grow. We get people from Jharkhand, West Bengal, which is a failed state, and Kerala, etc. They all come to Bangalore and the south to work, and we have a shortage of people. And India's population is growing at 0.8%. Fertility has come to 2.0, below replacement rate. Whole of the south is 1.6 to 1.7. And we have 1,020 women for 1,000 men. We have more women than men in India. And today, the good news, we have more girls in school than boys. Many of the boys are rowdy boys who come out of school. Out of 100 kids entering class 1, about 80 complete class 10. Don't believe the Pratham data. It's all wrong, because based on rural schools, not the entire country, 80% of the 80 pass, that is 64. 56 enter class 11 and 12. And 28 go to college. So in the age group of 18 to 23, only 28% go to college. We graduate more women graduates than men. I'll finish in 2-3 minutes, Doc. We graduate more women than men. And more women are coming out. And more women are coming out in UP, in his state, in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh. In the south, we are running out. And Annamalai, if you are here, just listen. By 2035, 26, Tamil Nadu's population will start shrinking in absolute numbers, because you're not doing things which people should be doing well. And India's biggest problem is going to be aging. We got 130 million people above the age of 60 today. It'll go to 200 million people. India is aging very fast. India's fertility is down. Indian women are dominating, and Indian women are going great guns. 18 to 20% of board positions now are women. In the startup industry, maybe 15-20% are women. You can ask Nitya here. Nitya is one of our greatest stars in the startup firmament. She's a venture capitalist. She's very famous all over India. And when Nitya walks into a room, everybody stands up and salutes her for accomplishment. A Harvard grad, a Stanford grad, and a very good spokesperson for India in venture and startups. And she is the face of what India can be. And Indian women are going to lead India to the future, because Indian women are voting in more numbers than anybody else. Indian women are voting more. They're determining the future of India. They're entering politics. They're making India a great country. They're in education. They're getting jobs. Yes, only 26% of women in urban India are employed. That's because of many other reasons. We have to grow. We have to do many things. But we have come a long way. And I want to tell you, my friend, I like Prime Minister Modi for one important reason, among everything else. What Modi has done, no Prime Minister in India's history has done. Every Prime Minister in India has said, we must help the poor. We must remove poverty. Everybody had good program. They could not execute. Modi is the most successful person for a very important reason for me, because he tackled the biggest challenge my country has, the poverty and the deprivation of the Indian people. It is terrible to be poor. Poverty is a curse. Poverty is not a virtue. Don't make poverty glamorous. It's terrible to be poor. Every child in India should dream, and every child's dream should come true in education, in nurturing, in compassion, and children should be, invested in. That is what Rama Rajya is all about. And with Rama coming back, Bhagwan Sri Ram coming back to Ayodhya, we must work for a Rama Rajya where every Indian will realize the dream, and there'll be no poverty, there'll be no deprivation. and everybody gets the basic necessities of life. What Modi has done is to make sure every Indian gets a house, a roof over the head, water in the tap, power in the switch, a toilet in the house, a gas stove, a bank account, money in the bank, an internet connection, a mobile phone, food on the table, education for children, and health insurance. Once Indians get the necessities of life, they're not fighting for survival. They're fighting for growth. They're fighting for the children. They're fighting to realize the dream of the children. And that is the India that is happening today. So it's a very exciting time to be in India. And globally, India will be a major power. We are the 5th largest, will be the 3rd largest in another 2 or 3 years, overtaking Japan. But India is the power for peace. India is a global power for prosperity for everybody. India is a global power which believes that everybody has a right to this planet. Everybody has equal rights, and everybody has to do well. And we cannot shut everybody out. We have to work with everybody to have peace and prosperity. India will never be a hegemon. India will never dominate anything in this world politically. Indians will dominate. Indians will dominate globally. We have 50 million Indians at the diaspora. 50 million Indians. In every country Indians have gone, they enrich the local society. They worked very hard. They raised their children well. They paid their taxes. They participated in the global economy. And they built every country. They never have any fights. They never do any unnecessary activities. They live peacefully. So today, my message to all of you is, India is growing. Participate in India's growth. You don't have to come to India and participate. Don't patronize India. Please. We don't want any patronage. You should go to wherever you can live well and do well. All of you should aim to become billionaires. Make the world a better place, but become a billionaire. Realize your dream. And be proud Indians wherever you are. Be a global citizen. That's what our forefathers told us. We are citizens of this world. We are citizens of this globe. We should be proud of where we are. And if anybody is going against India using fake narratives, stand up against that. Push them back. Because India is a great country. It is the epitome of civilization. India is the only country in human civilization which sought to answer the most fundamental question a human being can have. Why are we born in this earth? What is the purpose of life? Because that's the biggest question anybody can ask ourselves, because life has mortality. We are born and we go. To the limited time on this planet, we try to have a good life, and that's what Indians have tried to do. So philosophy permeates us. Compassion permeates us. Culture permeates us. And we are not enthused by greater and greater acquisition. We are not enthused by wanting to dominate nature. We don't want to dominate nature. We believe culturally civilization is part of nature. We shall take from nature enough for our survival, but not for aggrandizement, not for power, not to destroy nature. We shall live with nature. Every creature of nature has a right to existence, and we shall live with peace and prosperity, and we must grow this country to make it a role model for the entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohandas ji, for that dynamic start to the afternoon session. How's the Josh? Thank you. So we now have the next panel is a conversation that brings diverse perspectives from tech, venture capital, and cybersecurity. Please welcome to the stage Anand Chandrasekaran, co-founder of Crescendo AI and managing partner at Celesta Capital. Sitting next on the panel is Jeetu Patel, the Executive Vice President and Chief Product Officer at Cisco. I think we can get a little more applause than that. I think that sounds, thank you. And finally, allow me to introduce Saket Modi, CEO of Safe Security. Moderating this discussion is Akul Jindal, an MBA student at the Stanford Graduate School of Business. Over to you, Akul.
Thank you. Before I was given this role, they were telling me that this is one of the most high-profile panels that I will be moderating. And I showed up this morning. The first thing Jatin comes up and tells me is, Akul, are you sure you're ready for this? I said, I think I'm as ready as I can be because just for the audience, when I was growing up, my dad would constantly tell me, he's like, there is one person in Indian business that I wish you could become like, and that's Mr. Mohandas Pai. I also used to work at a team which is now called General Catalyst in India, and we have Mr. Anand Chandrasekharan here. In the audience are two people whose podcasts I've been listening to at least for the last 5 years, Mr. J. Sai Deepak and Mr. Annamalai. So when they were telling me, just, do your best, I'm like, I'm as nervous as I could be. I'm going to try. And so the only thing I could change at that moment was I put in a pocket square. Because that's the only thing I could do differently. So with that, I think the idea of this panel is to talk about scaling Indian enterprises, the road to global leadership. And the way I would like to start is to talk about the evolutionary journey of Indian enterprises on the global stage. And Mr. Pai, I would like to open with you, which is having witnessed the transformation of Indian tech landscape from Infosys early days to today's startup ecosystem. What do you consider the most significant shift in how Indian enterprises have approached global markets or how they approach global markets today compared to 20 years ago?
You know, the Indian IT service industry is a role model for India because right on from 1990, they realized India was too small a market for them. They said, we'll have a global product, we'll have global quality, we will provide services around the world. And they brought in quality, they trained their people, they brought in project management skills, marketing, etc. They've grown to $235 billion with a market value of $500 billion. That's a role model for India. And much of Indian industry has sought protection from the outside world, put up tariff barriers, and made money. Today, corporate pre-tax profits are 15% of our GDP. That's very high, 15% of GDP. We got tariff barriers protecting them from everything. India was a very large exporter of textiles throughout our history, but we have not been successful in the last 30 years because we put tariffs against import of polyester fiber and polyester fabric. Because today, 60–70% of garment export is synthetic, and we protect our industry. And we hurt a garment industry, which is labor-intensive, which can provide a lot of jobs. And they've gone to Bangladesh, the neighboring area. We give them all the raw material. They do the stitching. So I think the biggest thing that should happen to India is to develop, is to treat the world as a market and make sure that you can create enterprises outside India, in India, and export and grow. Look at S&P in the United States. I think 50% of the revenues and profits come from outside the United States. So market value that you see in the stock market is not from the income you earn from America alone, but what you earn globally. So we got to tackle the global markets, and we have an Anglo-Saxon work culture. Of the top 50 digital companies in America, 50 of Indian Indian CEOs. There's nothing wrong with Indians. It's just that the mentality has to change to say, I'm going to compete, I'm going to build for the world, I'm going to do well, and I'm going to do it, and they can succeed. That is now coming in. That's the biggest shift we had. Because, you know, we were caged, we were suppressed, we were oppressed, we were depressed by bad policies, by over-regulations, which still kill us today. And a lot of bad policy is spoken about it, but now they're being released and people are understanding. Debt has come down for the corporate world, and I think we're going to see, we invest $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year. Third largest investment in the world after United States, China, and then India.
Thank you. And on that subject now, I would like to bring in Mr. Jeetu Patel. So as we talk about India making it for the global markets, what is it that you've seen from your perspective at Cisco? What are the unique strengths that you see Indian enterprises bringing to global competition that weren't as apparent a decade ago?
You know, it's actually a very interesting time in India because the swagger of the younger generation is back in a way that I haven't actually ever seen. I grew up in India. I came to America in '91, and for a long period of time, I actually wasn't that engaged with the activity of what was going on in India. And now that I go back, at the time when I moved here, there was a fascination about America where I need to make sure that whatever I do, I need to make it to America. Now when I talk to the younger generation over there, one, there's a spring in the step, there's a swagger in the country, and they can take it or leave it, but they're actually pretty good with staying in India. They're pretty good with coming here. And so that level of confidence, I think, is probably one of the biggest shifts that's occurred. The second thing is, if you think about what the big major mental model shifts that have occurred in India, it used to be a place where people would go for cost, cost efficiencies. You're now seeing it be a place where people are going for talent. We have about 35,000 people in India, and the largest reason we go there is no longer cost. It's because of the access to talent. It used to be a very services-oriented mindset. Now there's actually a shift that's occurring for a product-oriented mindset as well. It used to be that they used to actually, scale was a liability for the longest time. Now scale is actually becoming an asset. You, of course, have a demographic advantage. But the most interesting part that I would end with is, if you look at the government, I happen to be the country sponsor of India for Cisco. And so we go there a couple of times a year. You get to meet government officials and government leaders. And I actually have never seen any other government in the world that operates more like a startup than India does. And you sit down and you talk to the people in the government, and they are so keen to make sure that they understand what's broken and how quickly can they actually go out and fix it. Now, by the way, are there things that are completely still very, very broken in India? Absolutely. And there's still a lot that needs to be fixed. But I'd say the rate of progress, if you measure a country's future based on the rate of growth and rate of progress, it's really hard to not be impressed with the progress that they've made over the course of the past 5-7 years, specifically. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. I think 2 points there. One is I would like to bring in Saket to talk about how the Indian entrepreneur's mindset has changed in terms of someone who actually started building in India in the cybersecurity space and then relocated to the US. And then, Anand, I would like to bring you in to talk about what is it that you're seeing with the talent, given that you work across both the US and India? And what are the challenges / gaps that you see? And what are the opportunities that you see with Indian talent? So, Saket.
Thank you. So, if I break your question down into a few steps here, just for context, I run a cybersecurity startup. We have around 100 people in India and 100 people in the US. And we started, like a lot of good companies in India, as a services company. My first angel investor is sitting next to me, Anand. So he was crazy enough to bet very early on us. And we did quite well as a services company. And that was one of the biggest curses, I can say. So we started in 2012, 2013. I'm giving you the context because it'll just give you a perspective about doing well in India sometimes is also a very bad thing because you keep doing the right thing for too long and that becomes a problem. So in like 4 or 5 years, I was still in college when we started, and we were like at $5-6 million in revenue in 2018. I think that's when you came in, Anand, because we saw that in order to scale 5 to 50 to 500 million in revenue, we would need to hire like 25,000 people. Nothing wrong there. Sir has done that too many times, but it's only taken one lifetime. So today, with the opportunity which is out there, what could we do on the product side and scale that up? So we actually decided to let go of a thriving services business, 30 people team, 5 million revenue, profitable, growing at 70% year over year. And we decided we'll pivot, and we pivoted to a product company. The problem with being a product company out there is the expectations from customers, unfortunately, was very, very wrong. So we actually had to move our headquarters we were incubated from IIT Bombay, so we started from India and Bombay all the way to Silicon Valley. And I know that there's a lot of incredible things being talked about from an India perspective. I just want to get it to some ground reality of the challenges. At the same time, I still hold my Indian passport. I'm on an O1 visa, so I continue to be there. I know I'll settle back in India. So फिर भी दिल है Hindustani. But I'm just trying to give you the perspective. It's just the reality. So if we treat reality with what the good and the bad is. So one of the worst things there was, while building a services company, we did the end-to-end of UPI, Bheem, before it was launched, the end-to-end cybersecurity of that. I knew every CISO out there, and I got the first $3 million in revenue from our India customers, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, Delhi Airport, Bombay Airport. It was one of the worst decisions of my life to start with Indian customers, because not only did they go ahead and expect a very different degree of support, but the direction in which they took us, because the maturity of those customers was so bad. Today, I have 0 people in sales in India. I do around $30 million in revenue, ARR, growing at over 100% year over year. And I have 0 sales in India. Out of $30 million, I probably have less than $1 million of revenue in India, with over 80% in the US. And the largest companies you can think of in the world, Google, Facebook, Netflix, Caterpillar, Chevron, blah, 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 they're all my customers. So I'm trying to give you the perspective that was a problem. On the positive, I have 0 engineers in the US today. And I have my entire engineering team, 100 people in India. 80% of them are ex-Uber, AWS, Spotify, Netflix, Cred, Flipkart. And these are arguably the smartest engineers on the planet, probably at a similar cost base. It's not cheaper, but I get 2 times the productivity. Like, we were doing a big launch this week. Next week is RSA conference, a pretty big conference for cybersecurity. For the last 4 months, 7 days a week, 2 times stand-up, 8 a.m., 8 p.m., the entire engineering team. That's what has been happening for the last 4 months. And we just released an agentic AI-driven 25 Gen AI agents talking to each other, and we released something pretty cool, 100% autonomous third-party risk management. That degree of intensity is almost unheard of. I think it was there in the early days of a Facebook or a Google, but you can't take a Google engineer and expect that. And that's the advantage and the power of India. So now the product that we've built, today I serve some of the largest companies on the planet, and I'm very, very proud of what we built there. We moved our sales team here. I have a 100-member sales team here, so that is there. But that is because now we have the best of both the worlds, and because we've done reasonably well on both sides, I think we've cracked the problem, and that's why we're growing at 100%. So again, I wanted to ground it to what, at least from my vantage point, I see as opportunities, at the same time challenges. I still don't want to go back to India and sell, because it's just a shit market. It's just not there when it comes to understanding of cybersecurity from a maturity perspective. Anand?
I loved what you were saying. I totally forgot the question. Well, maybe what I'll do is just, I've had the good fortune of investing in companies in the India-US corridor for 10 plus years now. And the Saket is here. There's about 20 of my companies that are, probably on their way to becoming 100 million plus in revenue companies. And so I think we are sort of in the 4th iteration, 4th chapter. I think the first chapter, founders like Binny and Sachin, so Binny I've gotten to know really well over the last, 15 years or so. I think they were taking so much execution risk in India that they didn't want to take product risk. So they just took an idea that was globally successful. So if you looked at the first set of successful companies, you saw the Amazon of India in India, the Uber of India, because, a lot of people say they're copycat companies, but I actually think it's smart because you didn't take product market fit risk, right? Consumers will pay for that capability, and not surprisingly, many of them were successful. That's where I also had some operating experience in India. I think the second generation was exactly what, Mr. Pai was saying, which is folks realized that there is global software being developed where India can have a cost advantage, which was sort of the big advantage at that time. And so you saw the emergence of Freshworks and Zoho and a bunch of companies where they did not innovate on the product side, again, for product market fit, low risk, but they innovated on price and business model and how they sold and selling to the low end of those markets. So they didn't sell to the Salesforce customer base, but they sold to the low end of that base if you were Freshworks and so on. And then the third set of folks realized that there's a lot of technology components that have been developed because Flipkart and other companies built those stacks, and they're applying that to digitize industries and GDP. So you're now seeing like the steel industry being digitized, the chemical industry being digitized, the solar panel manufacturing industry being digitized. And so people are using the same technology components that build B2C marketplaces to build B2B marketplaces, right, and digitizing the industries. And if you look at Off Business or Zetwork, they've done pretty well in sort of bringing together fragmented markets. I think we're now at a point in the market that I'm really excited about, which is deep tech, which is founders basically saying, whether it's agri-tech, whether it is defense, whether it's manufacturing, health, and these are, by the way, the biggest pieces of GDP in any country. And so founders are now saying, I don't want to join a startup necessarily, even coming out of an IIT and coming out of a technical school. they're basically saying, I want to solve a problem and I want to dedicate myself to this problem for the next 20 years. So again, I echo Jeetu's point from a very different starting point, which is if you look at the bullish, bearish indicators, the biggest leading indicator is the swagger and the ambition that founders have. And, I feel like, I would call myself a person of like reasonable ambition. I've almost like reevaluated my own ambition looking at some of the 20-something founders. And I'm like, if you are having these big dreams, how should I dream and what kind of dream should I have? Because I think the founders are actually now solving problems at India scale. And I think it's taken 10 to 15 years to get to this place where we have to develop these muscles. 10 years ago, if we had had this ambition, we might have fallen short of achieving some of the ambitions that we have now. So I think people betting on India also have to bet long because some of these ambitions do take time to achieve. And so, sometimes I, find myself on group chats or group threads where people are talking about an exit, people are talking about, what is the time to an exit, and the company has just gotten product market fit in a complex market, right? Security, it takes a long time to get product market fit, especially building a product out of India. And so you sometimes have to let the founders cook, right? And get to a place where they can finally dream about building these large companies.
I think a couple of things that stood out for me, but one there
Can
is...
I add one thing to what was just said? I think there's not a shortage of technical talent in India anymore, right? In fact, there's an abundance of it. There's also not a shortage of ambition anymore. But I would like to see India take more creative risk. And if I think about why is it that the technical talent is not short, why is it that there's not a level of shortage of ambition, but every major shift in a wave that happens, they're not the ones leading that wave. And so that still remains, right? Like AI is a wave that actually India could lead in a pretty meaningful way because they've got more data, they've got more people that are actually in the right technical background to be able to participate. But India is not the one that's number one in that wave right now, And I do feel like there's a creative risk dimension that probably needs to be thought through because it's. The large conglomerates are doing very well, and the ambition actually is quite crazy. Like if you go talk to the big five, big six, which we have the privilege of talking to all the major top people over there all the time, there's nothing ambition-wise as a market that they're not chasing right now. There's not a single market that they're not chasing, right? But when you get down to the investments that need to be made, we ought to make sure that the capital structure on how investments get made in startups have a level of boldness that I feel like US has benefited from. Like you can go raise a couple $2 billion over here to go do something pretty meaningful in AI. It's still hard to do that in India right now.
Yeah. I want to add, the biggest challenge, like it says, is capital. You see, China had a 10-year plan in 2015 where they said, we're going to invest $150 billion into AI. They funded it. They're a very dominant power. America has been doing it because you've got a free market economy, abundant capital here, risk capital here. China said, we're going to invest in EV. And they invested $100 billion. They gave subsidies. They dominate the EV field. Solar. Even in solar panels, they dominated by giving manufacturing. China did it with capital. And US has always had surplus capital, is the country where risk is accepted, not risk, creativity is accepted because creativity is the means of making money. FangMan has 30-40% of market capitalization, very absurd valuation, but that's the way nature of the beast is. India doesn't have. Like I said, India only invested $160 billion from 2014 to 24, China 845, America $2.3 trillion. So it is capital. How are we going to get capital? Capital has to come from institutions. Our insurance companies don't invest in any funds. We got about $1.2 trillion of insurance assets. They don't invest because of stupid regulations. All right? And then our university endowments cannot invest at all. They're small, but they can invest. Okay? And the third thing is, if you have many other private endowments, family offices, they're coming in, but they're just growing. So the investable capital is the challenge. Government of India and state governments spend $110 billion a year in subsidies. $110 billion, 9 lakh crores. To those of you who know crores, it's an enormous amount of money, which is right. We cannot crib that because we want people to come up and all that. But they must spend at least $5-10 billion in innovation and R&D, which they have to do. And I think that's what I want my friend to carry forward, to tell people, invest in them, because that is what is going to pull up the whole country. Because value is created disproportionately at the top. We're not at the bottom and the middle. At the top, we have to do. And we can't be overtaken by China. We can't be a colony of America. We can't be a colony of China. And we have the capacity, like you said. It's not that you lack anything. Most countries lack the human capital. We have enormous human capital. Brilliant people, great techies. Like you said, a fantastic work culture. They will not go home for 6 months, eat Thai sadam and one pickle once a week and do very well. And I think, this is the important thing that we must understand about India. And I think that's where we have to have a partnership with people from the US and India and create that corridor where money can come. Yes, they will make money in the US by selling in America. I totally agree with you, because Indians don't pay very well. We got a company called Darwinbox, SaaS, HR and all that, 1,200 companies, they got clients, 300, they replaced SAP and Oracle, and the Indians will pay them peanuts. And they got to drop their pants to get the business there in India, which is very sad, because they think that they're born to value. They beat you up. In America, they treat you with respect, they pay you reasonably well, right?
I think, like, if you think of R&D, I think India is good on the D dimension, but not the R dimension.
Yeah, not the R dimension.
And the R dimension is actually pretty important for AI. 500
computer science PhDs in the country, peanuts. More Indians go to America and do PhDs than 500 there. Okay? Our universities are not funding. And the IITs are very good, but they're mostly teaching institutions, because they focus on teaching, which is nothing wrong. But we need more money for R&D. Money is the problem. Capital is the problem. And that is the thing that we have to solve together as a people in the next few years.
Well, good news, Cisco is doing its part. Yeah. We're investing very heavily in India.
Give us $20 billion for 5 years, man. Don't give us peanuts. 20 billion, a small change for you. You got how much? 300 billion cash in the balance sheet?
So it's going to be 20 from Cisco, 20 from Infosys, so that makes 40. And we have a good deal here.
Awesome. Switching gears a bit. I think we've spoken a bit about the talent. We've spoken a bit about the challenges with the capital that we are facing. I want to talk about your experience in execution specifically now, which is, what are the challenges that you're seeing Indian entrepreneurs face when they scale globally, and some of them that they don't really know that they will face? What are some of those underestimated challenges that you're seeing? And I'd love to get a comment from all of you on that.
Yeah, I can start with that one. I have been an investor, but I've also built products in India. And the biggest one, I would say, fully agreeing with what Jeetu was saying earlier about creativity, is when I would chat with founders, I would hear the word jugaad a lot when I moved to India. And it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? On one side, it's meant to convey hustle, and it's meant to convey doing a lot with a little. And I think India does get a lot of credit for stretching the dollar and doing a lot with a little, and kind of hustle in that sense. But in working in India, working with teams in Indian companies, one thing I've found is that it's also come to convey a sense of compromise and a sense of not striving for excellence. And what I mean by that is there's creativity in terms of large ambition and the kind of ambition that requires capital. But there's also creativity in the last 1% of finishing products. There's creativity in the last 5% of finishing products to convey a sense of excellence that your ambition, you then put in your products. And I feel like that just being in the trenches has been also a gap, where ultimately what that results in is that you give up a little bit of your control to some overlord somewhere else, who then controls the quality and the excellence in the product. And I think that it's not like the innate ambition isn't there, but I think that somewhere in the execution, the sense of 80-20, the sense of kind of being frugal with the dollar, gets in the way of that uncompromising excellence, which also falls under the jugaad attitude, where it kind of gets in the way when it comes on the last 1%. So that's probably the one thing I would say, in addition to everything else that's been said.
Yeah, I think, so my team generally accuses me of being just too direct. So I'm going to take what all of you have said and slightly make that more bolder, my limited understanding. Instead of using the word creativity, I would actually call it courage. And let me double click what I mean by that, right? Because creativity generally is on the softer side. I'll give you an example, right? Forget about how many startups fail. And very unfortunately, when startups fail, they of course get the wrong headlines and enough people out there to say, oh, we knew it, startups are a fad, blah, blah. And we all know, at least at Stanford, and that the value creation in the last 25, 30 years globally has really been because of startups, right? Now, the courage, I personally feel, the delta of that courage is the fundamental missing area. Like, if you just take random sample, throw it and look at it, 100 startups. And I think this is what Mr. Piyush Goyal was also mentioning in one of his recent talk. Forget about how many are successful or not. That is actually the byproduct. But if you take 100 sample startups in India today, how many are actually working on something which can scale to $1 trillion? Forget about tech. Tech is an enabler for an outcome, right? How many are actually, today if you're working on an e-commerce company, it cannot be $1 trillion company. Amazon is not $1 trillion company because of Amazon, it's because of AWS. So if you really think about it, that if everything goes right, is your startup worthwhile to become $1 trillion company? And the problem is the answer to probably, my guess, and Mohan sir, you will have the answer better than I will, would love to get your thoughts. Probably majority of the startups, 60, 70 of them in India, if you take 100 random step, if everything went well, you still cannot be $1 trillion company. Why? Because in India, the biggest company is still Reliance, which is $250 billion. So what I'm trying to get towards is, if you're in India and the borders have vanished when it comes to technology, why are we not at least dreaming to say, I'll do this, and if everything goes well, this has the legs to become $1 trillion company. And the last piece, which I'll close with, is I thought that I'm coming here, I'm chatting with you, you guys will agree, disagree, go back, and we'll go back to our normal selves, right? What can help? Because I was born and raised in India. I was very fortunate, I got some incredible investors, so I moved to the Silicon Valley 6 years back. And I'm doing this in my own little way. But if everybody's sitting here, we can almost like, if you guys can take this initiative, almost create like a Stanford India bridge, where coach or teleport an entrepreneur from India. And when I say teleport, it doesn't have to be cost-wise, but just what you see out here and the vantage point and the horizon, and make a standard model like a Y Combinator, where you don't have to do anything. Say, give me 0.2% of your company. I'm a student at Stanford, no money required. I will spend 4 hours a week with you. I can tell you there'll be dozens of startups in India who would love to get your guidance just to do that. And it's a win-win for everybody because you're getting some equity. At the same time, it's not like it's a full-time job. And that allows those people back in India who still cannot dream of $1 trillion company to start dreaming, because here, if you throw a stone, it probably falls on anybody and everybody who thinks that their company will be $1 trillion, at least on Excel sheets. So I think that's like the big delta of taking the courage to really go and say, is the problem big enough that I'm solving, which can tomorrow become $1 trillion company?
Look, I like his chuspa, and it happened because he came from Mumbai, in Porel, or wherever place he stays, to here. And here you can dream of $1 trillion because all the $1 trillion companies are in the US. They're not in the UK, they're not in Japan, they're not in Germany, they're not anywhere else. China too, I don't think it's got $1 trillion company yet. I think it was, but they're only in the US. Why the US? $32 billion, $1 trillion of GDP, $2.5, $3 trillion of tech purchases. A huge market. And the market gives you disproportionate value to innovation. And you can dream and you can grow. India, there's no market. There's no market. China too, the market is there, but no. What about UK? Germany? No. What about Japan? No. So let us not take the US example, say India might have, because it's not going to happen. Let's be real. What we need is, taking a cue from him, young people say, I'm going to create a $100 billion value company. That they can do it. I think that can be done in 3-4 years. And then, what is important for India is, what we lack is marketing and sales. Look, he will come and talk about $1 trillion in America because he stayed here, he knows how to market. Indian companies go sell their stuff for peanuts. Look at Sridhar Vembu, a great guy. He's selling his stuff Zoho for so cheap. He wants to give it to all the rural people, get people here and all. That's not ambition, man. You got to say, I'm going to have $10 billion of revenue. He's got $1 billion, something like that. He's a great guy. 30 years, but he must price it well. We don't know how to price. We don't know how to sell. Will an Indian go to a CEO and say, my stuff is worth $1 million, you pay me, otherwise forget it, I'm not going to do it. They will not. They say they will say $500,000. No, 400,000. Oh, no, 300,000. Okay, give me for $50,000, sign it. I'll sign, sir. Where to sign, sir? That mentality should go. And that is a reflection of a culture where you're not seeing great successes, you're not seeing great growth. Here you come, every place you stand in New York in that, Fifth Avenue, that's $1 trillion, man. In Bombay is 1 crore if you stand there. But still, so I think, look, the mentality has come, like he said, the swagger, the confidence, and the enthusiasm, the self-belief, that has to come. And that will come when you come to a stage when you see success, you see role models, you see all that. All the Satya Nadellas coming has given great stuff. And this guy being a big guy in Sony, in Cisco, and all of them, it's happening. So it's happening. You have to have a little bit patience and give them a few dollars for a few dollars more.
You know what? One thing that India has that is it's impossible to teach, but you cannot teach hunger. And I always have felt like one of the biggest reasons for my success was not intellect. It was hunger. I was just hungrier than the guy next to me. And I think India has an intrinsic level of hunger and desire to win that has in the past 5 years permeated the entire country. And that actually is what gets me really excited. I'm really optimistic about it. I will challenge Saket that in the next decade, we will see a $1 trillion company in India, hopefully.
On that note, I've been told that we only have 5 minutes left, about 3 times now. So we'll just take 2 questions here, if we could. Yeah, I think we have one over there.
Hi, thank you, Parul. Thank you for this wonderful panel. I'm a Stanford alumni and also a Cisco alumni. So Mohandas ji, when you gave your keynote before this panel started, you spoke like a true CFO. You rolled out so many great numbers. I wanted to talk about the research institutes in India, right? IITs and others. You said money is the 20 billion you talked about. But is that really the only thing? Or what are the other reasons why we talk so many years? I'm also from IIT. It's not happening. What other factors? And what about NGOs?
A culture of starvation cannot produce excellence. When you're mentally defeated and you're starved, you cannot understand what it means to get good equipment. So if you go tell him how much research if he wants 1 million, he'll say, sir, $100,000 kudanga, sir. He's very poor. You see, that mentality has to come. You must get beyond this. We must become a land of surpluses. I know I'll not tell the story, because when I was growing up, I used to go to a mechanic who used to do my car, Java SD. He said, why do you have 5 children? Saab, 1 for ration, 1 for water, 1 for milk, 1 for this, because there's shortage. My generation shortage. We should stand in the queue for milk, for water. I have stood in the queue for water. Water used to come in a tanker. I used to draw water from my house well. We've seen that. That mentality is there. So we need a generational change. We need success. We need visible signs of progress. We need great airports like the Bangalore airport. We need 2,000 planes to fly all over, which is happening. We need the beautiful roads like the expressway in Ganga Expressway in UP, right? We need that Bharat Mantapam. We need all these kind of visible signs of progress to give you this thing. In Infosys, we built a beautiful campus. And people used to tell Narayana Murthy, why are you building it? He said, we live in the third world. Everywhere we travel to a place to deliver quality to the first world. So we have to create a campus which reflects the quality standard of the first world, so mentally we'll not be defeated. Yeah. Remember that. You see, please, we will spend 50 million young people to America for 4 years to train them and send them back, and we'll have $1 trillion very soon.
Right. One more question. Right. I think, yeah. We have it here.
Sorry, it's less of a question than a comment that I would like to make, given we have been discussing research and excellence of India in research. So I'm lucky to be part of the string theory research community in India. I recently started a faculty job there. And I want to point out that theoretical physics is one field where, especially in string theory, where contributions of Indians working in India have been second perhaps only to the US. We have people like Professor Ashok Sen, who works out of Bangalore, and he was one of the first recipients of the Milner-Zuckerberg Fundamental Physics Prize. This guy spent all his life in Allahabad and was basically so single-handedly responsible for the so-called second superstring revolution. So we have areas of human expertise even though mathematically very abstract things like string theory, but where we have already proven the fact that we are the best in the world. We are not the second best, we are the best.
Yusha, I think this is one area that maybe we should let it sink in. There might end up being just 3 superpowers in the world, right? There's the US, there's China, and I think India has a real shot. And I mean, it's got everything, and you know, arguably it is already, but it'll be the third largest economy by 2030. It's quite remarkable to see that. Even a decade ago, I don't think people would have believed that. So the pace of progress is actually the thing that's the most mind-blowing for me.
All right, we have 2 minutes, so 30 seconds each. Last question for all of you. We're sitting in 2025. One bold prediction for Indian enterprises in 2035. 30 seconds each. Start with Saket.
That's easy. You spoke about 3 superpowers. I would say one of the top 3 companies on the planet would be an Indian company.
Yeah, I would say probably somewhat selfishly that India becomes more resilient with its technology capabilities and becomes more of a market for technology itself, to Mr. Pai's point. And this pain that we started off with goes away in 2035 because the value of the technology is well understood in India.
You know, I would say that India needs one thing: to remove a lot of unnecessary regulations. We need regulations to take for a $4 trillion economy to 10 trillion, not to get stuck at a $1 trillion economy. So we need radical change in the country. And I think by 2030, India will have the largest number of $100 billion companies in the world after the United States.
I'd like to see it dominate in AI more. I feel like that's an area where there's a huge amount of intrinsic advantage, and I don't think we've fully capitalized on that yet. So that would be the area that I'd love to see India do more in.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for the panel, please?
Thank you so much to our panelists for that engaging discussion. Actually, this is a very interesting sort of slight shift in the content for the session. We turn our attention to another remarkable facet of India's global impact, its cultural and artistic contribution. We are honored to invite to welcome 4-time Grammy Award nominee and 3-time Grammy Award winner, Ricky Cage. How many of you know of Ricky Cage? Can I see a show of hands? Yeah, so Ricky Cage is an award-winning composer, of course. He's an environmentalist, musician, and a philanthropist, actually. He's a dear friend. Can we play his music?
internationally renowned Indian music composer and environmentalist, a U.S. Billboard #1 artist,
3 times Grammy Award winner. He's won over 100 awards.
Ricky Cash.
Ricky Cash, our champion for nature.
I take this opportunity to say thank you to Ricky Cash. Ricky has been inspiring and is one of our champions.
My brother Ricky, I'm really proud of you as always.
We are all in this together. We are all in this together. And nothing can remind us like a simple...
And the Grammy goes to Winds of Samsara.
I'd like to thank the Recording Academy. Asatoma Satgamaya Om Shanti 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 Om. Thank you.
And the Grammy goes to Stuart Copeland and Ricky.
In India, we've got a saying called as Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which literally means the world is one family. Live in peace with all entities on this planet, whether it is the animals, the wildlife, the forest.
It is time to shine your...
Stuart Copeland, Divine Ties, and Ricky Cave.
It's our time. Let's do this.
Namaste and thank you. Climate change is absolutely real. Climate change is human-induced, and our actions are affecting countries on the other side of the world.
It is time to shine your light. Shine your light.
Let's give a big round of applause to Ricky Cage. Hi, Ricky. Hopefully you're on. Can you hear me okay? Can we get his video up? Zoom. Hi, Ricky. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you clearly. How about you?
Wonderful. Well, you are here at the Stanford India Conference. Thanks so much for joining us today from, I don't know which city you are in. Looking forward to hearing from you. It's all yours.
Thank you so much, Anurag, and thank you for this opportunity. Always great to, collaborate with you. I'm sort of hearing my own voice echo, so I'm going to take off my headphones for a bit, so I won't be able to hear you. But nevertheless, great to be here. And so I'm just going to share a little bit of my thoughts about how, USA and India have shaped up my music, and also about, about my collaborations with American musicians, and in particular one collaboration. So I'll start off by saying that throughout my life, I've always been two things. I've been a musician and an environmentalist. These two pillars have pretty much dictated my whole life and every single life decision that I've ever made. And, when I was a small child, I lived in a very small town in North Carolina. This small town was called Roanoke Rapids. And I was there for the first 6 years of my life. My father is a doctor, and he was a doctor over there. And I remember that, since we lived in this small wooded area, pretty much in the middle of nowhere, we had a whole lot of creepy crawly animals that would enter our home on a regular basis. And my parents and my teachers, their constant, advice to me was that if you see any of these animals, like rodents or insects or amphibians or whatever animals that enter our home, then you should either run away from them, or if they're small enough, then you should just step on them and kill them. And my reaction to them always was that if we are supposed to kill them the minute we see them, then why do they exist? They obviously have some sort of purpose. And now, of course, all of us know that every single species of animal, no matter how seemingly insignificant, is a very important part of our ecosystem, and it's this delicate balance of our ecosystem that keeps all of us alive. But nevertheless, these were the kind of questions that would keep me awake at night. And at the end of the day, how did music start? Music started off as sounds from nature, sounds of the birds, sounds of the animals, sounds of sounds of the wind, sounds of the water droplets. And then later on, we human beings started making those sounds more pleasing for the human ear. And it's only for the last few hundred years that music has actually become academic, with notes and scales and rags. But music and nature has always been one and the same. And if you look at any indigenous culture anywhere in the world, I mean, that music is still a sort of like an imitation of nature, or it is music about nature. Anyway, so cut to a few years later, I became a professional musician, and how I became that with a family of doctors and with Indian parents, that itself is quite a story to probably talk about during another long session. But nevertheless, I managed to become a professional musician, and I started off my career doing a whole lot of commercials for television and radio. And in a short span of about 12 or 13 years, I did more than 3,500 commercials for pretty much every brand that you can imagine and their competitor. And I was working really hard doing this. And after doing this for about 12 or 13 years, it sort of struck me that these big brands have understood the power of music, so much so that they're ready to spend thousands of dollars on me to create a piece of music. And not only that, they're ready to spend a few $1 million to actually air that music on television and radio, because they understand that music is a very powerful language, not just for communicating a message, but for retaining that message deep in the consciousness or deep in the head of a listener. The songs that we learned during our childhood are songs that we never forget, and if there are any morals in the songs, those morals stick with us forever. So I decided as a sudden stop that I'm going to stop all forms of commercial music, and the only kind of music that I'm going to make is music about topics that I feel strongly about and topics that I want to communicate, things about my country that I want to communicate to the rest of the world. So then that is when I decided that every piece of music that comes out of my head or comes off my fingers or comes out of my studio is going to be in my own small, tiny capacity, in my own way, to make this world a better place. And that is what started off a new journey of mine, that every piece of music of mine is about, in some way, about positive environmental impact or social impact. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut to many years later, after winning a Grammy Award. I got the opportunity to collaborate with Stuart Copeland. Stuart Copeland being the drummer of the band The Police. A few of you know The Police. It had Sting in it. And Stuart Copeland is said to be one of the greatest drummers, if not the greatest drummer in the history of music, American musician. But more importantly, you cannot get more American than Stuart Copeland, because his father, Agent Copeland, actually is one of the founders of the CIA. So Stuart and I collaborated on an album. How that album came about was that it was the pandemic, 2020. I was trying to create a follow-up to my 2015 album, which had actually won me my first Grammy Award. And I reached out to Stuart, who has been my childhood idol. I grew up with posters of his on my wall, and and admiring his music throughout my childhood and my teen years. And I wanted to collaborate with him on this particular album, and I reached out to him, and I thought that what's the worst that can happen? He'll say no. I sent him my music, and surprisingly, he reached out saying that he loved the music, and he said that, okay, let's take this journey together. So during the pandemic, we spent a year online mainly. I mean, in fact, only online. We never got to meet each other in person. We sent each other files. After about 100 Zoom calls, hundreds of WhatsApp messages and WhatsApp calls, and lots of remote recording sessions, pretty much talking to each other every day for a year. We had an album ready called Divine Tides, a proper USA and India collaboration, 50% Stuart, 50% me. And that particular album got very commercially successful in 2021 when we released it. We got nominated for a Grammy Award. And even after we got nominated for the Grammy Award, Stuart and I had not even met each other in person, and such was the pandemic. Finally, we got to meet each other a few days before the Grammy Awards. It was pretty nice, because it was an emotional moment for me, because we had gone through so much together through the pandemic and through creating this album. We had become very, very close friends, even though I call him sort of like a father figure. He would say more like an older brother figure, because he's got children who are older than me. But nevertheless, we did this collaboration together. We got nominated for the Grammy, and then after that, we ended up winning the Grammy Award together. So that was a beautiful India-USA collaboration when it came to music, and I believe that I understood America a lot better through that collaboration, and I believe that Stuart Copeland understood India and Indianness and Indian music a lot more through that collaboration. Since then, we have done 2 more albums together, and again, India-USA collaborations, not just because I'm Indian and he's American, but also musically and culturally beautiful collaborations where there is a beautiful understanding of each other. And now we are just starting to work on our 4th album, which is going to be very, very Indian, which I'm going to be announcing soon. But nevertheless, that is basically my life, collaborating with people and bridging gaps where I believe that if you cannot get through to anybody through any kind of language or through any kind of ideology, I believe we can get through to each other through music. And that's what my role is in this life, I believe.
Well, thank you so much, Ricky. Let's just do a huge round of applause for Ricky. Ricky, you've used, thank you so much, first of all, waking up at 3 a.m. to do this with our attendees here today. You've used music to sort of bring India and rest of the world together in line with many of the predecessors like Pandit Ravi Shankar and others. But you also leveraged music to do environmental activism and do your philanthropy, so on sustainability and other areas. Kudos for the work that you do. Kudos for the soft power and the hard power that your music represents. Next year, hopefully, we'll have you here in person. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of your morning.
Thank you so much.
All right. We have a 5-minute break now, and then we'll come back with our next panel. But please be back here in 5 minutes because we're going to start sharp. Thank you.
We thank you all for your time. It's been great, and we have a couple more really, really high-octane speakers. So please do get seated as soon as possible. I would also like to mention we do have a networking session, a mixer, at the end of the conference. We are expecting to be done at around 5:30. So please stick around for that. You'll have an opportunity to meet with a lot of the speakers one-on-one. It's a wonderful opportunity to speak to some of these folks. Would really appreciate people staying for that. So.
So, can we settle down? Can we take the seats? Can we take the seats? Okay. So let's move on to the next session. India's investment playbook, scaling startups, public markets, and venture capitalists. So let me introduce first the moderator, Mr. Pranav Pai. He is the founding partner at 341 Capital, and This panel will mostly delve into the trends and opportunities in India's investment ecosystem. So we are excited to welcome Pranav Pai. Then I would like to call Mr. Saurabh Mukherjee, Chief Investment Officer at Marcellus Investment Managers. I think so we can give a bigger applause because we had the food recently. So next one is Mr. Anil Advani, founder and managing partner at Inventons Law. Next up, Mr. Manthan Shaw, principal at Westbridge Capital. And next, on a popular demand, we are bringing back Mr. Saket Modi, CEO of Safe Security. Now, over to you.
Thank you so much.
Actually, before we start, can we just sing happy birthday to you, to Anil Advani? It's Anil's happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Anil. Happy birthday to you.
I knew it was a mistake to invite my sister to this event. Always trust her to embarrass me.
Fantastic. So welcome, everyone. My name is Pranav. I'm going to host a hopefully different tone in this panel. We've spoken a lot about all kinds of things about India's past. We've gone all the way back to Nehru, which is frankly a little too far away. So hopefully we'll talk about nicer things, about the future, where India is going, what we're excited about. I think we have 2 millennials on this, 2.5 millennials on this panel, 2 Gen Xers.
You say millennials or millionaires?
Millennials. Okay. Not yet billionaires. Saket has to prove us all.
Trillionaire, right?
A trillionaire, yeah, he set the bar high. But we have a fairly younger, a little bit more interesting perspective. A lot of builders here. One founder, of course, one ex-founder. I worked in a startup myself. Both Anil is an operator. Saurabh's building one of India's best firms. So you'll hopefully get to hear a diverse set of perspectives. And we'll try to keep it engaging. I think the last 5 or 10 minutes we'll open up for questions. So please prepare your questions as we're speaking through the panel. So let's start with Saurabh. So Saurabh, everyone in the room either has seen you on TV or seen you on YouTube. I don't know if you've been with Arnav yet, but that's a fantastic show if you could propose that to him. But what you're best known for is talking about what works in India consistently. You invented this term called consistent compounders, right? You've written, I think, 6 or 7 books now. And a unifying theme across all of your writing and speaking is that there is this very interesting sliver of opportunity in India, where if you buy into these basket of companies, they are amongst the best stocks to own in the world. I've read all of your research. You've spoken about how India is either the #1 or #2 best performing market in the public markets globally, always 1 or 2 with twinning with the US. It's the #1 performing country in the MSCI Emerging Markets Index. And India is now more profitable than any other country in the emerging index as well. So despite all the very strange things we've discussed in the first half of the day, if you're a stock market guy, if you're a real money guy, I think all of us are fiduciaries, and this guy writes the contracts for the fiduciary agreement, so all of us know that side of it quite well. The real dollars at stake here, right? And people like Saurabh are held very strongly accountable to making that dollar compound. So Saurabh, objectively, because you've worked in so many parts of the world, why has India performed despite all these things we've heard, especially in the last 25 years? Walk us through what is the thesis for India to be amongst the best performing markets, and what could keep it going the next decade?
So it's a privilege being here. It's a privilege being here, not least because people like me in the stock market, right? Very, very rarely do we get to attend sessions on environment, on global security, and so on. So it's a real eye-opening experience to be here. But let me start with some numbers, right? I think in the preceding session, I think it was Jeetu. Jeetu in the preceding session said that it's not difficult to envisage a world a decade hence where the 3 superpowers in the world are India, China, and the United States, right? And I was looking at his face when he said that, and it clearly was a leap of imagination for people to believe that. Now it's very strange, right? For people like me who work in the stock market, I've been working in the stock market in various countries for 20 years. For me, that's the world I've grown up in. there are only 3 countries who matter in investing. The rest of the world is a holiday destination, right? And interestingly, after the United States, it's not China that matters. In investing, only one country matters other than the United States, and that is India. Why? Right? So let's look at the numbers. So in investing, we use something called total shareholder returns, TSR. Right? It includes dividends, the share price, plus the dividends. That's the metric to which we are held accountable to. So if, say, the endowment here gave us money, they would tell us total shareholder returns, kitna banaya, how much did you make, right? So America leads the world. Over the last 10 and 20 years, America has made more money than any other country in the world. America has compounded at roughly 10% dollar terms over the last 10 and 20 years. But only one other country, only one other country has competed with America shoulder to shoulder over 10 and 20 and 30 years, and that's India. No other country, barring these 2 massive free market democracies, there must be something going for free market democracies. If the world's two best compounding engines are both free market democracies, there must be something going for it. No other country has made it to double digits, right? Not China, nowhere by a country by, none of the European countries, and no one else in Asia. Taiwan has, but Taiwan has done so because of one company, right? Which is that one company? TSMC, right? TSMC, with all due respect to Taiwan, is an adjunct of Silicon Valley. It happens to be in Taiwan, and I guess they're now relocating to the US itself, right? If you leave aside Taiwan, no other country, barring India and America, have made it, right? Now, America making it to the top of the charts in global compounding doesn't surprise anybody. But India making it surprises lots of people, including many people in India itself. Right? Now, why does India make it? And why is India the only country on the face of this planet, which in dollar returns, right, not rupee, dollar returns goes toe-to-toe with America decade after decade, right? There are 3 things which work in India and which work very well. First is we have an intensely competitive economy, right? Contrary to the headlines you read about crony capitalism, if you work in the Indian stock market, if you work in the Indian economy, it is super competitive. Whether you're selling investment services like I do, you're selling cement, you're selling paint, you're selling plastic products, you're selling undergarments, everything is bloody competitive. If you can, many people try, if you can befriend a politician to help you protect some market share, corner a part of the market, you are welcome to try. But the second thing which makes India so successful is the polity itself is super competitive, right? So yesterday, when I came yesterday for the evening session, the dinner that we had been invited to, I was discussing with someone from a prominent city in South India, how competitive real estate is in that city, right? Now, real estate, most people's mind, is a corrupt sector, right? Most people think real estate is a sector where politicians help you corner part of the market. But real estate itself is competitive because there are politicians competing for patronage of a real estate builder. So our economy is competitive. Our polity is competitive, right? If anybody tells you Indian politics is, corrupt, right? You can take that as face value. I do. But I can guarantee you Indian politics is super competitive, right? Those are 2 very important things. Many countries in the world have a veneer of civilization and civility, but that covers low competition. Many European countries have that. They're lovely places to visit on holiday, but these are genuinely uncompetitive economies. By uncompetitive, I mean the intensity of competition is muted in those countries, right? Our polity is competitive, our economy is competitive, and the third thing, we've got a lot of things right in our education system. I think MDP highlighted it. We've got a lot of things right in our education system, and specifically, the dynamic around South India and women is quite remarkable. So just quick stats on this. Southern India, by Southern India I mean the southern 7 states. I live in Maharashtra, so I like to include Maharashtra in the southern 7 states. Please don't get into a fight with me. Some South Indian people do, so...
We gladly welcome Maharashtra.
Right, thank you so much. So the southern 7 states account for a quarter of India's GDP, two-thirds of India's, quarter of India's population, half of India's GDP, and two-thirds of India's GDP growth. The southern 7 states have grown at 8% in the last 10 years. I think that safely makes them the world's fastest growing region. And my reading is the next 10 years will also be an 8% plus. It will safely stay the world's fastest growing region. Just remember again, quarter of India's population, half the GDP, two-thirds of the GDP growth, right? And the second aspect of women, and I'll just take what MDP said and go one step further. There are more women in school, college, high school, and university than men women's pass rates are higher at every level of education compared to men. And now comes the startling part. Over the last 5 years, the RBI has repeatedly highlighted that urban women now have way more money in their bank accounts than men. The World Bank has pointed out urban women have more bank accounts than men. So women have more money in the bank than men. And in case somebody in this room is thinking, well, that must be because the accounts are fewer, I'm afraid that's not true. Women also have more accounts than men. And more recently, it's come to light that in the stock market and mutual fund accounts, women have more money, urban women more money in mutual funds than men do. Right? Now, if a country can pull this off at a per capita income, which is still 1/20th that of America, India's pulled all of this off. We're toe-to-toe with America in compounding. Our women have more money than our men in urban areas. And we're doing this at 1/20th of America's per capita income. Then imagine what the consequences will be a decade hence when we'll be closer to 1/4 of America's per capita income. So there's plenty working in India, and I find it very interesting coming to Silicon Valley that people have to stretch their brains to think of a world a decade hence where it'll be a tripolar world. In the world of investing, it's already a bipolar world. It's America and India, nothing else really counts. China was there a decade ago. Whatever they've done to screw their chances is their prerogative. My job as an Indian investor is to come to this country and help Americans invest as much as possible in India.
Fantastic. Thank you, Saurabh. We'll come back to some questions, but I want to sweep through the rest of the panelists as an intro. So Anil, you've been a pioneer. You were one of the first people in the Valley to start a cross-border law firm. I believe Inventus is now the best-known one in that corridor. And despite political affiliations, wars, whatever has happened in the last 30 years, it's inevitable that this Bangalore or Bangalore Silicon Valley, US tech, India tech, whatever you want to call it, that corridor has been a consistent compounder for both countries. Fantastic, one of the best performing in the world. So from your viewpoint, because you see so much from investments to people flows, all of it, talk to us about what's happened in the last 20 years and what do you expect to happen in the next 10?
First of all, I'm still trying to get over the facts that you shared, Saurabh, and particularly how does Maharashtra become part of South India? I mean, that skews up the... Discuss it over a drink, yeah. Yeah, that skews up the numbers. Now, keep South Bombay, fine, but, come on, rest of Maharashtra, that's not right. So yes, I mean, Pranav, and we've known each other for a while, we've talked, we've done business together. We've all been very privileged, right, to be in this position where we get sort of the insights from Silicon Valley particularly. And when we say US, it's largely Silicon Valley. And when we say India, it's largely Bangalore and these handful of cities that are emerging tech cities. As far as my practice is concerned, as far as people around in this room are talking about. In the last 20 years, I've been very fortunate. I started my practice a long time ago, but in Silicon Valley in 2000. And at that time, I was literally the only brown lawyer at a firm called Cooley Godward of 700 lawyers. I remember a couple of Indian founder clients here complained to my partner that, hey, why are you teaming just because he's an Indian? And it's obviously changed. Now I run a law firm called Inventus. I started in 2009. Majority of the lawyers are Indians. Majority of our clients are Indians. A large number of our clients are Indians who've relocated from India. And typically in the 20 to 25 to 30 year age, the level of confidence has completely changed. And the level of commitment and connections, when they come in, they know. I mean, I'll also give you sort of one going back. Ravi was one of the first founders to get into Y Combinator from India, Interview Street. When he landed in Palo Alto, I was playing poker at my friend's house. He came from the airport because YC had told him to contact us to set up. After he had an Uber, or he had a taxi, actually, there was no Uber, his taxi standing outside. He asked me, like, I have to go to Mountain now, how far is Mountain View from here, And imagine from that time when founders coming in didn't know where YC was to now they have it back of the palm, right? I mean, they've traveled and all of that. There are hundreds and hundreds of new founders coming in. We have George here from Avatar, we have Manthan here from Westbridge. So many investors, billions, tens of billions of dollars have been allocated really, and they'll tell you more about their specifics, but have been allocated for these Indian founders that are coming into the US. And not any founders, but Indians specifically. You would invest in an Indian company in Bangalore that's actually doing business in the US. I get calls at least once a month from private equity investors. Some of them I've never heard of in the US. Somewhere in like Carolinas, right, or Chicago that I'd not heard of. They're saying, hey, introduced us to these two companies from India that we like to bring over and invest in. Saket is a great example of a company like that. He's been able to raise hundreds and at some point the T word, $1 trillion, but so many great examples. And my only comment to everyone in this room is, we are just fortunate to be living these times, and we'll talk more about the geopolitical winds and where India, US, especially Silicon Valley, Stanford specifically, and India opportunity will align, and how much of an opportunity it is. So if you do just one thing, figure out what you can do, where you can make a business out of or a career out of this opportunity. It's very enjoyable, it's very personal, and having grown up in India and working with Indian founders coming in, it's so much fun. Plus, it's a business opportunity. So again, we are very blessed with all that.
Excellent, thank you. Manthan, now you've been a founder yourself, successfully acquired, then you worked for a global firm launching in India, now you're working for an Indian firm going global at Westbridge, so you've seen the whole loop, which is fantastic. You're still young, the best years are ahead of you. So through your last 10 to 15 years, walk us through how you've seen this corridor evolve, and now what is the narrative of an investor when you look at India from the US specifically when it comes to tech?
Yeah, thanks, Pranav. No, I think super exciting times. I think 10 years ago, we had to just look for 2 or 3 examples, and we had to default to Freshworks and Zoho, where still were thought of companies who are trying to copy what's been done, but building in a cheaper way because they are solving problems for SMBs and mid-market companies who are very cost conscious. So India was always thought as, within technology, let's find opportunities where cost is a very important factor, and let's build it cheap and sell the software for cheap. We'll do the sales from India, we'll sort of figure out how to make it work because we are selling it at a cheaper price. To now, I think there are companies like Postman, companies like Innovacer, bunch of companies who are not only the best companies coming out of India, but they are the best globally in what they do. I think there is no question that going forward, whether in the AI race or whatever frontiers the technology is going to move to, India is going to be able to produce the best in the world. And there are, I think, 2 or 3 things, I will talk more about it, in my opinion, why in the last decade plus, why have things shifted. I think one is the quality of entrepreneurs. By far, I think the quality of entrepreneurs today, folks like Saket and bunch of entrepreneurs in the room and elsewhere, is just, I think we are on a trajectory where we get blown away every time we meet a next entrepreneur who's building something. So I think that's the key reason. All kudos to the entrepreneurs. I think second is, within the technology frame, I think India itself is producing the quality which is comparable to best in class. There was a narrative before saying, will this be good quality sort of technology or not? I think there is no more question now. Obviously, global IT services companies have laid the foundation to have sort of millions and millions of great engineers, but above that, I think we have been able to create sort of the quality which people will absolutely pay any dollars for, right? And last, I think there is a big wave where India is leapfrogging to best-in-class technology, even the Indian enterprises, because of which we are able to make sure that we don't have to wait for how things play out in Silicon Valley. Okay, let's see what sort of the framework being used. Indian government obviously is pushing the overall government infrastructure, which is also enabling a lot of innovation. And I think the lines are blurring, which means a company starting in India won't think about, let me build for India, go to the next market. It's global from day one and driven by quality of entrepreneurs, quality of the products they have built, and just the overall sort of opportunity. So yeah, some of the observations on what's helping the US-India corridor.
Fantastic, thank you. And Saket, now obviously you've spoken on the last panel, so I can't repeat the same parts. But I think you made one interesting point, which I'd like to drill down on. You mentioned that you were to shut down the services business, come here, become a product thinker. You spoke about the differences in the customer's mindset, which is absolutely true. We struggle with that every day still in our SaaS practice back home, but it's improving every year, right? Now, I want to fast forward 10 years in your mind. You'll be an uncle, everyone look up to you as a legend. Hopefully, you'll be a $1 trillion outcome for someone here. Now, what should the students in the room start preparing for today, for where India is going to be in 10 years' time?
You mean a Stanford student?
Yeah, No, students from everywhere. There's Stanford kids here, there's kids from other universities. But these are some of India's brightest. Obviously, they've made it to some of the best universities. What should they start thinking about India? And let me add some color, because when I was here 15 years back, most of the friends I competed with, Raghu's here, he's one of the smartest guys in our batch, he's a physics professor now. All the brightest guys like him stayed back, right? I was an idiot going back to Bangalore in 6 years. Turns out it was a good decision, but back then it was a very scary decision.
So as Saket thinks of his response, can I give you a Desi Swagger story? So this is 6 months ago. I'd come for work. My colleague Achint, who's seated at the back, he specializes in booking budget hotels. So we were in a budget hotel near Union Square. And we're walking back to the hotel after dinner. And I see this Indian dude smoking at the entrance of the hotel. I didn't think much of it. I walked inside. So I then saw that he dropped his cigarette and he came running after us. So he introduced himself, said, I'm so-and-so. I've come from India. I'm from, I think it's IIT Bombay or IIT Chennai, a computer science student. And I said, why have you come? And he said, I've come to meet Y Combinator. Hopefully they'll the meeting is tomorrow. So I thought he'd come for a funding trip, right? So then I asked him about the business. The business is something to do with AI. I'm not an electrical engineer or computer scientist. I couldn't fully understand, but I understood that he's created a use case which has global application. I think, Saket, to your point, right? So this guy was based in, I think, Gurgaon. He's based in Gurgaon. So I said, best of luck for the pitch tomorrow. He said, no, don't worry about the pitch. I've just come here because they're paying for the air tickets. I'm not going to take their money. So I thought, that's interesting. So I said, okay, well, in that case, best of luck in building a business. He said, on that, could you please introduce me to, and this will be music to Pranav's ears, could you please introduce me to angels and family offices in India? Wow. So I said, let me get this straight. You've come here to meet YC. You're IIT Bombay or Chennai, and you want to turn them down and raise money in India. So he said, look, as I see it, over the next 10 years, the amount of growth my business will have in India, it'll not have it anywhere else in the world. And his words, right, this guy, the Desi IIT dude, that I need an Indian investor so that as I grow in India, I've got my bases covered back home in the market where I think I can ramp really fast. Okay? So I said, okay, why don't you drop me a mail? I'll make the introduction. I did actually, Pranav, I introduced him to you. Then comes the punchline. So I, as a parting comment, I said, when you become a billionaire, next time I'll say trillionaire. When you become a billionaire, please remember Marcellus. We are here to invest your money. So what he said next took my breath away. He says, I'm already a Marcellus client. Wow. Right? And that's when my jaw dropped. Right? This guy was 21 or 22. Right? He was probably 1 year out of IIT. He's already invested a crore with us. He's staying budget in Union Square. He's used, YC has invited him, so they paid for the airfare. And at so many levels, right? That was swag at so many levels that I went back to my room saying, wow, man, this is something else, right? Something else, a new generation, a different level of aspiration and ambition. He wants Indian family office money because he's saying, wahan pe jo growth hai, the growth I can get in India for the next 10 years, I need local cover. I need people who have my back in India. And I wish at that age, at 21, 22, I could think like that. I wish my children are teenagers. I hope they learn to think like that.
Terrific story.
Let me jump in. I think this sets the stage for this discussion really well, because on my right are two individuals who are proponents of invest and build in India, for India, invest and raise money from India. On my left are obviously Manthan, who would tell Indian founders, take money from us in the US and build trillion-dollar companies. Obviously, Saket, who's already on the way to building the next trillion-dollar company. And I, in the middle, I make money both sides. So I have no dog in this fight, to be sure. Right?
Marketplace.
Marketplace, yes. So with that, Saket, I'm sure you're ready to start with your answers.
So just before I answer, what's that guy doing now?
He's my client, so I
know. We are tracking him. He closed an angel round, by the way.
But that was 10 years back, so I'm guessing today he has to be something big.
No, this is
6 months ago. This is
6 months ago. Awesome. So that's good. I thought that's amazing. But that's a new breed, I guess. That's incredible. So to your question, right, Pranav, in terms of what should we do, say, for India, with India, to the students, what should we do around that? And we spoke about different aspects and dimensions. Let me ask you something slightly differently. In this audience, right? How many of you guys use or know of Cursor.ai? Can I see hands? Cursor. Okay, awesome. I'm guessing half of this room knows Cursor, right? How many of you guys know ChatGPT? Can I see hands? Pretty much everybody. Awesome, right? How many of you guys would not or would care if ChatGPT came out of Russia, China, UK, Sweden, Silicon Valley, or Jabalpur? Do you really care about that? It answers a fundamental problem you have. You need something, it gives you an answer in a reliable way, and that's it, right? Cursor, if you're a developer, it just takes your experience productivity to a whole new level, right? You use any of these popular things. And by the way, is this a new phenomenon? No, go back, right? Do you care, like you use Facebook, you use WhatsApp, do you care where it comes from? Do you care whether a 10-year-old or a 15-year-old or an Indian or an American or a Pakistani creates that? The reality is we don't, right? I personally feel that it doesn't, so there are two types of products also. Let's just double click there. One is a product-led growth model, and one is obviously enterprise B2B, right? And they're two very different. Just bucketing both of them together doesn't make sense, again, in my limited view. On the B2B side, right, because by design it's a $30 trillion economy versus $3 trillion in India, that too mostly still agriculture driven, that's the reason why the market is not there. So if you're running a B2B company, right, it just makes sense to be in the US selling while you can build in India. But if you really think about the B2C model, which is more around not e-commerce, but the incredible cutting edge product, I don't think you should care about India or no India. The question should be, can I work on something which fundamentally solves a problem for anybody who's sitting in the world and work on it 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days, and be obsessed with it till the time you get to a perfection where people are like, I will cry if this product stops working. That's the case if Instagram goes down today for 2 hours or WhatsApp goes down for 2 hours. So I personally don't think it's an India or no India from a product-led growth perspective, right? For example, the great example is Postman. It's such a phenomenal product, right? People didn't say no to Postman, because it's based out of Bombay and it was built out of, no. They built an incredible product. And because they built and that was a product-led growth motion which was out there. Unfortunately from India, you can count on your fingers how many B2B software companies have really come out and scaled beyond 100 million ARR, right? It's very unfortunate. But on the other side, the products also on the B2C side of product-led growth have not been there. So I would say forget about India, no India, what do we do about that? Just create a product which people will basically say, I'll not allow you to take it down. And if we start from that, that's 99% of it. 1% is what's your domicile, and of course it's great if you list in BSE versus NASDAQ, but that's just how I think about the product.
Makes sense. Good, so I think we have another 10 minutes left, so let's run through. I have a lot of questions I won't get through, but in the interest of time. Now, sort of India's finally arrived, supposedly, right? Every 10 years, India shining, India this, India that. We had a prime minister when I was in school that is famous for telling us not to aspire to be a top 10 economy when we were number 17th or whatever. India will be number 3 inevitably, right? Whether it's 2027, 2029, past 5 trillion. No one's debating that anymore. We've come a long way for that not to be a debate anymore, which I hope most people in the room definitely lived through how much it took to get there. Now, India has to go global for us to go from 5 to 20, right? That's where Goldman Sachs are projecting us to be in the next 30 to 40 years. And for India to go global, globally competitive, building B2B software past 100 million, having more flexible capital controls, allowing Indian enterprises. I think the panelists in the morning, Motwani ji made a very good point about Adani buying something, a shipyard here. That has to happen. India cannot grow that large without that happening. So talk to us today. Do you believe that is possible? And if it's possible, what are the kind of investment theses you think all of us have to start thinking about to capture that opportunity for ourselves?
Sure. So again, some quick numbers to begin with, right? So our stock market, in the Indian stock market that is, has around 500 companies with $1 billion. 1 billion, I stress, not trillion as yet. We have 500 companies with $1 billion plus market cap, right?
The third in the world with 500?
The third in the world in terms of number of companies who become $1 billion, right? So the interesting number to focus on is out of those 500, 360 have become $1 billion companies in the last decade, right? And on that count, Just to give you a sense of perspective, the American stock market, remember, is 15x India's size, right? In spite of that, America's only produced $1,200 billion companies in the last decade. The American stock market, that is. The American stock market produced $1,200 billion companies in the last decade. India's produced $350 billion companies in the last decade, right?
Not tech unicorns.
These are just regular companies, right? Now, let's come to the export angle. Out of those 350 companies that have emerged in the Indian stock market as becoming billion-dollar plus plays, let's call them stock market unicorns, out of them, a mere 50 are export-oriented. The other 300, gives you a sense of this colossal scale of the Indian economy, other 300 are domestically focused companies doing regular domestic things, right? Now, out of those 50 that are export-oriented, almost all of them are either IT services in some shape or form, engineering, R&D, IT services, or to a lesser extent, pharmaceutical companies, right? Barring IT/tech/pharma, our country's not been able to produce billion-dollar export plays. Now, the reason for that, and this is where it both gets interesting and I think a little controversial. The reason for that, I think, is an overvalued currency. The Indian currency is overvalued. Why is it overvalued? One of the reasons it's overvalued is the diaspora sends back vast sums of money, something like $400 billion a year. Right? Indian IT services generates another $250 billion a year. India sells more IT services than Saudi Arabia sells oil, right? So if you have $650 billion pounding into an economy, right? Unless every year, $650 billion pounding into an economy. Just remember our GDP is around 4 trillion. So in the context of $4 trillion economy, $650 billion is money flying back every year after year. Right? That keeps the currency overvalued, right? And I think what we are going to see, and I suspect this will happen in the next 12 months, courtesy the bilateral trade negotiations, I think the Indian currency will become far cheaper. It will depreciate. I think we'll go closer to 100 to the dollar. If we go closer to 100 to the dollar, we're at 85 at the moment. If we go closer to 100 to the dollar, I think Indian manufacturing-led exports will take off, right? An overvalued currency makes it very difficult for Indian manufacturers. The only two sectors where we are able to export are sectors which are to do with the brain, right? Because if you play IT services and pharma, effectively you're playing the Indian brain, your ability to sell intellectual property. When you're selling IT and selling pharma, effectively you're selling the Indian brain, right? And thus you overcome the handicap of an overvalued currency. Courtesy what's happening with America and us in terms of trade negotiations, I think this is a 91 moment for India. Several people in India said it, but I strongly believe it's a 91 moment. I think the Indian currency will go towards 100 to the dollar, and that triggers, I think, a resurgence of manufacturing export-oriented companies, especially from southern India. I think I've met several people from Coimbatore. Those who are from Coimbatore, look long and hard. Your city will have multiple unicorns selling billions of dollars of worth of stuff into the Western world.
Fantastic. That's a lot of changes that are expected to happen. And I think it's inevitable. It has to happen for the growth to continue. Anil, I think you'll have the pleasure of closing this panel up, given we're just about out of time. Now, the US has a lot of different opinions about India. I think we discussed a lot of that in the earlier panels, right? But when it comes to investments, it's a no-brainer. India has performed. India will hopefully continue to perform. Any closing remarks from you, because you've seen this ecosystem build out? What should India do more of? What should India market differently? Any closing remarks for the audience here?
So, Pranav, you talked about your time when you were in school, and who was the Prime Minister then?
I mean, the last Prime Minister.
Okay, fine. Unfortunately, I have to date myself. When I was in school, Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister.
Oh, okay. No, not that bad.
No, but the reason
UPA 1 and 2.
The reason that's important is I still remember Asian Games, which was one of the biggest events of our lifetime. Japanese were trying to get Suzuki's and all these car companies into India. They actually made a plan, and somehow I remember this, right? They made a plan for creating the Delhi Metro in 1983. Indira Gandhi said, Delhi is not ready for, and this was the headlines, Delhi is not ready for Metro. Fuck that, right? And the problem is, we cannot afford to go back to that mentality. Absolutely. My biggest concern is that India has an amazing opportunity, so there's no denying, and we should be the third, and we must become and remain the third largest, perhaps even bigger. We have the capability of shooting ourselves in the foot. Yes. And that is my biggest fear. I heard the finance minister talk about all the great things, all the numbers. You and I had a jousting match about some of this. I'm as Indian as you are, so I'm not going to defend myself. You can ask me any IPL score and I'll beat you to it. But let's be real. There are some serious regulations. She announced 4 days ago, angel tax been abolished. But why did you even have? Why did it?
13 years. 13 years.
And Mohandas ji is here. You guys have fought that battle.
13 years.
If you try to explain that angel tax to any investor in the US, they will hit their head. Why do you have?
It's not even this government that announced the angel tax. It's a previous.
It doesn't matter which government.
It took 13 years to remove it.
It took this government all this time to get rid of it. I had Piyush Goyal in a conference with 20 of us saying, oh, there is no angel tax. And I know there's angel tax because my clients are getting income tax notices for angel tax. We have to call this out and we have to address it. Otherwise, we have the ability to shoot ourselves and go back. And there are other countries looking for that opportunity for India to slip. The geopolitical winds are clearly in India's favor. A lot of manufacturing will start shifting, has to. A lot of technology development. Our smart founders are coming in by the droves. We have to look at each and every regulation that's inhibiting them and remove them. And remove anybody and any position that's coming in the way. We have to have a Doge-like approach. I don't know what kind of political Doge-like approach to that bureaucracy. That is the only way we can succeed, and not just succeed, but sustain that level of growth, right? That would be my closing thought.
Fantastic. Thank you, Anil. I wish we had time for the rest of the panel, but looks like we have to wrap up. Thank you so much, everyone. And all of us are available, of course, after this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You will have opportunities to interact with folks during the mixer towards the end. So please do stay on for that. We'd love to see you all at that event, and you'll have more time to speak with everyone. Our next conversation is also extremely critical and very exciting. We have a panel on leveraging artificial intelligence for public good across infrastructure, education, and cybersecurity. Could folks please settle down? We have three amazing speakers on this panel. Please join me in welcoming Avnish Agrawal, co-founder and CEO of Natordyne. We have Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, advisor for AI infrastructure and data at Avatar Venture Partners. And we have Dr. Prasad Raje, who's a former chief product officer at Udemy. Moderating this discussion is Parul Verma, who is an MBA student at the Graduate School of Business. Over to you, Parul.
Hello. Am I audible? Yeah. Hi, guys. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for being there, and thank you so much for coming to our panel. So today we are going to be talking about one of the most popular topics, AI. But we want to discuss how India can use AI not just for economic growth, but also for inclusive development and public good. So before coming to Stanford, I was an applied AI engineer, and two of the foundational strategies for adopting AI are data and talent. And in India right now, we are very well positioned with both of these things. We are like renowned for our technical talent, and we also have a good foundation in terms of our digital public infrastructure. So today, we want to discuss how we can utilize our strengths and position ourselves best so that we can utilize AI not just for like public services and like improving our public services, but also for becoming a global digital leader. So I'm going to start off with like a very broad question. Also feel free to like chip in with your expertise. What are the challenges and opportunities that you see in adopting India in AI today? And so Avnish, I would like to start with you, since you've worked in like AI for infrastructure. What do you feel about it?
I mean, I don't think the question is what challenges. I think the question is how fast and rapidly India can adopt, right? I mean, the need is definitely there. The technology is obviously moving in the right direction. I look at AI as something that allows you to sort of, understand highly complex system and make improvements accordingly, right? India has a lot of complex problems. India has a lot of smart engineers. I actually believe it's Mr. Pai also mentioned, right? Access to capital is definitely an issue if you want to adopt these systems at large scale. It's very expensive. So if I was to put a point there, I would say probably access to capital would probably be the biggest issue, and that's maybe where the government can help as well. So,
yeah, I would like to add that it's digitization and access to broadband connectivity, broadband internet, which is not gone beyond the cities as much. So doing something like a satellite internet that covers the whole country would be the equivalent of laying the freeways around the country, right? And the other challenge for India is really in terms of heterogeneity in its languages, its biology, and culture. So, so for English-speaking people, there are plenty of large language models to play with. There's ChatGPT to play with. But what do you have for a language like Tamil, for example, or Telugu, or Hindi, or, so I think it's in AI circles, this is known as the long tail problem, and how do you actually solve that? And I think those things can really be made easier by some government help.
Yeah, so let me talk about opportunities, because I think this is truly an exciting time. So for education, and everybody can feel it that AI can change education because we learn so much from it. But there is actually a fundamental theoretical basis for this. There was a famous educator psychologist called Benjamin Bloom, who in the 80s, he was at Northwestern University, University of Chicago. He wrote this seminal paper and he called it the 2 sigma problem of education. Let me explain what that is. Basically, if you have education with a single instructor and say 30 students in a classroom, there is a bell curve of the outcomes of education, educational outcomes for those students. And then you take another group of students that is one-on-one tutored by an expert educator who is responsive to the students' current state of understanding and can tutor them to the next state in a very personalized way. That one-on-one tutoring, he showed that the outcomes of education were 2 sigma to the right. In other words, 2 standard deviations to the right and better than that first group. So he's established formally that one-on-one tutoring is better from an educational outcome standpoint. Well, for the last 40 years since he wrote that one-on-one tutoring was prohibitively expensive to do at scale. Well, by the way, this is why we have one-on-one tutoring for the rich people who can afford it and send people into classes or have private students, tuition, and so on. That's all fine, but at India country scale, that is impossible to achieve. And now, with AI, there is the promise of that one-on-one tutoring coming at massive scale and at cost and at consistency, repeatability, that was simply not possible before with just the humans doing it. Because now it's possible for AI to meet the student at their level of preparation, at their level of readiness, and provide the answers in the right personalized, customized way. This, I think, is truly the massive promise of AI for education. Let me tell you, there's a little caveat here. So the caveat, and so in terms of challenges, the big challenge is the following, that AI as it stands today is in a state that you need to get the student to a certain level so that the student can ask the questions to get to the next level. there's that little readiness that needs to happen. You have to cross that readiness barrier, and once that barrier is passed, the student can evoke the questions, or the AI can understand where the student is actually stuck by doing that assessment. And by doing that, you can get into that virtuous cycle of the question-answer loop, and go further and further. So, but caveats aside, the big picture that I see for educational impact of AI in education is that we finally can solve the Two Sigma problem.
Okay, so thank you. So Prasad, one of your focus areas is the India's rupees 500 crore Indian Center of Excellence for Education. So can you tell us a bit about how we can utilize that to, improve like AI upskilling? Working. Hello. Oh. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you. So thank you so much for your thoughts. And Prasad, one of your focus areas is India's 500 crore Center of Excellence for Education. So can you tell us a bit more about that, and how is it bridging the gap between the ambition and the execution that we have today?
Yeah, so I'm fortunate enough to be associated rather informally with this effort. So let me explain what this is. So in the recent finance budget, the Minister of Finance announced 500 crores each for 4 different centers of excellence to be established in India. One of those is a Center of Excellence for Education under the Ministry of Education. And the goal for this Center of Excellence is basically to establish the foundation of how AI will be used to transform educational outcomes for students as a whole. It's a very big and massive undertaking, but it has started. The team is actually the money has been approved. The Minister of Education has been proposed a certain set of objectives and goals. There's a process underway to select an actual center, which will be an institute or a location. It is not yet decided where it will be, but that is very much something that's coming up very shortly. And there will actually be a so-called Section 8 corporation, which is essentially a corporation for public good in India, which will be established, wherein there will be a CEO, a board of directors, and sort of a whole staff under that CEO, with the express charter of delivering AI excellence, using AI for educational transformation. So this is a call for all of you folks here. Any of you who are passionate about this area, any of you are interested in this area, should certainly try and put yourself in this path. There's actual money, there's an actual institute that will be selected, and where a formal corporation will be formed to go address this problem.
So actually, I want to just add, it relates to the question you had asked earlier, and sort of what can India do. We have a lot of engineers in India, and we're doing sort of a lot of core AI work. I think training people in the latest technologies of AI, sort of India can do a lot better, and that's where the maximum return will be. Beyond that, we've talked about sort of the hunger, whether it's the engineers or the entrepreneurs or the people of the country, that will take over. But I think learning those skills is going to be huge, huge force multiplier. We see that.
Yeah, so just to add to both these points, which is the AI research and the breakthroughs that are happening on an economic model that's based in the Western countries. It is not designed for India or any developing countries. So when you take the same technologies to a country like India, the economics don't make sense, right? So there have to be some research, some development work done, and that's actually being done in different places in India, where the way you train models is lower cost. The way you do model inference is lower cost. The way you do data computation is 5 times lower than the cost here. So there are companies and new technologies, new ideas on the same technology stack that's been developed here, being done in a different way. And that, to me, goes a long way in terms of how AI technologies get adopted.
So I respectfully disagree. Because I think India, a lot of speakers earlier talked about, sort of the India market is relatively a very small market, right? And the propensity to pay is also low, right? So if Indian companies want to succeed, they need to build for the world, right? If you want to build for the world, it has to be at the same level of quality that the world cares about, right? So we have a little bit of a chicken and egg problem here, is that capital is not there, but if you build high quality stuff, the capital will come.
Sure.
So I don't think India should compromise and build
No,
for
no,
India.
but
India, that'll happen as a byproduct.
Sure, but AI products built in India, if they lower the cost for people
should
in
not-
India, they also lower the cost for people here.
But cost I think the focus on cost is, it's fine as one element of focus, but I think this is an opportunity India needs to build for the world. High value
sure,
products,
sure,
right?
sure,
When
sure,
we talk
sure.
about $1 trillion coming out of the country, when we talk about building the next Google and Facebook, it's not going to be a cost parameter. It's going to be building the latest technology.
Yes.
access the
Look,
latest
I'm not debating that at all. But if you can build a product that gets to a 10, 20, some tens of millions of dollars revenue in India, is likely to succeed here as well in a big way. That's the point I'd like to make.
Thank you. So turning a bit towards smart cities now, which is again one of the biggest initiatives of the government. Avnish, since you've worked at applying AI on the edge to improve logistics and like road management, what are some of the lessons that we could take away to improve our like road infrastructure, our logistics, and our smart city initiatives?
So look, like I said earlier, right? AI is all about making sense of complex systems and upgrading them, right? So clearly, whether it's logistics or smart cities, right? I mean, they're obviously very complex systems. The smart cities is not my expertise, so I don't want to pontificate too much on it. But clearly, these are very complex systems. I mean, I lived in India for 10 years recently. The urban infrastructure is decaying. I mean, let's be honest. That requires a big reboot. And if smart cities can help, that's fine. But there may be some basic things that we can do that may not require AI. I think AI cannot be the solution to everything. In some cases, it's obvious what needs to be done. It's not happening. So, it's not my area, but I would say AI, if AI helps, that's great.
Yeah. What about logistics? And like, do you see a solution like your Driver.ai coming into India?
No, we are already commercial in India.
Okay.
No, we are already deploying in India. No, logistics, there's huge application. There's applications in safety. India's accident sort of safety record is actually very, very poor. I mean, we have the data, right? We're doing about 1 billion miles a month right now. In India, accident rates are 10x the US, right? It's quite sad. And clearly, the road infrastructure is a huge factor, but sort of technology, awareness, technologies like ours for improving safety, eventually towards a path of semi-autonomous, autonomous driving would definitely help. Efficiency through routing and logistics, right? I mean, fuel efficiency, vehicle predictive maintenance, huge applications for AI. And it's happening. I'm not saying something that's futuristic. It's already happening. We are doing some of it. There are other companies much bigger than us doing even in larger scale. And again, the way I look at it is maybe the transition happened a few years ago. I think India is part of the global stage, which means the solutions to India are going to be very similar. And people need to build for the world, and India is a great place for talent. And use that, and obviously when people are in a certain region, they understand that region better, so they tend to gravitate towards that and solving those problems. That'll happen naturally. But the one mindset, at least I strongly believe in, I've always believed in, India can be the R&D capital of the world, and that's where India should invest in.
Okay, yeah. So Sanjeev, with your background, and would you want to explain how we can build that infrastructure, not just the hard infrastructure, like in terms of compute and networking, but also like soft skills to expedite India as the R&D capital of the world?
Yeah, I think if you focus on building sort of frameworks, infrastructure, policies, so that you improve adoption of AI, which is the lifeblood of AI is actually data. And you can look at, so see what's happened with the India stack, for example, right? And that's on the consumer side in terms of Aadhaar, UPI, and then Ayushman Bharat for the health side, right? And there is data there's derived data out of these systems that is now available for public consumption. Similarly, there needs to be, if you draw the parallels between what happened in the US recently and what can happen in India, for example. So you have this agency called ARPA, or ARPA-H for healthcare. And these are research organizations funded by the federal government, and that are providing things like data sets, reference data sets that can be used for, it's like genotype, phenotype for the population, okay, which can be used for medical research. There are genomic databases, there are, for public health, there are disease databases, and so on. So similarly, that infrastructure can be established in India, and actually with the current budget, the effort has started with the COEs that the government has announced. So as things get more digitized, there will be more effort put into collection of what's called master record of information, which can be used both as a reference information as well as something that can be analyzed and mined for insights. So I think that's where the government can help. And the other part they can help with is like the place where the private sector and the public sector meet, and which is really, if you look at it, that's in accelerators at research institutes, like Tier 1 institutes. IIT Chennai has a good one, IIT Bombay has a good one. So that's the part where I think the government can invest. And in fact, the current budget had something called Deep Tech Fund of Funds, money set aside, which is about $2.5 billion. So some of that investment can go into these places to set up computing centers where you can give access to GPUs or compute platforms that are not easily available to new startups coming up, right? So I think that those are the places where we can make a difference in terms of infrastructure that can help AI.
So I guess like my question is, what next? So I would like to ask you, Prasad, now that AI now is like often compared to earlier tech revolutions, like mobile, internet, etc. So what are the parallels, since you've been like in the Silicon Valley for so long, what are the parallels you can see with the earlier tech revolutions in terms of pace, equity, and like how can we utilize those learnings in India?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think we were just talking about it at our lunch table, and we've seen this movie before where the internet came along, and it was a sort of an open revolution. It open in the sense that the standards were open, but it was also open for companies to come up and build, and I think, especially today, where we stand today with all we said earlier about the capital, the smarts, the engineering talent that's in India, I think we talked about two possible models that we can take. One is the China model, build a closed wall garden, and let only local companies survive. India could adopt that model and say, we'll only let Indian LLMs into the Indian context. And I think that would be a mistake. I think it should be a fully competitive, open market model where, of course, Indian companies should compete and should build their own infrastructures, should build the LLMs, should build the stacks on top of the LLMs, and compete for market share, basically, in an open way, as much as you let the American companies in that want to come in. And here we are, benefiting from that. For example, the mobile revolution. Look at what happened because India was able to, bring in the mobile phones, which were essentially Android. You can call that, American technology, but the airwaves were Indian, and the Indian telcos and mobile operators competed like crazy to have absolutely amazing cost driven down. So we have done this before. Indian companies are capable of driving costs down with an open competitive mindset, and let the American companies come along, let the Chinese LLMs come along, and I'm quite confident that India will develop its infrastructure with its hyper-competitive nature, what was said in the prior panel, that it should not be afraid of competing on the world stage.
Yeah. Thank you. Avnish, a question for you next. So if you could redesign today how India approaches AI for infrastructure, what is the one thing you'd change in terms of public-private collaboration and regulation to accelerate real-world impact?
So again, it's sort of maybe based on my experience, right? So what I see the most is access to talent is probably what I see as the biggest force multiplier for big global companies to do even a lot more in India, right? And what that means is a very strong, and it's not just students. What I also mean is, having sort of the latest research in universities and ability to transfer that research to private now. I was at Stanford for a long time. I saw what this university did and how closely it interacts and sort of the influence it had on sort of entrepreneurship. A lot of my professors were entrepreneurs, very successful entrepreneurs, or the students were entrepreneurs. India is beginning to do a little bit of that, but I think that can accelerate. I think the government, and I don't know all the policies there, but encouraging professors to participate in the private industry, encouraging universities to participate with private companies, get the sort of, use the best IP language rights and stuff that universities like Stanford have pretty much perfected. I think encouraging that cross-pollination would be fantastic, right? And then you'll have some of the smartest people in academia with companies who are hungry to work, and that collaboration will just take off. So I'm very bullish on that. I'm seeing a little bit of, we collaborate very closely with the Indian Institute of Science in India, but I'd love to take it to the next level. It's moving slower than I'd like.
So if I could add, in terms of what the government could do, 3 things they could do. So one is sort of provide satellite internet, like provide broadband connectivity to the whole country. And I think India is well ahead in space to actually pull that off. Second is there was a regulation passed 2 years ago, DPDP. It's about data protection at the consumer level. Similar efforts need to be put in place for non-consumer data. And that will actually create a framework for data marketplaces, okay? Just like you have here. And the third is basically encourage the combination of federal agencies, central agencies with research institutes in medicine, in different areas to provide what I call reference data sets, which the private sector can use to actually produce goods and services on top of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for talking about how we can improve the AI ecosystem within India itself. But now I sort of want to go on to the next layer, which is going global. So what do you think, how can we establish India as a global leader in AI today? And this is an open question to all 3 of you, and maybe Prasad, we can start with you.
So what does it mean to be a global leader in AI? So let's talk about foundational models, right? Because that everybody understands. Here's the thing. Even in the US, the foundation model wars are going to settle very quickly. There are essentially 2, just like any large fundamental market, there's going to be a small handful of very large players. And we know the ones that are competing. Google is definitely amongst them. OpenAI is definitely amongst them. Microsoft sort of is in that orbit. Amazon, sadly enough, large as it is, has tried its hand and hasn't succeeded quite as much yet. So it's amazing that a multi-trillion-dollar company still hasn't succeeded. And finally, there is of course Anthropic and others, and then there's the open source on the other side. So I think the real question becomes for India, should it play in the foundation model game? And my view is those wars are already ending even in the United States. Where India can play, however, is in taking open source models and fine-tuning them for the Indian context, because there is a tremendous amount of Indian context. And by Indian context, we all understand what that means. It's, of course, languages. It is also the Indian cultural context, where we talked about ethical AI, which is things that are okay in the Indian cultural context and that are not. And that's an important part of where AI has to be steered. And so with those two things, there is a tremendous amount of opportunity. And then there is the markets, the special use cases in India that would be relevant to our Indian needs. Education, for example, is an area I can talk about. For example, today, Udemy, large as it is, has about 16 million learners in India in aggregate. That's a reasonable number. But it actually pales in comparison to the 265 million students in primary education in India today. 265 million. So if my sort of vision of solving the 2 sigma problem has to be realized, and every one of those 265 million students needs to have a tutor which is tutoring them for, let's say, 4 hours of instruction every day at 1 token per second. Count up all those tokens, and we're talking about trillions of tokens that need to be generated out of that infrastructure. So at that point, you need to talk about the cost efficiency of token generation. And this can come through a variety of ways. There's some fundamental limits because ultimately you are doing a large amount of compute in the giga and teraflop range to generate every token output. But there can be a stratification. You can use smaller models for certain focus tasks. You can use deeply distilled models. You can use highly fine-tuned models in certain sub-areas to make them very, very good at those subset problems. So there's got to be this cost-centric, high-scale approach that you can still apply using the techniques I described to still be able to generate trillions of tokens that we will need to educate the 265 million students that are out there.
I think India can build for the world. There's no question about it, which is by going global. This is what Avatar does in each of its investments. And I can just share with you some ideas that we looked at recently that will give you an idea that that things coming out of India can be unique in the world. So there's a new data processing engine that's a better engine, could be a better engine compared to, let's say, Snowflake or Databricks or the dominant ones today. And what I'm amazed at is the imagination and courage of the next generation to actually think of ideas or go after things that normally wouldn't get funded. There is a new what is it? The quantum computing company that's come out of India, that's come out of Bangalore, which is trying to do something around molecular modeling and for drug discovery as well as material science. There is talking about token generation, which is about model inference. There's a company called Zero Labs that has come up with a way to do model inferencing on CPUs rather than GPUs. So that changes the economics of AI deployment very significantly. So there are things that are happening that we'll probably, some of these will hear about in 2-3 years time frame, and there's no dearth of ideas coming out of India for the world.
So, sort of going forward on what sort of Prasad mentioned, right, is horizontal AI platforms, right, like OpenAI and Anthropic and all, right? In my mind, those require massive amounts of capital. Development's already happening, and while we all talk about eventually capital will come, there's sort of a practical issue right now in terms of access to capital. But what Indian entrepreneurs can do very well is focus on niche vertical applications, build solutions. And AI is just now a tool, right? To say use AI, it's almost like it's like use Python, right? I mean, you're going to do it, right? So I think it's more about building for vertical applications. But I do think what's important, even in our journey, right, is I'm repeating what others have said as well, but it's my experience as well. Go-to-market is difficult. The revenue is global, right? Why restrict yourself to a $4 trillion economy when you can go after a $50 trillion global economy, right? So you want to go for a global market. For the go-to-market, especially US is one of the the best markets to go after, right? You want to supplement with go-to-market skills over here. You want to supplement with technical talent over here. US still has the best experienced talent in AI, no doubt, right? And so you want to leverage that as well, right? And I think this is where forums like this and people here who are well connected, have access to capital, I think if they can help Indian entrepreneurs with finding the go-to-market motion in the US, I think that'll be amazing, right? I think that can just unleash a lot of entrepreneurial spirit and a lot of success will happen.
Thank you so much. I would now open it to the audience for questions.
Hi, I'm Dhaval, a Stanford alumni. The question I had is about the products in India that make it or don't make it worldwide. Obviously, a lot of great things we are seeing happening in India, we are all proud of, right? But what is different now than before? Because we've been talking about this since last 15, 20 years, right? PC boom, internet boom. But why has that not happened before, and what will change now to make it happen?
So I guess I'll go first. I think you were looking at me. So I think it's access to knowledge, right? So I think there are two things. One is, a computer is no longer a novelty, right? As we all know, right? A lot of the younger you can start with access to computer, the more ingrained in you. So it's like sort of learning a language. That's already happening. There are a lot of people in India, not everyone, but a decent number who have access to this compute and stuff growing up, right? And access to knowledge, right? It's amazing the kind of access to knowledge everyone has. If someone in India has the same access to knowledge as anyone in the US or abroad, right? Sorry. And then, the success breeds success, right? Already Indian companies are successful. The younger generation is getting hungry and ambitious, right? They are being very ambitious. So I think it's sort of almost like you can see everything converging together you get the feeling, why not? You move from a question of, what can India do to, it's like, why wouldn't it happen, right? I mean, you almost have to think of reasons why this will not take off. And to be honest, unless something dramatic happens, I think it's an inevitability that Indian companies will do well, as good as any American company.
Actually, if I could add to that, it's know-how. There is research, there's technology, and then there is know-how to build a business around it, which is what is changing rapidly. Okay, this is the entrepreneurial mindset, which is picking up. Every time you see a success, you learn from their successes and mistakes, right? Or if you don't have a success, right? So I think it's the scale of entrepreneurial activity. I mean, I spent 8 years in Bangalore heading R&D labs for Silicon Valley companies here. And this is from 2006 to 2014. And in the 10 years that I've been away from India, there's been a radical change in terms of the technology is evolving everywhere, and people around the world get access to it like in no time, right? But what's different is, how do you solve a problem given a new toy, new piece of technology, right? And then having the know-how to understand the economics and the cost behind it. And then the know-how to build a business is what the Indian next generation is learning in spades right now.
Any other question? Okay. Since we're nearing the end of time, and I've already been told twice to end it, I would like to end it with a rapid fire round for you guys. So if you could tell one thing, one piece of advice to the Indian younger generation today, entrepreneurs, investors, educators, what would you say to them so that we could become a leader in AI? So anybody can start, whoever feels ready.
I'm going to say, learn everything about the technology. Go deep, understand it. It's not a black box. If you ask the questions, you'll get the answers.
Learn the answer to the so what question. Every technology is new technology, but so what? Does it solve somebody's pain? So if you can figure out how to solve the so what question, you'll succeed.
I would say think global. The world is 10x, 20x bigger, and you can do it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Next up, we have our session on revolutionizing healthcare in India, the future of medtech and innovation. This is being moderated by Sushrima Gunn, who is a postdoctoral scholar at Stanford School of Medicine. We have an amazing lineup of folks from across the board when it comes to medicine, so we're really excited for how this conversation will shape up. We have Dr. Rajiv Doshi, who is an adjunct professor of medicine at Stanford Biodesign. We have Dr. Nandini Tandon, who is the co-founder of Indus Setu Global Foundation. We have Mr. Abhi Gholap, who is the CEO of Optrascan. And we have Dr. Shashwat Desai, who's the co-founder and chief technical officer at Gravity Medical Technology. Thank you so much. Over to you, Sushrima.
A very good afternoon to everybody who's present here. So we are starting this session on revolutionizing healthcare in India, the future of medtech and innovation. And today we are honored to be joined by 4 remarkable leaders whose work spans around the world and across disciplines. And we are at the intersection of technology, entrepreneurship, and healthcare innovations in this session. So without much ado, I would like to jump on to the questions, which I would keep pretty open to the panel. And just for the interest in time, we'll try to keep our answers short so that we can answer more questions. So each of you come from a very distinct background. We have venture capital, digital pathology, and neurointervention. So what has prompted you to be a part of the India-US corridor, and how has your journey evolved ever since?
Okay, let me get started. So hi, everyone. So pleasure to be here. So I am now in my 35th year at Stanford, so I've had an interest in medtech through a combination of engineering, medicine, and business. So for me, it's been a logical sort of combination. The interest in India started in 2007 when we were asked to propose a program to the government of India, and that became the Stanford India Biodesign Program, which we've been running for the last 18 years. So that was really the start of my interest in focusing on medtech in India. Our focus really was to train medtech innovators in India, and we started off with one single location at AIIMS in Delhi, along with IIT Delhi. And that's increased now to 11 different centers across India.
Thank you, Raj. So Nandini, do you want?
Is this working? Yes. Yeah, first of all, I just wanted to say what an honor and pleasure it is to be included in this wonderful discussion. And a major congratulations to Professor Anurag Meral and his phenomenal SciPEC team. So fabulous, and look forward to building on the momentum you all have created. So to answer your question, I come from a family that has spent the past 100 years working in India. The Sitapur Eye Hospital in Uttar Pradesh was started by my Bade Nanaji. And what we wanted to do as my sister and I, Priya, who I started Setu together, we wanted to see how we could focus on health equity, gender equity, and economic equity under the not-for-profit. And from a professional standpoint, we wanted to see how we could have a larger impact on the global stage, with India playing a critical role along with America. And I think in America, when you support a project, you are working with 50 million plus people, but when you put the 2 countries together, it's close to 2 billion. So the footprint is much larger, and that's what drives us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nandini. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Abhi Gholap. Being in the medtech field for the last 18, 20 years, after being an alumnus of IIT Mumbai and Stanford Graduate School of Business. MedTech has been very close, and especially, like it has an opportunity to, let entrepreneurs build the products than only focusing on the services. And when you are trying to build the products, there is an IP, and because of there is an IP, you can always differentiate yourself well in the market. As a part of the initiative that we are doing right now as my third startup, in my earlier startups also it was always associated with Indian market. But as a third startup, what we are trying to do is to replace microscope from this earth, because microscopes are there for the last 200 years. And interestingly, in the last 15 years or 20 years, you see that most of the things have changed, transformed. Your laptops, your cars, your cell phones, your watches, your glasses, everything got transformed. But microscope possibly people kept on using for several hundred years, and that's because it's a very simple to use device. And if you see the way India has positioned itself so far, pretty great in terms of the services industry, but very poor in terms of the products or the intellectual property. And I think the whole idea here is that how do we bring more objectivity in the pathology industry, because pathology industry relies heavily on the microscopes. And that is where when 67 to 70% of the healthcare expenditures are controlled by pathology, because pathology industry is the first gatekeeper to do the diagnosis. So that's where how do you replace a microscope with a more objective device which is more consistent and repeatable. So that's kind of the whole aim here, from the perspective of the women's healthcare, which we'll eventually discuss, but that's why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhi. You see the level of innovators we have in the session. Who would think of replacing a microscope in the pathology world? Thank you very much. Shashwat, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Shashwat Desai. I am a physician, and I stumbled upon entrepreneurship. And to answer your question about why US-India corridor for me, I was born and raised in Bombay. I went to medical college in Bombay, came to the US to specialize in training. And over the last 10 years, we've seen that brain stroke has gone from a diagnosable condition to a diagnosable and treatable condition. Since last 8 to 9 years, we have the ability to reverse paralysis caused by a brain stroke. But the biggest problem we are facing today is that we have a scientifically proven treatment which works, saves lives, prevents disability, but only 2% of Indians get that treatment, as compared to almost every American has access to that treatment. So we were forced to, in a way, start a company to build a product which is better than existing products and also more democratized, more affordable. And that's why we started Gravity Medical about 4 years ago. And that's my reason to come from the healthcare side into entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Shashwat. And I think you've brought up a very important point about access to healthcare. And that would lead to my first question to the panel, which is access to quality healthcare in India, especially in rural and underserved areas, is a persistent challenge and has been for decades. So how have your respective organizations approached this issue? And what scalable solutions do you see using the US-India corridor? So whoever wants to take that first.
Okay, I'll go with this, especially since you mentioned about the rural part of India. So I will give you a very interesting example here. There is a cervical cancer, which is where, if you see where India rates, India is known to be the #2 in the cervical cancer, with 20% deaths that happens globally, happens in India. With 25% of the female that get detected on the cervical cancer happens in India. Why? Because there is no early stage screening that happens in India. So with 35 years and above, as the female population in India, there are 383 million women population in India, and there is only 1.2% of the testing that happens in India for the cervical cancer. Now, one of the biggest challenge is that when they are doing something like a pap smears, or when they are doing something like a cervical screening programs, then since the screening programs happen just 1.2%, it means that the female are not even going for any screenings. So they actually encounter, or they get into the cancerous situations so often because there is no early screening and there is no early detection, and that's why not many of the female population get detected. And that is where when you are looking at the female population in the country like US, where because of the insurance mandates, there are some protocols that get implemented. Unlike that in India, even in the bigger cities, not many female population get screened. And forget about the rural India, because in the rural India, females are not interested to go to the hospitals, and then the pathologists who are supposed to do this testing, they are not interested to go to the smaller cities or the smaller villages. And because of that, introducing a technological solution which can be a replacement to a human pathologist, which can work on the digital images and generate a solution, became one of the important aspects. And that's what we just demonstrated, which was inaugurated at the hands of Prime Minister of India in collaboration with Reliance Jio, where we can actually do the screening of the women population for the cervical programs, so that only those female patients who are detected abnormal can now be called to the bigger cities for the further follow-up. And then the rest of 95 to 98% who are anyway normal should be let go home, so that the next time after 2 years or 3 years when they come back, there is a less probability of they developing the cancer.
Thank you, Abhi. And Nandini, you would like to add something to
Yes, because it's very cogent. First of all, totally agree with everything what you said. And the rural population, not only in India, but even America, has very large white spaces, because physicians who have spent so many years training are reluctant to go and spend their time. And so my sister Priya and I spent some time in Alabama, and what we found, it takes them about 3 hours to get to a clinic. Now, going back to India, and specifically, there are several things that we've been engaged with in rural, and especially with women's health. And that's why I wanted to take a page from what my fellow panelists have said. We are focusing on early breast cancer detection. And earlier, when you had asked the question about the background, I was amiss in not answering it. I am a scientist by training, and with a PhD in imaging background. And then I worked in a semiconductor think tank using my imaging background. So I bring the biotech and semiconductor background to the table. And then I was sent to Stanford to launch 2 products. And I was chief business officer of a company and then venture capitalist. Having said that, and having invested in 14 proprietary technology, in the case of rural, those don't apply, because you have neither the clinics nor the woman power or manpower to take care of the patients. So what we are doing, just because you have a hammer doesn't mean you go looking for a nail, right? Just because we have technical background doesn't mean that's what we take to the rural area. So we partnered with Tata Cancer Center, Dr. Bardway, who's a world-renowned breast cancer specialist and the director of Tata Cancer Center, did a 150,000 women study. And he found that if you can teach women how to do clinical breast examination, so no technology needed, you can reduce mortality by 30%. So very happy to share that Setu has launched both in Uttar Pradesh and in Karnataka early breast cancer detection in rural area, training women to help women do this. And we're very lucky we have the MP from Devariya, because that's where we have launched, in Devariya, and he's helping us, Shashank Maniji. So here's one example of how we can work with women in the rural area in early breast cancer detection. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nandini. Yes, Raju.
So our program has led to the formation of about 12 or 13 companies, and a lot of them are focused on providing better products and services in rural settings. The reason that's sort of come about is that all of our fellows that are part of our program, they're all from India, they're all Indian nationals, and part of our program involves needs finding, looking for problems, and we did a lot of the needs finding in rural settings within the public health infrastructure within India, which explains why the products and services that have come out of this program are based on the needs of rural India. But just to cite one example, what was very clear is that a lot of the population's in rural India, but there's a shortage of physicians, nurses, et cetera, hospitals in those locations. So we're seeing a birth of technologies which are connected, which allow de-skilling or reduce skill, require less skill from the provider. So An example might be looking in the ear, for example, or looking in the eyes instead of requiring a ENT surgeon or an ophthalmologist to be there for that assessment. We're just using technology to, again, look into these parts of the body and take that information, send it to the cloud, let it be read by AI, let it be overread by specialists, and then let that diagnosis then come back to the rural setting. So I think from our perspective, the use of technology is going to enable better access and better care ultimately for these providers, for these folks in rural settings.
Thank you so much, Raj. So we've seen Abhi and Nandini has talked about survival and breast cancer, and Raj has talked about the doctor-nurse to patient ratio in India and where the struggle is. We also know that India is the diabetes capital of the world, and we often talk about the out-of-pocket expenditure that is associated around the complications of these killer diseases that India has so prevalently. So associated with that, we often see that funding is often a major hurdle for healthcare innovation of cross-border ventures. So whether as an investor, entrepreneur, or scientist, how have you navigated for the funding landscape, and what advice do you have for emerging medtech innovators who are interested to be part of this US-India corridor? Shashwat, do you want to take that?
I think I can take a stab at that. And to give you a background, I have zero experience in how to raise money. I've never been to a business school, not yet. If you're a doctor, you spend a lot of time in the hospital, and you have these, blinders on, and you only know about medicine. So in 2021, when we began the company with the goal to make much better brain stents for stroke treatment and also to make them affordable, we had to start from scratch. We had to raise some money to file for intellectual property. We had to incorporate a company in the US, create a company in India. And the way we decided to raise money was we followed a plan to not go to any VC, not go to any venture capital company, because we felt that the incentive which drives typical venture capital investment is completely at odds with our goal to provide affordable treatment. But at the same time, it is a business. It needs to be sustainable. There's no point having a product which can't serve the market for a long time to come. So we had to bridge these two, at odds, of trying to raise money, but also making it a business which serves a market which is not the typical high-value US market. So we essentially raise money from doctors. We have assembled a group of more than 80 physicians who are like-minded, who could contribute financially, who can contribute with their time, advice, expertise, and that has actually got us through a stage where we have 2 Class C devices approved in Southeast Asia, on the verge of approval in India and European Union. So I think while there are known traditional funding strategies out there for medtech companies, but it might be worth considering finding a like-minded group of people who may support you in your journey, at least early on, until you can grow from that stage.
Thank you so much, Nandini. Sorry. Abhi, will come to you. Yes.
So it's a very, very important question, because we all are looking to have next generation of innovative solutions. And I feel very grateful for the opportunity that Professor Anurag Mehral and Professor Raj Doshi have provided through Stanford Biodesign, because Setu has been working with them and has taken a page from the Stanford Biodesign and seeing how we can support the entrepreneurs in India. And the entrepreneurs in India, yes, there's an entire spectrum where one can work with them in mentoring them, whether it is looking at how do you scale the company and a whole host of areas. But having access to global money, funding, is one of the most important things that we collectively from Silicon Valley can take to India. And it has been it's been a very essentially critical journey working with them and working with the entrepreneurs in India. And I also wanted to add one more thing. For example, when you said about diabetes, that's an excellent example because both US and India are facing that challenge. And just like we have the continuous glucose monitor, we're having more technologies coming to the table that are assisting the patients. And this is where if India can make a lower cost version or another generation of what continuous glucose monitor or those kind of solutions are providing in either diabetes or in other areas, then it's easier for them to attract money from US because especially in today's climate where making America great again, making India great again, manufacturing in your backyard is so important. So if we can split the baby and see where does it make more sense to have manufacturing in India versus manufacturing in America, and then put that collage together, then it makes it easier to raise money externally from India. And we raise money from Taiwan primarily because they have a lot of strength in engineering in multiple areas, but they would like to bring those engineering strengths in the medtech, biotech arena, and hence we could raise money from them. So these are certain examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Nandini. Yes, sir.
So I would say that raising the money is not really a challenge. And the reason I said that is because my first startup, we raised around $35 million. That company got acquired by Roche Diagnostics for $100 million. Then I started my second company. We raised around $14 million. The company got acquired by Becton Dickinson at $75 million. So with these two startup experience that I have in building the medtech, and as Mr. Agrawal just said in a panel before, that think global. I think that's the key part here, because if you're really thinking about a product which can be globally acceptable, then raising the money is not really a challenge, because there are people who are ready to put the money, and investment market is all about a herds mentality. So if you have got like somebody, first person is investing, others will come and invest. The challenge is that how do you return that money back to the investors with good returns? And that's where I think the product differentiation plays a significant role. In my first two startups, I never raised money from India. But now in my third startup, I'm raising money also from India. So we have raised $43 million so far, $43.5 million so far for these digital pathology initiatives that we are taking. And I'm very happy to tell you that $17 million from that has come from an investor in India. So the thinking process in India is like significantly changed, not because there are now almost 800 medtech startups in India with a potential of almost generating $50 billion of revenues by 2030. So the investment landscapes are very clear. People are there to put money. There are also, the middle class definition of India has now really widened. And because of that, there are a lot of requirement that they have in terms of having the medical devices at the fingertips to do the diagnosis at home. So from all this perspective, I think medtech definitely sounds like a good opportunity on the horizon for people to go and invest and entrepreneurs to go and do some good innovation so that it can still stand well on a global impact.
Right, Raj.
If I could add to that. So we've worked with maybe 30 or 40 companies at this point, and I'd say for first-time entrepreneurs, it is difficult to raise money. The first set of funds coming in typically might come in from the Department of Biotechnology or BioRac. So there is some early money in the form of grants that's available. Thereafter, there's a bit of a significant challenge actually raising angel money, and ultimately institutional venture capital is fairly limited, especially if you start talking about hardware, right? So that's been a challenge, and some of the companies have tried to raise money from outside of India, and that's actually a major challenge beyond that. But in the end, I think what's needed is the following. So it's actually ultimately these entrepreneurs need they need purchase orders from the public health infrastructure within India. They need the states to to issue purchase orders to purchase their products and services. Once that happens, then the investor money will flow from private capital. But until then, it continues to be a slog for most companies.
I have to agree with Professor Doshi. I think we congratulate you that it has been easy for you to raise money, and I agree with you that exits are critically important, just raising money is not. So I've made 14 investments, I've had 13 exits, I've sold 9 companies, I took 2 companies public. All of that is fine. We are sitting in Silicon Valley, it makes it easier. But when we go to India, I think Professor Doshi is absolutely right. It's not that easy. And he's also absolutely right on health being a state subject. Having the engagement of the state government in raising their hands and saying, these are the 5 areas which are critically challenging for our state, and we will support the entrepreneurs if they show a promising solution early on. I think it's very important. Unless we have those policy changes, it is not fair to the entrepreneurial community in India to be able to get the leg up that other places have.
Yeah, the entrepreneurs are getting hammered. It's typically the hero founder that, especially when there's a lack of working capital because payments are delayed, it's the founders, the CEO basically, that is taking out the loans which have a personal guarantee attached to them. And that is almost ubiquitous across the entrepreneurs that we work with.
I think one point I'd like to add is that before this panel, we saw multiple different panels about the Indian startup ecosystem, going from tech to environmental science, defense. I think one key differentiation in healthcare is the funnel keeps becoming smaller and smaller. The number of VCs who fund tech is much more than the number of VCs who fund healthcare. Within healthcare, they're mostly health tech VCs. Within that, only a minority funds med tech. And it's important to identify and not take investment unless you understand that they understand that this journey is a long journey. You are not going to make and break things. You're not going to see an ROI in 2 years or 4 years. Most pharma or medtech product cycles are very long. There are regulatory compliances which are huge. It's the most regulated field on the planet. And the risks are also high because you're dealing with human patients. It's highly sensitive. So your investment partner should have that understanding that there is going to be a long life cycle to this. The returns will come, but you have to wait.
So whether it is money flowing from the Silicon Valley to India or using money that is in India, standing here in 2025 today, I think we are talking about collaboration, which is the key theme. So whether between countries, institutions, or sectors, can you share a story or a lesson from a cross-border or cross-disciplinary partnership that significantly influenced any of your work? Yes.
I can give an example. So we are building a stent which goes inside the artery in the brain. And the job of that stent is to remove a blood clot which is blocking the artery during a stroke. And when we remove the blood clot out, blood starts flowing again. And the patient who had paralysis, you can reverse the paralysis. So if you look at this treatment, it's a magical treatment. A patient comes in with paralysis, we remove the blood clot, patient starts walking again. If any of you see this, you will think this is outstanding, and it truly is. And that's why I like to do it. But to make this one stent, which is just 4 millimeter by 40 millimeters, there's a whole lot of research and development which goes into it. And to answer your question about collaboration and how we actually made it cost effective is before any device goes into the human body, you have to do a test called as biocompatibility test. And this test tells you if that product, when goes inside the body and comes in contact with blood, is it safe or not? And this is a regulatory requirement by every agency in the world, US FDA, India CDSCO, EU, any FD. So since we were trying to make a cost-effective device, we wanted to keep our R&D costs as low as possible, but ensuring safety. So we went shopping around the world to look at where can we do biocompatibility in a manner which is good, and the report we get is acceptable across the world. So I went to labs in the US, and they quoted us $350,000 to do biocompatibility for a stent. I went to a lab in Israel, they told me $200,000. I went to a lab in Ahmedabad, they said $47,000. And they all give the same report. But to manage this ability to find the correct lab whose report will be valid and accepted across the world, we had to really collaborate with stakeholders in the US, confirm with the FDA, they will accept that report, go back to India, make sure they will file the report in the manner and format we want them to, And we were able to do that, and that report has been accepted. So this is a good example of how you can decentralize R&D to your benefit and for cost and time efficiency.
Thank you, Shashwat. Do you want to add anything to that, Nandini?
You know, given the paucity of time, there are multiple examples, but I really like your next question. I'm waiting for that.
Okay. So we'll move on to the next question. So what role do you think, or do you believe the US-India corridor can play in shaping the global medtech landscape? And not just as a market, but as an innovator or exporter of cutting-edge healthcare technology?
Okay, so I think that's a very, very important question. As we know, US and India have celebrated partnership going back many decades, but the trust that the two democracies have today has never been higher. And in any partnership, any collaboration, whether it's multi-sectorial, whether it's multinational, or what have you, the trust aspect is very important, and that's there. The second thing in partnership is very important, that you need to, both parties need to have their, whatever they find important in that partnership met. So it should be shared, it should be win-win, and it should not be that the win-win is that I win and then I win some more. So US-India brings that to the table. The third thing that US-India brings is that we have talent and technology in both sides, and this is what I'm really excited about, having a background in both semiconductor and biotech, medtech, life sciences. As we all know, semiconductor have become ubiquitous. So now the automobile industry is actually wheels on semiconductor. And more and more industries are relying on semiconductor, and medtech is also going to be very much reliant on that, just as AI is going to be pervasive. And I think because of the coming together of deep technology along with health tech, the solutions that are going to come out of these two countries working together will be pretty phenomenal. An example, in also serving the rural area, like distant surgeries through robotic, or the imaging, or the ability to read images just because of the three-dimensionality and all the data that we'll be having. And both countries share a strong capability of having data. So in the case of India, I think it's coming up to speed as to how to make sure that that data is utilized in a manner that it is statistically significant. America has had the history of making that happen. So the two coming together and the regulatory processes being shared and better understood will allow us to have that happen. But I think it's a very exciting time in the two countries coming together, and I think a lot more solutions will come out.
Thank you so much, Nandini. And with that, I think we'll open the floor to questions from the audience. If any of you would like to ask. Yes. Oh, it's on your. Yeah, it's on the stage.
Hi, this is Sharanya. My question is for Shashwat. So you spoke about the stunt that's used in the brain. My father is a stroke survivor, and this happened about 17 years ago. And even today, he walks with a limp on his left leg. So I'm curious, is this stunt available? And for what happened 17 years ago, can this do something? He had an ischemic attack and a partial thrombocyte.
It's a good question. The stent is available right now. It can be used to treat acute patients. So if someone has a stroke right now, within 24 hours of stroke onset, you can go in, open the blockage, and reverse the paralysis. And this treatment is extremely powerful. It did not exist 17 years ago. But if someone gets the same disease right now, we can do a lot more for that patient today. And I think a few numbers are important to understand as to why this is so important. Every year in India, we have 14 lakh or 1.4 million brain strokes every year. Average age of brain stroke in India is 54. Average age of brain stroke in the US is 72. So by definition, we are susceptible to strokes in large numbers and at much younger age than compared to the West. Of the 14 lakh strokes, 4 lakh patients, 400,000 require this surgery to be done to reverse their paralysis in India. In 2024, this treatment was only offered to 4,500 patients. So 3,95,000 patients approximately, or 395,000 patients remain paralyzed because we are not able to offer a life-saving treatment which we know works. So that's what we are trying to solve.
Thank you. We have time for another question.
My name is Karthik. I work in semiconductors with interest in policy. So I understand the mode for medtech, product innovation, et cetera, et cetera.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you that well.
I understand the mode for product innovation in medtech. My question is, why can't India be like a medical tourism hub, exporting services like we did in software, given the fact that there are many southern states where the number of doctors per 1,000 individuals is beyond the benchmark suggested by UN, and fairly most of the hospitals are now corporatized with well-structured, one-stop all care solutions. So what is hindering such situation, given the fact US, UK, most of the hospitals have expensive insurances, huge wait times, and many Indians here do go to India to get their surgeries done?
Should I take that?
Yeah, sure.
Very briefly, and I'm sure other panelists would like to add to that, I think India is already doing that. There's always room for expanding. COVID did not help the situation because nobody could travel. So the thread has been picked up. And also there are insurance policies, at least in this country. So if you go and get treated overseas, and then that it could have ramifications when you come back. And so there are multiple areas that can be ironed out, but I think India is already working strongly towards being a hub for medical tourism.
I'd like to add that India is a leader in medical tourism already. We are the 4th or the 5th largest medical tourism market in the world. We are facing some competition from English-speaking countries which can offer medical tourism like we do. Also, we are the largest exporter of medical services in terms of doctors as well. 1 in 5 US doctors are of Indian origin with an Indian passport. So India exports a lot. And to add to the US-India corridor, since there are so many Indian physicians in the US, that corridor can be very innovative because they already have connections with hospitals in India to do trials and innovation.
Thank you very much. So with that, do you want to ask your question? Okay, that's the last one we are taking because we are running out of time. So if you could make it really quick.
Hi, thank you so much. It was a very nice panel discussion. There was a lot of talk about thinking for the global systems. So I just want to talk specifically about medtech. How, is it possible to actually sort of escalate it to a global solution, considering a lot of different regulatory compliances in different countries, lots of different democracies, different socioeconomic factors, and so on?
Is the question, can a product in India be made for global population? And the answer is yes, and we're seeing that with several of our companies. Several of our companies have each treated or diagnosed about 20 million lives each. And those populations are in India, but also 20 different countries. So no, the answer is India is coming. It will be a global hub for medtech, and it's already here.
Yeah, I think we're very bullish on that, actually. I think that trend is very much there, and we believe in that trend. And I think the AI in semiconductor will only help it. Thank you.
And on that positive note, I think we'll call a close to this session. Thank you very much to all the panelists.
Thank you so much for that brilliant panel. We're down to our last panel. We sincerely thank everybody who's stayed with us to the very end. We know the wait will be worth it because we have some amazing folks lined up. We also have a closing keynote by Dr. Sriram Nene, so please do stick around for that. We will now introduce our final panel, which is on reforming India's governance and economic policy, evolution and opportunities. This will be moderated by Shreya Singh, who's a student at Stanford Law. Gracing this panel is Dr. Suhani Jalota, who is the founder of the Maina Mahila Foundation and Hoover Fellow at Stanford. Could folks please, yeah, and we will be serving, sorry. Yeah, we will also be having tea after this, so please, we would really appreciate it if folks would. Yeah. We have tea, we have samosa. I'm told we have a big menu of things, so please do stick around for that. We really appreciate it. So we welcome Dr. Suhani Jalota, founder of Maina Mahila Foundation and a Hoover Fellow at Stanford. Oh, God. We have Mr. Sriram Balasubramanian, who's a prolific economist and author, and finally Dr. Dinsha Mistry, who's a research fellow at the Hoover Institution. Over to you, Shreya.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the last panel of the day. And the topic is Reforming India's Governance and Economic Policy, Evolution and Opportunities. India's journey towards economic empowerment and institutional reform has been shaped by decades of experimentation and grassroots innovation, right from the 1991 liberalization to Aadhaar, to a lot of grassroots initiatives. And we have a very diverse and interesting panel. Without further ado, I think I'll just dive into the questions. And my first question is to Dinsha. Acemoglu, Johnson and Robinson very recently were awarded the 2024 Nobel Prize for their theory on how inclusive institutions drive prosperity. And I was wondering, how does that apply to India, and what are some lessons that we can learn globally from it?
All right. Thanks for kicking us off. Thanks to everybody who's lasted through the day, even the ones who are talking in the back. It's great to have everybody here, and I'm particularly delighted to be joined by my fellow co-panelists. The question was about Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson, and poor Shreya has had to listen to me lecture about this reading, all of this work, way too much. She took my global poverty in the law class last quarter. Acemoglu, Johnson, and Robinson, they won the Nobel Prize for arguing that colonialism brought some good things, inclusive institutions to developing countries, and the places where that came into being, where that took root, they argue had longer run economic development. Of course, if you look at colonial history across the board, yeah, you might get some participatory inclusive institutions, but oftentimes the Europeans that were providing those were killing the locals, subjecting the locals to all kinds of horrid sorts of things, or just pushing them off the land and taking the valuable resources for themselves. So it's a hard argument to buy. In India's case, I think there's a deeper question about inclusive institutions and participatory institutions and whether that can drive growth, right? India has, now a 75-year history with democracy. It's been inclusive, but really growth has only been the last 40 years or so. So it's hard to say that there was some magical governing or political sort of change in terms of inclusivity. But I would say that in the last 40 years, what we have seen is inclusivity in a different dimension, not in terms of political participation, but you look at things like education. You go to a village in India now, and 50 years ago, when 30% of the government budget was going to basically the IITs, now you've got broad-based education happening on the ground in rural areas. You take the other extreme, capital markets. How many 100 million people are investing in India now? Those institutions changed in the 80s and 90s and did become much more inclusive. This isn't inclusive political participation, but there is some kind of inclusion that's driving economic growth in a meaningful sense. I think the challenge is how you think about expanding it.
Thank you so much, Dinsha, for starting us off. Building up on that, Sriram, I had a question for you. What Bharat-rooted ideas would shape India's Viksit Bharat growth story, and how might these guide future India-US relations?
Right. Thank you. Just continuing what Dinsha mentioned on AJR, AJR has often been romanticized as the sort of de facto model of institutional economic growth. So I'm on the camp which is often biting against AJR. Another example is again Professor Yuanyuan Yang from Johns Hopkins, where she argues that the entire Chinese economic model is based on not just institutions alone. So I am of that camp in the sense that for a country like India, Bharat is essentially an inclusive, sustainable, it has an essential, intrinsic, inclusive, sustainable way of life. I call it the dharmic way of life. And that plays a very important role in the functioning of governance and how governance sort of manifests itself on the ground. So institutions alone don't matter. I think institutions matter, but there is a civilizational undercurrent which drives a lot of activity, especially at the grassroots level. And I think sort of underestimating that, I think is in my view, not a great thing to do. And I think that, institutions matter, but more than institutions, I think understanding the civilizational impetus, this way of life is very important. So yeah, just extending, to your question, I think the question, probably this entire event should also think about is, what is Viksit Bharat for Bharat, right? Do you want a rupee version of America as a developed country? Or do you want a developed country which has its intrinsic Bharatiya roots? And I think that's a very important question, because if you look at most modern civilizations, let's take the United States, for example. I mean, the entire sort of modern capitalistic framework is a derivative of the Protestant ethic at some level, right? If you look at the Chinese, if you look at the Japanese, most of them who are superpowers or aspirational superpowers have a philosophical underpinning that drives their pursuit of being a superpower. So this notion that somehow, we can adapt whatever the United States did and then replicate it and cut and copy paste in Bharat or India, I think it's a highly flawed notion. I think we have to come to a consensus or at least a discussion to open up on the traits of what a Viksit Bharat looks like and then work towards those goals. And I think, speaking of inclusivity and also institutions, which again Dinsha mentioned, you need to also understand that there are multiple Indias within India, right? A large sections of people have various, ways of living. And each of them have their own economic outcomes. And it makes it important, these cultural norms and narratives has an important economic choice, both at the individual level, at the policy level, and also the corporate level. Most of the top Indian firms are all family-driven firms, even today. They might be publicly listed, but they are all, family-driven firms, and they have their own style of functioning. So how do they make choices? These choices are just not bounded by rationality. These choices are bounded by a much more complex paradigm. Unless you understand this complex paradigm, you really won't see how Viksit Bharat can be achieved, in my view.
Thank you so much for that. And talking about the Indian section of the society, can I ask you, Sehani, how are major governance and development reforms shaping daily life for marginalized sections of the Indian society? And are people connecting with national growth narratives and global partnerships like the India-US initiatives?
Yeah, thanks, Shreya, and thanks everyone for having me here. I just wanted to start first by talking about, like Sriram was mentioning, the three Indias. So it's the Indias in India. So the three Indias, which is India 1, which is, say, 10% of the population, that today owns about 77% of the wealth of the country. We have the bottom 50% of India, which is tier 3, which is India 3, which owns almost nothing, close to 1% of the wealth of the country. a lot of what we've discussed today in a lot of the business panels really seems to come from that India One categorization and the India One story. How do we develop $1 trillion business? It's aspirational, we must get there, but all three Indias must have an opportunity to get there. And the current path that we are on, it seems the US path or the path that Silicon Valley or these examples have taken seem to drive India One towards that goal. I'm not sure how far that will take India 3. And I think that the realities on the ground, I think what you asked about, there are plenty government schemes that have really benefited Tier 3. So when we talk about this specifically, say Manrega has really, really empowered both populations, men, women, lower income, those in agriculture, those in other self-employed schemes earlier. But during COVID, almost 95% of people went back to avail Manrega schemes. People are highly dependent on them as well. And this culture of welfare state is also creating this sort of dependency that is concerning. And we need to think somewhat beyond that. So we do want to create more local entrepreneurs. We want to think about developing local businesses, providing job-full growth. And I think we do see promise of that. But there do need to be more targeted schemes. And I agree also with, we need an India way forward. And what does that mean? As Indians, you must all know, what do we care about the most? It's not income. It's dignity, respect, status. Somehow it matters more to Indians than to any other class of people around the world. And if that's what we understand, that's what we're striving towards, how can we create an economy and schemes, design these sorts of schemes that actually are designed for people that are trying to achieve higher status, not necessarily higher income alone. That may come with higher income, but also comes with dignity and respect, the way we talk to each other, the way you treat blue-collar workers so that people can actually take up gig economy jobs, the way that we treat anybody, men, women, lower income, different caste people. And I think that mindset, if it starts shifting, that comes from education, that comes from exposure. I wish we can bring more people from India who have never gotten on a flight before to come to this kind of a conference directly, create these pathways for India 3. And I think that's how we can probably get to that $1 trillion company also from India 3.
That was really insightful, Sohani. Thank you so much. I had the opportunity of actually going to India to study these kind of questions over spring break with my wonderful professor, Din Shah. And there we really spoke to a lot of people about local initiatives. And I was wondering, Din Shah, how can India balance a strong central framework or policies with local innovation? And where does local innovation come in India's growth and development?
That's like solving the problems for India, and I'm the only non-Indian citizen on the stage. That's the $64,000 question, right? This has constantly been a strain for India, this pull between the center and the more local levels of governance, where stuff actually gets done. How do you listen to people? How do you actually make decisions? We've seen a whole fluctuation across Indian history where sometimes PMO is really powerful, you've got a lot of stuff happening right at the center, and other times you've seen a lot more power either at the state level or contested between different political parties, coalition governments, and the like. Honestly, I don't think, at least in the institutional framing we've got, I don't think one is necessarily better than the other. Sometimes you hear people saying, oh, we need a strong leader to cut through all the noise, set us on the right path, push us in the right direction. Again, I'm speaking as an American, not as an Indian. Other times you hear people saying, we have to decentralize, we have to loosen up the power, money needs to be distributed to the states, things like that. Given the current institutional structures, and it's really that sort of dynamic, I don't see much of a difference in those spaces. Where I think you would get something really different is if you start to think really about empowering local government in meaningful ways, putting better bureaucrats, putting better politicians at the locus, sending more money down to these places, really doing a true decentralization. We talk about smart cities a lot in Silicon Valley, for instance, and the importance that it has for India. Can anybody name a mayor of a major city in India? I can't, right? And I study Indian politics. If you think about truer, bigger institutional changes, that would be something I would put on the agenda for India. Again, as an American, we've got our own problems. Please don't bash me afterwards. But respectfully, as somebody who's gone to India for 3 months every year since I was a little baby, this is something I've observed.
Sriram, I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that. And if I may ask another question on top of all of this, where does India's youth come in this whole problem? And what about the youth in the rural sections of the society? Do they also have a role to play? Do they get enough opportunities in India's growth?
Right. There are a couple of things, right? I'll try to illustrate through some examples. The first thing is post-2014. One thing, that you notice with the current Prime Minister, if you really think about it, post-independent India, there have been only 2 Prime Ministers who have lived through poverty. Okay? One was Lal Bahadur Shastri, another is Narendra Modi. Everyone else is in some form, in some privileged background or the other. I mean, they might understand poverty, but not live through poverty, right? So, if you look at a variety of these schemes, all the schemes that we spoke about today, Ujjwal Yojana, Swachh Bharat, you look at, digitization. If you look at a common thread, it's about an individual who's probably spent, I think, 20, 30 years of his life really dealing with the real Bharat. So you're able to understand the power of a light, the power of sanitation, the power of having a house. So if you're really at the bottom half of the population, at least below poverty line, if you look at your life from 2014 till today, it's complete transformation, right? People like us, the middle class and above, the middle class faces, a lot of brunt, a lot of negative criticism sometimes. But if you really look at the real poor, there's been transformation. I think that is because of a mentality of understanding how people, especially in rural India, function. What are some of their challenges? What are some of their opportunities, right? So that's one point. Another point is, again, this modus operandi of how informality and formal institutions work. How does liberalization work? So I'll give you an example, right? So we are 30 years after our economic liberalization that you mentioned. But despite that, 80% of employment today comes from the informal sector, okay? 30 years after liberalization. For all the talk about corporate sector, corporate gyan, investment and all these things, it is still 20% of your employment today, even today in this country, in India. So this notion of, somehow this informal sector will magically formalize and somehow that will lead to development, I think is a very naive notion. Because you need to understand that the informal sector in India is very resistant. I'll give you another example, right? You look at malls in India, right? Malls in India started coming up probably in the 1990s, peaked sometime around 2010, 12. Now they are a depreciating asset, right? Most of the malls have all gone digital and online. But you look at the informal sector, it is highly adapted to digitization. You go to any, kirana shop, they have a vendor which you can use, UPI or whatever it is. They're surviving. I'm not romanticizing informality or small business firms. Eventually, we want them to scale up and become bigger. But I think this notion of some homogeneous way of just formality, and that will lead to jobs, I think is again a very naive notion. I think these are very customized locations. For example, for instance, the Uttar Pradesh government has this concept of one district, one product, which means one village, one product. So any village, there is a particular product that is locally, grown or locally produced, and they focus on that particular product and try to grow, and so I think this sort of an approach, of a decentralized approach, is, in my view, the way towards solving the job problem in a sustainable manner. Because eventually what is happening is you're having opportunities which are available, there's a skill set mismatch, which is one major issue, and then there is an interest mismatch as well. Most people end up doing engineering, but they're not interested in engineering. And most people study things which are supposed to give them jobs, but don't necessarily give them jobs. So I think more, in my view, as we progress more, I think the focus should be on tier 2, tier 3 cities. How do you create economies of scale in these places? And how do you use local trends to scale it up? Because our cities are completely broken. I come from Chennai. Whoever lives in Chennai would know that Chennai now goes all the way till Kanchipuram. It goes all the way till Mahabalipuram, which is basically, 2-3 cities outside. So cities, I think, are, we need to start thinking differently. We need to move to tier 2, tier 3 models, and then expand those economies of scale with intrinsic localized qualities. I think that's the solution, in my view, to solve some of these problems.
Thank you. And Suhani, do you have any thoughts on what solutions could possibly be, how the grassroots communities could not only participate, but also hopefully and possibly lead these kind of initiatives?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I read a wonderful book that actually Dinsha gifted me, The Digital Nation, that really talks about how, there are two sides of the problem right now. And the solution is also within this problem. So where the problem is that if people say don't have jobs, that's one example. The solution is that there are lots and lots of other problems within the communities for which there need to be solutions that can be solved by those very people, giving them employment and solving local problems. I'll give you an example of what I mean. So say you have a water leakage in your household, right? You need a plumber. Now, your plumber, where will this come from? So normally you would, we have Urban Company now, you can maybe book one. In a rural setup, in small towns, maybe that availability is not there. But you can have a local person who is trained as a plumber come on demand from that local community. And this can actually be a woman too. If it's somebody within her own community, she's able to get local employment and go to familiar people's homes and be able to get this job done. That's one example. Another example, we can use a lot of influence of AI and technology today, and we can train the technology using local people, employing them in their own solutions. So an example of some of the work that we do, we're trying to create solutions as part of the foundation I run on women's sexual reproductive health. Now, queries like, mujhe operation karana hai, which means I want to get an operation done. Now, the technology AI, ChatGPT, cannot understand that what she's referring to is a hysterectomy. She wants to get her uterus removed. But she cannot give more context than that because that's all that she can actually say. The technology has to be able to understand that. How can it understand that? If we train the technology using her voice amongst a million other such voices. Each of those queries that women are using to train the models is a form of providing them with local gig work employment. And that starts them on this stepping path. And in fact, we now have research coming out showing that such types of stepping stone work actually leads these women to do more permanent, longer-term employment even outside the home. So these are sorts of solutions that we can solve our local problems, of which we have plenty, using local talent and local people, providing them with local jobs, and leveraging technology to do the same.
I'd just like to add something to this. So these kinds of innovative approaches, there are two ways of looking at a glass half full, glass half empty kind of situation. One is to say, oh, this is a problem, we need to address it, come up with innovative solutions. The other is to say there is no problem, right? And we don't need to worry about it. A lot of the ideas that Suhani and my colleague right here are mentioning, in the US, my family lives in Oklahoma, for instance. There's no conversation like this happening about how we lift up people in poverty in Oklahoma, whether it's to get a half-decent job, what kind of training and things like that should be happening, or even for something more ambitious, right? I've heard more rags to riches stories in my time at Stanford and before that in grad school on the East Coast, more rags to riches stories of Indians who have come from small villages, without electricity, without water, than I have of Americans coming from some rural town in America, from some impoverished background, inner city perhaps, coming to a place like this. So there's a lot more that's actually working coming from India, but the danger is if you just say, oh, it's all hunky-dory, we don't need to look at problems. If there's a solution that's working, we'll give it attention. But, just sort of glossing over it, like I would say we do in America. We have to be very careful about that.
I also want to add just one more point, right? I think we should also understand that policy making should align to the way of life, right? Often what happens is you have a bunch of people sitting in Delhi and they think they understand the entire country. They formulate policy, they try to execute policy, and the uptake of policy is very limited, right? Because there is inherently a particular way of life that is parallelly functioning. If you align policy towards that, then it becomes far more effective. So for instance, right, we just had the Mahakumbh, Kumbh Mela in Prayagraj. I went to the Mahakumbh. There are 500 million people in a particular area. So I had to take 3-4 flights, take bike rides, boat rides, and finally, I went to the Triveni Sangamam. But what I'm trying to say is, people have been doing this for thousands of years, which means the concept of nation state itself is a 200, 300-year phenomenon, which means there is a parallel, track which is driving people to do some of these activities, right? And they affect consumer choices. They affect economic decisions that people make, right? And you have to be sensitive towards this. If you're going to try and implement policy that is applicable in the Western world, but not necessarily suited to the local phenomena, then it's not going to be counterproductive, because eventually this way of life will supersede whatever that you try to do. Because these people, that's how they've been, that's how their culture is, that's how their thinking is, that's how their actions are. So I think it is very important for policymakers and decision makers to sort of be sensitive about this and not just brush this aside. Because if you really want, one last example is this idea of the success of Swachh Bharat, the scheme by the Honorable Prime Minister. So I come from Tamil Nadu again, where, I was in a rural village, which wasn't, I wouldn't call it a Modi village, and if you go to the village, it's fairly clean. Except for the main bazaar street, most of the streets are all quite clean. So I went to a village vendor and asked her in Tamil, that, what is happening? What is the change that you're seeing? So she told me that, she felt a sort of a consciousness of protecting her neighborhood after hearing from all the policy guys, for the people who came from the Swachhata movement, who set up all the facilities there, created an awareness among people that this somehow is your collective responsibility, okay? I call it a dharmic responsibility, but it's your collective responsibility to keep your society clean. So much so that now that vegetable vendor thinks it's her responsibility to keep her neighborhood clean, and it becomes an autopilot. So this is how things work in India, in my view, right? It is not a straightforward one-to-one sort of map between a developed society and a civilizational developing society. There's a big difference. China is very different, India is very different, and we need to be sensitive to these diversities, is what I would say.
Thank you. Thank you for those thoughts, and lots to think about, lots to work on. But on that hopeful note, please join me and give a loud round of applause for the last panel of the day, but the most dynamic, if I may say. We'll open it for questions, comments from the audience.
Question about the informal economy. I was wondering if you guys can tell us if, so the people who are employed in the informal economy, which is a huge segment of the Indian population, are they counted as employed? Are they counted as semi-employed? How do they figure into the data?
Okay, that's probably a couple of hours of discussion, okay, but okay.
You go ahead.
Okay, so the first challenge is the definition of informality and formality, right? Just because you're digitized doesn't mean you're formal. Because formality comes with a set of riders in terms of how you financialize, how you institutionalize certain ways the firm is constructed and things like that. So that becomes a challenge. In terms of employment, yes, informal employment is taken into account, but the RBI does a survey. The challenge really is, even for GDP data, beyond the formal sector, the rest of it is all done by a collective group of surveys done by the RBI. So in a sense, it's still an estimate. It's not a one-to-one sort of, it's not like the NSSO survey, which is a very detailed survey which goes, almost door to door into most of the places. So answering your question, the informal sector data is still an estimate, but within that estimate, there are a lot of, nuances, on the definition, on how you also, gather the data in some of these places. So I would say that the data is a bit, clouded in my view.
Yeah, and I was going to add, so NSSO, I think, also includes the informal data, those that are employed in the informal sector, which tends to be still 90% or so of the overall workforce. But I think what we have less clear estimates on is underemployment. So say people are working for 1 to 2 hours in, say, some sort of stitching job or something that is part-time. I think we have much less precise estimates on that, often because it takes a long time to do these sorts of surveys. And time use data, what are you doing every hour, can get to that estimate. And the only estimate we have of that is from 2019. So we can't compare it before or after yet, but more of this data. It's close to 90%.
Yeah,
90%.
I mean, 80 is an understatement, which I mentioned. Yeah. So the Periodic Labor Force Survey, PLFS, is a reasonably, at least from 2017 onwards, they have a reasonable time series now, which captures the unemployment sort of situation. But the informal economy still contributes about 80%. So there's a very good book, I think all of you should read, I'm doing some publicity for the book, not mine, by Rama Bijolkar. It's called Lilliput Land. So she's a IMA professor. She argues that small is beautiful in India. I'm not going to that extent, but she gives a lot of information of how this informal economy has sort of morphed and adapted very well to the formal economy. For example, when Coca-Cola came into India in the early 90s, they thought that, they will transform the entire, Indian soft, drink scene. Well, they confronted a lot of these challenges which they did not have in the advanced markets. So similarly, the informal sector is very dynamic, and that's why they're very, they're very resistant. And they provide employment, but it's not sustainable employment, right? How do you, for example, create, when you go to a daily wage laborer in any construction site, they don't have a contract. They don't have a labor contract, right? So they just go as a daily wage laborer. So how do you sort of institutionalize best practices, yet retaining some of these aesthetic elements within this India ecosystem is, again, I think, the way forward, because you're being, again, sensitive to their needs. My last point is, I'm quite passionate about this, so my last point is, see, if say, a Kirana shop goes bust, right, what is the first thing that they would do in the United States? They'll probably go to a bank and file for bankruptcy. In India, the first thing in Bharat they do is go to the family member. And someone in the family might go and try to help them finance and get this person out of the mess. The second port of calling would be some local person whom they have a good relationship with, who might offer a much higher rate, but they're comfortable with that local person who's providing financing. And then if these two things don't work out, then they go to the bank, right? So most of the informal sector is highly relationship-driven, highly trust-driven, highly community-driven. So these are all nuances that one notices.
Just one point to add to that. So about 10% of the employment in India is by large companies, right? Like the MNCs, the Mahindras, the Reliance, the Adanis. 90% of employment is actually coming from MSMEs. And these MSMEs, so it's not just the daily wage laborers, the MSMEs are also not giving off informal contracts, and a lot of this informal labor and/or people are coming from that sector. We have a lot of regulations for MSMEs, but very difficult to get them executed and implemented. There's not a consolidated effort, and I think we need a lot more governance. Even the CIIs and the Bombay Chamber of Commerce and all these conglomerates are also working only with the large companies. They have membership of the smaller MSMEs, but very difficult to get anything done through them.
Yeah, and this is going to be how any major economy, the bulk of employment is in the MSMEs. You can't expect the Reliances and Tatas to absorb all of that. I will say, I started a cafe in Delhi. We were just talking about it. It has 75 employees right now. A lot of them aren't on formal contracts because there are a crazy number of regulations and laws that need to be revisited before that makes economic sense, both for the employer as well as for the employee. So there is a lot of work that can be done there. A lot of states are being proactive in trying to bring the advantages of formal sector employment to people. But there's clearly, with 90% of the country in informal employment situations, as we just heard, there's clearly a lot more work to be done, particularly, I would say, on changing these laws.
Thank you so much. Can we please thank our panelists again?
So we will actually be taking a break, a short break. Please join us for tea and samosas. Everyone's earned it. We really appreciate you all sticking around. We will have a final closing keynote at 5:30. We would really appreciate it if folks would stay for that. It's by Dr. Sriram Nene, and I think it's poised to be a very good one. So please do come back and enjoy your tea. Thank you so much. Oh, and we will have a group picture. So please at least stay for that. We would love to have you all in it.
We were first-generation immigrants and part of the brain drain to the UK and the US back in the 60s and 70s. And I was educated in the US and had amazing opportunities and very grateful for the education I got, for the 20 years in healthcare, which I spent, and everything else I did. But my problem was that no matter how hard I worked as a heart surgeon, I couldn't scale it. And you could do 2 to 3 cases a day, and at the end of the year, you do 500 open hearts, vascular and thoracic, and then another 2,000 consults. When I looked at the planet, I said, look, there's an opportunity here to do good. And that there's, at that time, 7 billion people who needed our services. And I'm sure you guys know, or maybe you don't, I was a technology guy, and I had a small coding shop, and I wrote software for my mom at 14 to manage her real estate farms, and then for the University of California. But as fate would have it, I, was pressed to use my talents along with my bedside manner and become a heart surgeon, and very rewarding career. I moved back to India in 2011. And let me tell you, I've been here 14 years, and it's been amazing because I came from that culture originally. And I think one thing in the US, which we're missing right now, is that we need to celebrate our roots. And we need to celebrate the strengths which all of us bring to the table. And India is no different, because if you see Indians, we don't just succeed, we dominate. And why is that? Because we're hungry. In India, just catching a train, doing the simple things are not easy. And God's been kind. It's been very, amazing as a journey for all of us. And coming out of Stanford, I can tell you that you guys have been blessed with an amazing education. But when I came back to India in 2011, our vision was simple. How could we improve life and build an India for India and then take it to the world? Because a lot of the founders all over the planet are Indian. Imagine that. If you could take those same people and build for India, you could make a difference. What makes India special is it's not one country. It's 28 states, 8 union territories comprising now 1.44 billion people. And only 30% are in the metro areas, 70% are in the rural areas. So what I targeted even back then was longevity. How do we take healthcare and democratize it for the rich and the poor? Because some of the problems are the same. And I would say not some, all of them are the same. It's just the skin that they live in, right? And so my first foray was with a film company which we created called R&M Moving Pictures, where we produced feature films, and some of that was the collaboration between me and my wife, where she would pick the scripts, I would get the design flow, and I learned and cut my teeth on entrepreneurship. At the same time, when I first came back, everyone was asking me, can you be on our panel? the Ambanis, the Hindujas, everyone. And I said, look, when I'm done, I'll scale medicine, and together we'll create an instance which will cure many, many people. Along the way, we created an edutech which used some of the same principles, which were technology and last mile connectivity using mobile. And one thing that was clear about India was we always got technology last here. And that was because it would filter through the West and then come back to India. And so we had 3G and 4G much earlier and at a lower cost. And so what happened is when I first started, there were only 150 million internet users, 50 million of which were mobile, and 100 million coming on landlines. And that quickly changed. And the cost per GB equation was very, very high. And so 70% of our audience for Dance with Madhuri was outside of India. And I learned a lot building that startup. In 3 years, we went profitable, EBITDA positive, we scaled. And in the pandemic, we went 7x revenue and got a buyout offer. And I got an exit. But the other thing in Stealth is we were building Pathfinder, which was a longevity solution. And our belief was that if we could put a doctor in people's pockets who could act as their liaison for life. And, you know, I find myself, we've been using AI right now, and I've been playing incessantly. We're building agentic AI. We're building all kinds of different widgets and protocols. But the idea is to become a lifestyle architect rather than a healthcare provider, because health is part of life. And the idea is that you need to help people walk 10,000 steps. And many of the people who are building these things have never done that. And I had the privilege of sharing in 20 years of people's journeys, almost 10,000 cases, and, you know, saw people at their worst and helped them to get to their best. And so as I moved forward, I said, how do we make this into something interesting? And so now, fast forward, India is an interesting place. 330 million school-age kids. 2/3 of the population is 35 and under, and the median age is 28. But you know what? Our life expectancy is only about 69 or 70, maybe 2 or 3 years extra for women. But the bottom line is it lags by almost 10 years versus the West. Juxtapose that against the fact that only 4% of our GDP is spent on healthcare, of which 2/3 is private pay and 1/3 is public, right? Only 4% of the populace pays direct taxes. The majority of our tax revenue is from GST income, goods and services taxes. And so the government struggles to do things. And even with that, I have to applaud them for the type of healthcare that they have imparted. I have been participant on all levels, and even more so on the pandemic, where we built war rooms and we worked with different things. And we were part of the principal group that created Health Stack and then created the ABDM, the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So I understand what's going on the ground level, as well as the pillars and other things. Where do I see an opportunity? It's in longevity. It's in how to get people to be better, stronger lives. And there are a couple key features about India which I encourage you guys to explore. And many of you are from the Indian subcontinent, and I would say absolutely entertain coming back, because what's happening is mind-blowing. The number of unicorns being formed is incredible, but more than that, it's the small unit economic, large volume scaler where you can add value to people's lives and make a difference in how they perform. So let me give you an example, which will hit home. After doing all of this, participating at 160 miles per hour all the time as a heart surgeon, as a tech innovator, as a startup guy, and getting exits, investing. And now I run a family office and I'm a startup guy. And so I would love to hear any thoughts you guys have and investments that need to be made. And half our holdings are outside in the US and other places. So I participate regularly in the rounds in the US. And my goal is to sort of curate and incubate the next generation. And that includes my boys. The older guy is graduating from USC's Viterbi School of Engineering and joining Apple in August as a software AI ML programmer. And my younger guy is doing computer science and computer engineering for AI, ML, and robotics. But the idea is simple, that how do we get everyone together to do something that matters? And for me, what did that mean? I was building all of these platforms, and then life took a curveball. About a year ago, I was doing my executive physical, which I absolutely hate because I feel like they're fishing expeditions. To my surprise, I have bad genes, and that's not a mystery. I think a lot of you guys have type 2 diabetes in the family. You probably have high cholesterol in the family. And in fact, there was a study in 2004 in India which showed that Indian males die 10 years or have heart attacks 10 years younger than their Western counterparts. Diabetes is endemic. So we have some cardinal diseases here. And many times people show up with the natural history of disease, what you read in textbooks in the US when I was training. And I only saw in like Hispanic migrants who came to my clinic because they never got care. Well, you know what? In India, we saw a lot of that stuff prima facie. So the mission now is very simple. How do we turn back the clock? How do we move from acute care to prevention, early recognition, and early treatment? And the solutions we're designing put a doctor in your pocket 24/7, 365 from the cradle to the grave that is aligned with the patient. And so the business of medicine stays separate. And the idea is that every shareholder benefits. And for the rich, it may be a concierge product. For the middle class, a subscription model. For the poor, it'll be a foundation CSR model. But what we do is use all our tools. And what happens is when you put into place trained agentic AIs and other things, you can scale medicine very, very quickly and accumulate data in an anonymous fashion and basically steer that. So that's what I do professionally. But personally, a year ago, I faced the same challenges. My hemoglobin A1C had gone up, my cholesterol had gone up. There were all kinds of challenges in the house. I switched over and I started working on myself. I became a guinea pig in my own platforms. And we had used this on hundreds of patients. My parents are an example. My dad was 81. We kind of, quote unquote, reversed his diabetes, but we just made him diet controlled by changing how he lived. And it's kind of a holistic 360-degree approach where I'm investing in a lot of companies creating universes and guiding them on how to get to the holy grail, which is longer, better lives. I'm not a snake oil salesman. It's hard work. It's best practices, and it's evidence-based science. I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen what I'm working on, and I'm going to give a shameless plug to some of the things. But the idea is, how do we reimagine health through media, technology, and smart services, where I see the gaps as lack of awareness and lack of access to world-class evidence-based international standards. So what we did is, on the education part, we created all kinds of social media channels to appeal to all ages, because India is a young country. And the idea is, if you could educate early and often, you could change things. On the technology side, we created EMRs with AI and blockchain, which used feedback loops with some of these devices. And it looked at your genetics, your medical history, your social history, your family history, and then gave you a path, hence the name Pathfinder Health Sciences, for which you should go on. And it's customized, precision, personalized healthcare, a lot of which is going on worldwide. And then from the smart services platform, so these are some of the other things, and I'm sure you've seen them. And some of my best friends, by the way, have reached out to me. So I'm very excited to be here, because they're like, oh, Ram, you're in the Bay Area. Can you come have dinner with us? Can you have lunch? And so I invite you guys to Mumbai, and I'm happy to host you. And Anurag knows me pretty well. I throw a good party, and we kind of meet minds. But there's so much to do. And then at the same time, we launched YouTube channels, which basically showed people the way. It's 2025. And the net result was that you could change the way people thought. And then that combined with training our AIs and doing other things could make a difference in lives. Where I see us now is the ability to intervene at all levels. And I see a very blue sky, green field sort of focus. And for me, what that meant is I went vegan. I stopped drinking last April. I went on a BMR diet, which was 1,500 calories. In addition, because my hemoglobin A1C was up, they put me on GLP-1s. And we brought down the weight, but I'm completely shredded shooting for a men's magazine, which is crazy. But you know, I'm not a youngster. I'm not young like a lot of you guys. I'm turning back the clock. Looking at epigenetic clocks and looking at end measures of how to manage longevity. What we're building then together is something which will revolutionize healthcare, not make it an evolutionary change and not a natural history study. And so I'm very excited that Anurag and you guys have come together because it's at a time where I think the world needs happiness and love. And to be honest with you, that's what we're targeting. That if we can do something which changes the way people think and changes the way life goes on together, I think we can bring a better instance to what we're doing. And ultimately, we live better, stronger lives. We are, you know, India's in a very privileged spot. We're at peace with virtually everyone. You know, I'll take a moment because what happened up in Kashmir blows my mind. And there's no doubt that we will respond, but cooler minds will prevail. And I'm very, very trusting and happy with how the government has prevailed in maintaining relationships. I think the world needs to come together now, whether it's on the healthcare front. The other thing I want to put a plug in for is this government has put a mandate down to bring Western education into India because there's 330 million school-age kids. My wife asked me, why do my kids need to go to the US for an education? And no offense to Stanford, but the point is we should bring all of them to India and build it out of India because Indians work hard and we struggle and we survive. And from India, we can build things for India and raise things and kind of scale them to the planet. Ultimately, look, we're a 4,000-year-old culture. And we're people who really have lived at peace, if not détente, and with multiple cultures. And so I'm very excited to work with you guys. I'm in LA in May for the graduation. Would love to meet up with any of you guys. And then, you know, on my websites and on my emails, we'll put them out there. So any of you guys want to reach out to me, I would love to collaborate. But I congratulate you on all your successes. I would love to hear about what you're doing and would love you to take a look at the properties which we've created. To be honest, it was never about me. I was kind of the erstwhile hero that they put into place because India doesn't have a Sanjay Gupta or a Mehmet Oz or any of these guys, and they need someone who can lead. And I've always said, lead, follower, stay out of my way. And you know, sometimes I'm a bull in the china shop, but heart surgeons tend to be very driven because you have to, you know, millimeters and milliseconds made the difference between life and death. But you know what? It's now our time. And for the U.S., I grew up there, and I'm very, very driven to improve things globally. And I see a huge future in cross collaborations. I see one other area where we can really help out and where Stanford can help out is in research, because India doesn't have a huge research corridor, and we need to form public-private partnerships. And with the Indian Institute of Science, with IIT, which I'm on the board of, and with some of the other schools at Stanford, I've spoken at Harvard, at MIT, at USC, I'm on the board of the engineering school. I'm working hard to foster relationships where we can come together and do some crazy work. And the nice thing in India is you have huge numbers to drive statistical power. And I came from research. I've published and I've written a lot of papers in different domains. And so, you know, academia was my roots, just as it is many of yours. And I think this has to be evidence-based in order to make it there. But at the same time, it's the happiness equation. Last thing I'm going to say is be kind. People are suffering globally, and we need to be cognizant of each other's needs. If there's someone who needs me, I'm always there. And I'm the 3 a.m. buddy who you can always count on. And Anurag knows that. When he calls me, I come. And the same goes for you guys, that you guys are my brothers and sisters. And you know, it's a lifelong equation of good deeds where we do things for each other. And whatever we've achieved is not consequential. It's what we'll do in the future together that will guide us. So thank you so much for the opportunity. And I look forward to meeting you guys in person when you're on this side of the planet or when I'm there. And if there's anything I can do, you let me know.
So as you can see, Ram is very passionate about the work that he does. He's a clinician trained in the US, but has made India his home. He's an Indian American, but he didn't grow up in India. But you can see he is so passionate about India, and he's become one of the biggest champions of India. I love spending time with him. It just reminds me of the work that I do, you know, that it requires partners like him. And he's very sincere in his offer to make himself available. So if any of you are interested in engaging with him in any of the areas that he talked about, do let me know. I'm happy to connect. He travels to the US reasonably frequently. I think his son is going to be in the Bay Area, so we'll probably have him in the Bay Area more frequently. He used to spend more time in Southern California. Ram, thank you so much for taking the time so early in the morning. I know you're heading out for that drive.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
20 years heart surgery, you wake up at 4:30 a.m. and it's just like a soldier's doctrine. Any questions in the crowd? I would love to hear.
So let's see if we can take, we're short of time, so we'll take 2 questions, audience. So we have one, Dhaval is going to go first. And if we'll take one more after that, and then we'll end because we have to do pictures and then we got to vacate here. Yeah.
Hi Ram, great to see you, and wonderful to know one of your sons is going to do machine learning AI. I'm a Stanford alumni. I'm also working on machine learning AI. The question I had for you is about this new revolution of the semi-glutides, GLP-1s. So some people believe, some doctors I've talked to at various leading hospitals, Stanford, UCSF, El Camino Health, they feel that could be a silver bullet because it's not only treating your condition of diabetes, but also it's having a lot of advantages for other aspects of the body. And it's helping with sleep apnea, it's helping with, so it seems to be there's something other underlying effect other than just weight reduction. So what are your thoughts on that?
So you're 110% correct. I actually did a talk, I'm looking at it. And we're maintaining their weight. 1 second. So I did a talk on my channel on this, and the bottom line is we found the same. There's been 3 pivotal studies. One was SELECT, which showed that at 4 years, there was a 25% reduction in cardiovascular mortality in patients who were morbid or moderately or morbidly obese, and not necessarily the indications which the drugs were originally designed for, which was diabetes. Moreover, in diabetics, it reduced the incidence of renal failure at 2 years by 40%. But here's the interesting part. These drugs are not new. They've been around for about 10, 15 years, and originally were targeted for diabetes. And what they found is that people had incredible weight loss, 10 to 30%, depending on the drug, whether it was Ozempic, Wegovy, or Mounjaro. Mounjaro was much more potent because it worked on 2 active sites. What's interesting is they're thinking these things are working on inflammation. And so I just did a talk on cholesterol, and as you know, the cholesterol numbers don't matter as much anymore, except if they do, which means that if you have risk factors, primary risk factors for heart disease, or you have like sticky lipids, or you have an inflammatory state with CRP1, the C-reactive peptide, then it's a higher risk. So as far as silver bullets, I'm going to be very honest. There's no silver bullet. No. You got to work hard. I would say, I talk about my 5 pillars. Diet is 80%. About 15 to 20% is exercise. Then there's sleep, which is a magic bullet in and of itself, which most of us don't get as entrepreneurs and heart surgeons and whatnot. And then there's simple things like water. And then the last is mindfulness. But I think it's a world of hard work. Where I see these things coming together is in the right selected patients. They may be an adjunct which helps you drop the weight, but long term, I think that we need to build sustainable lifestyles. In the past, these things have been incredibly expensive, about $1,000 a month or more. Now in India, Mounjaro actually became commercialized and its rate is much lower. And all my peers in the endocrine societies have been using the oral forms, which aren't as potent. Now they have the injectables, but now there's actually an oral form that's being tested, which has pretty good results. So to your question, is it potent? It absolutely is, and it works. Would I use it as a silver bullet? No. I would use this as an adjunct. Do not use it alone without diet, exercise, and the other principles, because long-term, I need to build a lifestyle, not just health, right? I'm a lifestyle architect more than I am a healthcare innovator, because I'm trying to get you guys to do something for yourselves and thereby understand. And the last thing is, when you're born, and I wrote a blog about this, they slap you in the butt and they get you to breathe your first breath, but they don't give you a manual for life. And guess what? Your genetics, your medical history, your family history, your social history is different than mine. And so we need to pay attention to the fact that you may have specific things which you're at risk for, which I'm not. So should we broad brush this? No. In the right selected candidates with doctor supervision, and why I say doctor supervision is they do have side effects, that we should use it for sure. I think it works like gangbusters. Is it the only thing we did? No. I was on a 1,500 calorie diet. I did 6 workouts per week with 3 strength, 3 cardio, spin in particular. And then we also did mindfulness, sleep. We intervened on all fronts. And then I also went vegan. And then the other thing is I didn't drink a lot, but even with 2 drinks, you end up getting the munchies and eating. And so for me, I built a lifestyle, and now we're weaning off of everything. And the interesting part is it's maintaining. And so for my patients, I intervene on all levels with Pathfinder, and we try to find the best solutions. It's not for everyone, but in the properly selected candidates, absolutely an adjunct.
Well, thank you so much, Ram. Really appreciate it. We're run out of time here, and I know you need to head out as well. Let's just do a huge round of applause, final for Ram. Next year, we got to have you here in person, Ram. Thank you.
100%. But don't let me know 4 days before the conference.
Yes. Thank you. I really appreciate it. See you in May.
See you guys. Nice meeting you all.
So I'm going to hand it over to Sam and Jatin as we wrap this up. They have a few things to do, and then we're going to take a picture. Sam, Jatin, well done.
I won't take a lot of time. First, I would like to thank you all for coming and having this wonderful day. I would like to thank all the speakers, all the panelists, all the roundtable leaders who have made this whole event successful. And then I would like to thank Professor Mairal, who has guided us through the whole event, and all the champions like Pranav Pai, Anil Ladwani, JP Vijayla, Manthan Shah, and Nandini ji and Priya ji, and Asha Jadeja, and all more people who have helped us. And I would like to thank all the volunteers who have made this event successful for us. And yeah.
We'd also specifically like to thank all the participants in the roundtables. They were the unsung heroes of this conference. They led these roundtables with so much passion, and we had so much difficulty getting people to go to lunch because they were just so good. So I'd like to invite those of you all who are still here. I'd like to acknowledge all of them by name. We had Ashit Patel. Is he here? We had Professor Moses Charikar. Please do come. We have a small token of our appreciation. We had Dr. Radhika Shah. We had Sonali Shivhare. No. We had Dr. Megha Agrawal. We had Mr. Shashank Mani. We had Ajay Bhutoria ji. We had Mr. Anand Ganu. Okay. We had Dr. Sanjit Singh. And finally, we had Mr. J.P. Vijendla. Okay. Thank you all so much for being here. Oh, okay. Please do, Mr. Shivhare. Yes. Yeah. Sonali Shivhare. Thank you all so much. It's been an honor to serve as the MC for this event. We hope to have this event next year as well, bigger and better. I'd conclude by just a general hope for peace and stability in this world. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukkha bhag bhavet. May we all see good. May we only see good in this world. May harm befall no one. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Dhanyavada. Thank you so much.
Yeah, these pictures are for everybody. If you could take a quick picture.